How's that going? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. And I'm sure I can be heard online. So a very warm welcome to this evening's program, part one of a two-part really significant program as part of this series that we're about to embark on. My name is Krause. I am Interim Vice-Chancellor here at Avondale University, and I'm very, very pleased to welcome you to our beautiful campus here at Lake Macquarie. We've got quite a few people in the room, and I do know we have a number online, so a warm welcome wherever you are joining us from tonight. We are here at Lake Macquarie campus on the Awabakal land, so I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging here on Awabakal country, and also I pay my respects to members of the Aboriginal and Indigenous Torres Strait Islander community who might be with us in the room or online. So we pay our respects to you, and of course we acknowledge our sovereign God and Creator who made it all possible. So there's a lot to be grateful for in terms of the legacy on which we stand and the Creator God who made it possible. I am going to open the proceedings with prayer in just a moment, but I did say to Erika, I might say a few words that bring this mission symposium to life for me. I've attended a few of these now over the last 12 months or so, and it's not just because there's another Krause in the room, and that's one reason to come. We are related, but distantly I would say. No way. But I just wanted to share a reason why this is personally really an important series and symposium for me, and it's a reason I love to come. I am a graduate of Avondale University. I graduated as a teacher, and when I left here, I went to teach at Sydney Adventist High School, as it was then in Sydney, and that coincided with the start of my father's ministry to a church in Sydney, and I would like you at this point to take your program and have a look at that front cover, Reach Your City. And if you look beyond the Harbour Bridge, what do you see? The vast eastern suburbs. And my father was minister at Wallara Church, which is right in the heart of the eastern suburbs, for 12 years, and I had the privilege of being an elder as part of our family ministry team. And that is what led me to appreciate the importance of a symposium like this. Reaching people in the city is no mean feat. It's a gritty job, but it's a really critically important job, such a privilege. And I was there with my family, my father as minister, and the whole of the eastern suburbs was his parish, including the CBD, and there were many CBD city ministries that were part of those 12 years. But it also coincided in the late 80s and through the 90s with a very interesting time in our community. Those of you who know your history, some of you were not born then, but if you know ancient history, you'll know that in the eastern suburbs, King's Cross was the heart of the AIDS epidemic. And there were certainly times in our church pews where we had people who were suffering AIDS, and really confronting time for the entire community. But as a church family, it was a really important learning experience on how you reach a range of members of the community whom you don't really meet when you're at Avondale University necessarily. So this is a great opportunity for us to look beyond the walls of this institution and to understand what the opportunities are. And for those of you who are not here at Avondale at the moment, but joining us from the community, a very warm welcome. And one other fun fact, and I did check that I was allowed to say this, that sitting in the pews, I'd like you to imagine, those of you who are here, there's one person around this room tonight who was part of that church community. I bet you can't guess who that was in the late 80s, early 90s. It happened to be one Tracy, now Krause, and I like to say we met her before my cousin did, and so it's lovely to have someone who was part of that church community. So with that, and just as a reminder of the personal meaning of this program, I'd like to reiterate my warm welcome. We've got a great lineup of speakers this evening and a great program tomorrow as well. So please join me as we ask for God's presence with us tonight. Dear Heavenly Father, as we think about the importance of this program, of the topics that are covered, and of the enormous opportunity that we have, Lord, to reach those well beyond the borders and boundaries of this university and the communities represented. The cities are a really important place to you and have a special place in your heart, Lord, and I pray for your wisdom, your Holy Spirit to be here to teach us and to reach us as we learn more about how we can effectively and creatively and innovatively reach the people in the city for you. We pray this in your name. Amen. Thank you.
Avondale University is a major sponsor of these symposiums, and we're grateful for the presence of senior leadership, Professor Krause, opening this symposium semester 1 2023. Just a couple of announcements for those of us who are on campus moving forward beyond tonight. If you haven't, if you're planning to have a meal with us and you haven't received a wristband, you will need to get that from Shady down the back. That's your pass to the cafeteria. For those of you who are not familiar with the campus, the restrooms for this venue is just across behind me at the university church. That's where we have access to restroom and toilets. Usually we would acknowledge our sponsors, and we will do that at the end of tomorrow's program. But in addition to Avondale University, our major financial sponsor for the symposiums for a number of years is the South Pacific Division. Specifically, its mission and mission to the cities. We also have a number of personnel from the division that are present with us. We will acknowledge them tomorrow at the end of the program. A symposium, by definition, is a conference with multiple presenters presenting and discussing a particular topic. If you haven't received your booklet for the symposium, we have copies at the back for you. Those of you who are joining us online, you will have received the booklet as well via email. But the particular topic for this symposium is mission to the cities. I think most of us would know that more than 90%, more than 50% of the population of the world now live in cities. And that includes our region of the world, with Australia having a number of big cities, which the Gospel Commission calls us to reach communities in all of those areas. It is important for leadership in terms of the culture of an organization, and in this particular case, the South Pacific Division of the Seventh-day Adventist, to be aware of this challenge, but also opportunity. We've been very grateful, ladies and gentlemen, our participants, we've been very grateful since we've started these symposiums to have the support of senior leadership of the church in this region. And grateful again this evening to have as our first presenter for this symposium, the president of the South Pacific Division. He's also the chair of the University Council, Pastor Glenn Townend, to open our conversation, our presentation, and our time together as we wrestle together with the challenge and the opportunities of cities in the South Pacific Division. Please welcome our president and presenter, Pastor Glenn Townend.
Thank you, Dr. Marika. I didn't need that. But hey, good to be here, representing all of our division. And it is very, very diverse. And we've got to go to it. where's the biggest challenge in the South Pacific? Where would you say our mission field is? Now, strategically, the I Will Go is the General Conference catchphrase for their strategic plan. And we've got our strategic plan, and we work in 7 major areas: church ministry, community development ministry, health and lifestyle ministry, education ministry, people and culture, communication and media, and governance and administration support. But we fund all of these, but we have more funding, and I hope you can see that there, for mission to the cities. And there is a reason for that. Because to fulfill our mission, which is making disciples, this is the General Conference mission statement, making disciples through our living and loving witness and proclaiming the end-time message of Revelation 14:6-12. If we are to be successful, we've got to be successful everywhere. And as a division, we've got a dream of being a thriving Adventist movement everywhere. And that includes the cities. And hopefully we will inspire hope and wholeness of life in every ministry that we have. And it's going to take really committed disciples to make it happen. Now tomorrow, I actually, for the morning and early afternoon, I won't be with you until later in the afternoon. I'm going to speak at Freshwater Seventh-day Adventist Church. Does anybody know where that is? Sydney. North Shore of Sydney. And there are 2 places in our division that are our mission field. Now, in the past, we talked about the Pacific Islands as a mission field. Let me tell you that it's not. Yeah, there are unreached people groups, but not many. The number of times I go to airports and told I don't need to go through security, it's fun. And do you know why? No? That's partly right. But they know who I am. I have no idea who they are. and they just say, "Oh, Pastor, come, and do this." And they want me in one particular airport. They've got an assigned a person for VIPs, and they want, and she's an Adventist. And I get in trouble when I don't let her know that I'm coming, because I don't like the fuss. You know, I can take you to places in our division, in the Western Solomons, where we talk evangelism, and the people say, "But to who?" Because every village along the coast is Adventist. Now, there's a few Malaysian loggers and sometimes fishermen that get lost from international waters. Yes, anyway. But our biggest challenge are the western suburbs of Melbourne and the coastal suburbs of Sydney. I started a church in the western suburbs of Melbourne, and it's still going pretty well. Thank the Lord. And I'm happy to go to the northern beaches of Sydney tomorrow, because that is our biggest, those 2 places are our biggest mission field. See what Ellen White says. The work in the cities is the essential work for this time. When the cities are worked as God would have them, the results will be the setting in operation of a mighty movement such as we have not yet witnessed. Didn't you see that our vision is to become part of a mighty disciple-making movement? And our focus, why are we funding mission to the cities more than other arenas of our work, because it's our biggest mission challenge. Solomon Islands, 1 in 10 people, Seventh-day Adventist. Fiji, 1 in 18. Papua New Guinea, 1 in 25. Although they say it could be a lot less than that. Because there is a disciple-making movement happening in Papua New Guinea right now. It's amazing. But it can happen in the cities. That's prophetic voice suggests that. And we've got to make it happen, because that's our biggest challenge. So how are we going to do it? Well, I want us to look at one passage of scripture. We'll talk a few points. And this is Paul's strategic ministry in a city. And we're going to pick one of the cities. I could have picked Ephesus, because I've done a bit of study on that, but I thought, no, I'm going to do Corinth. So we're just going to read the first few verses of Acts chapter 18. And I would be happy if somebody else read those. Acts chapter 18, and from verses 1, and we probably only need to go to, say, verse 11. Who's going to read it?
I can do it.
Okay, you can have the mic too.
Yes. Okay, so Acts 18 verses 1 to 8. Oh yeah, like this?
Yeah.
This is good? Alright, perfect. Acts 18 verses 1 to 11. After these things, he had left Athens and went to Corinth. And he found a Jew named Aquila, a native of Pontus, having recently come from Italy with his wife Priscilla, because Claudius had commanded all the Jews to leave Rome. He came to them, and because he was of the same trade, he stayed with them, and they were working, for by trade they were tent makers. And he was reasoning in the synagogue every Sabbath, and trying to persuade Jews and Greeks. But when Silas and Timothy came down from Macedonia, Paul began devoting himself completely to the word, solemnly testifying to the Jews that Jesus was who Jesus was. But when they resisted and blasphemed, he shook out his garments, and then he said to them, "Your blood be on your own heads. I am clean. From now on, I will go to the Gentiles." Then he had left there and went to the house of a man named Titus Justus, a worshipper of God, whose house was next to the synagogue. Crispus, the leader of the synagogue, believed in the Lord with all his household, and many of the Corinthians, when they heard, were believing and were baptized. And the Lord said to Paul in the night by a vision, "Do not be afraid any longer, but go on speaking, and do not be silent. For I am with you, and no man will attack you in order to harm you, for I have many people in this city." And when he had settled there a year and 6 months, teaching the word of God among them. I got NASB version.
Huh?
There you go.
Excellent. You did well, didn't you?
Thank you.
Very, very well. So come to the start. If you were assigned to a city, how would you go about your ministry? If you were there to start a church, because we need a whole lot of new churches if we're going to reach the city. Papua New Guinea in the last 2 years during the COVID pandemic started 6,000 new churches. And that's creating some challenges for us as a division. Great challenges. And I just wanted to share, post-COVID, this is one of the cities in Papua New Guinea, Goroka. It's midweek, Tuesday night, and you see how full the church is, and then either side of the building, this is what's there. and you kind of go, wow, that's pretty exciting. And I went to the various parts of Goroka. That included villages. They're pretty safe. It included settlements. Not so safe. It included downtown and in the regions around, and I spent a whole afternoon and visited 5 different new churches. This is one of them. And their stories was all the same. At the start of COVID, they started with between 4 and 10 people because the lockdown restrictions, because of the pandemic, were 10 people maximum at the start. And so they did that. Because a communal society, I mean, if we were part of life here, we were shut down completely. Couldn't see anybody. And if you're in Victoria, well, that's another story. But they communal 10 people. But thankfully the government over time changed that, because every one of those groups within a period of 2 years saw between 4, so they started with a minimum of 4, up to 10, and the smallest is now 80, and the largest is 160. And they just took me, just going to all of these different parts of the city. And this is just one story. Businessman and his wife. I'm standing in the middle. COVID, he started with 8 people in his house behind him. Within a few weeks, they had to move to this area. And you can see they've all got orange t-shirts on because this is the orange small group. Why? Because those trees there are all orange trees. 160 people. The businessman built a church on his own property that seats 180. They're almost full. City ministry. So what happens here with Paul? Let's have a little look. If you were asked to go and plant a church in Corinth, what would you do? Would you notice what Paul does? He's a tent maker. So he works as a tent maker. He is a Jew. So he goes to the synagogue. How do you make connections with people? You do it through your authentic, who you are. This is actually Corinth. Some of you know that I like cycling. And I've cycled some pretty long distances, and this was at the end of the I Will Go ride in the United States from Washington DC to St. Louis. 2 Sundays ago, I was riding my bike very close to my home. And there was a young family. Mum with a pram, Dad with a dog, and the dog was off the leash. And they were taking up most of the road. And it was the road, there was no footpath. And the dog actually chose to take the other part of the road, and so I had to kind of slow down and stop, and as I was slowly going past, the dog bit me. Haven't been bitten by a dog on a bike for a long time. And it took blood. And I had to stop. And the people were so apologetic, a young couple, just, oh, sorry, And I said, yeah, look, I'm not going to report you, but if I do get sick, I might have to. But I'm up to date on my tetanus. And, it took blood and whatever, but I'm okay. But they're a young family. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from Melody tan about mums at the table. My daughter-in-law and my daughter have been involved with Mums at a Table at 2 different locations and through the Facebook page. They reckon it is the best material for young mums. So I contacted Melody and I got some brochures on Mums at the Table. And I went around, because they typed in their phone, into my phone, their number and address. And I went around to their house just last Sunday. And they were so glad to see me. Because I said, look, I'm okay, I'm not going to do anything, whatever. And then I talked to them about, how's their dog and all of that. And basically, they've been thinking about it. And they've said, we're going to put our dog down because we don't want that to happen to our children or any of our friends' children. And so that was sad. We talked about that. And then I talked to them about Mums at the Table and gave them the brochure. And she was just, fantastic. I need support. And I talk to my friends and they don't always have the answers. Thank you so much. Why do I tell you that story? Because that's the way that I am naturally, through the things who I am, are connecting with people. And Paul does the same thing. And if you are assigned to a city, you might think it's a huge place, I'm never going to make any impact. You start where you can. And you start with the people and the ways that you know. Probably my son should be doing this presentation because he's planting a church in Adelaide, the city of Adelaide. 4 of their young men, and he's a young man, are a part of the park run. Now, Avondale has a park run, the community is, and he said it's amazing how many people, when the 4 of them rock up and they do the park run, because they all like running, keeping fit, healthy, and the connections that they're making. They don't have a church building. They meet out in a park. And it's amazing the people who walk past the park and say, what's happening? And come and sit and listen for a little while and see what's happening. And they've helped people start cars, in the car park and do all kinds of things. And it has an impact. But nothing changes unless the word of God is preached. And you notice that Paul reasons in the synagogue, verse 4, every Sabbath to persuade the Jews and Greeks. And once Silas and Timothy come from Macedonia, he fully goes with the preaching. And it must have had quite an impact, because he stays a year and 6 months. Paul usually moves very quickly. 1 or 2 believers off. But even despite the opposition from the Jews, and they were pretty mean, they beat up the synagogue ruler who became a follower of Jesus. No. The Word of God is what changes people, ultimately. And I'm glad that Mums at the Table leads people to that. All right, a couple other points. Notice verses 7 and 8. And he left there and went to the house of a man named Titius Justus, a worshipper of God. His house was next door to the synagogue. And Crispus, the ruler of the synagogue, believed in the Lord together with his entire household. And many of the Corinthians, hearing Paul, believed and were baptized. It's amazing that if you follow networks, you will find other receptive people. I remember one of my colleagues when we were working in Melbourne. One person in one church and ultimately 42 of their friends and relatives in a 5-year period became believers and followers of Jesus. It's following the network. And you notice it said Crispus and his whole household. That was his network. And so, big questions. First one was, how would you approach your ministry to the city? How would you naturally connect with people? Second one, well, most are learning to teach the Word of God. Can you do that in a relevant and focused way that people will connect and understand? And third, the gospel takes a foothold when it began spreading amongst networks of people. And that's what you are, or we are, looking for. And has this run out of battery? Maybe it has. Just a couple more. Christchurch, 3 years ago, Australian gunmen, 2 mosques, shot dead. I forget how many, was in the teens. Adventist pastor from Pakistan, grew up with Muslims, not afraid of Muslims. Most of us kind of go, ooh, what about it? Now, who do the Muslims trust? The Adventists, and have created a formal relationship with them. Why? Because we were there, delivering food, offering counselling, just going around and supporting when many people were going, we're not sure how to relate to Muslims. And it's developed into a very close relationship, which is fantastic. Networks, and networks into new areas, and there you can see another picture of, and this was only taken this probably a month or 2 ago, this year, and you see the connections happening, and you're going, hey, this is great. Try the next one. Oh yeah, it's working. Thank you. The last major point is that we'll never reach the cities unless God intervenes. But He'll intervene when we're there. I'm very pleased that the General Conference has a real focus on mission to the cities, because unfortunately one of the compilations of Ellen White's material back in the 60s was country living. And anybody who thinks it's time for Jesus to come, where do they head? And Ellen White has just as many statements of saying, get into the cities and stay there and minister. And thankfully we've got another compilation now about mission to the cities, which balances, Because, you can, with the compilation, unfortunately, there can be bias. But God here speaks to Paul, and for me, I love what it says. In the vision, he says, "Don't be afraid, but go on speaking and don't be silent, for I am with you and no one will attack you to harm you." He didn't say that no one will not attack you, just that they won't harm you. Because when you're out there with the gospel, you'll get a lot of it. And let me tell you, in today's world, the cultural norms are making it difficult to speak the gospel. And I won't go into that in depth. And ultimately, Paul had to trust the promise. And I love it, verse 10. "I have many in this city who are my people." God has people waiting in the cities for people like you and I to go there and be with them. And when we do, there'll be people who won't like it. The enemy doesn't want to give up anybody easily, and particularly in the rhythm of the cities. There are some challenges, but the gospel is what can change people's lives. And so we need to go into the cities. One of the cities that I have had the opportunity to preach in, and I'm not going to tell you its name, but it's in China. And it's a really big city. In fact, I think it probably has the whole population of Australia in the one city. And I've been involved in preaching in a number of the different churches there. Why do I tell you that? In the last 2 years, the communist government in parts of China have closed nearly 1,500 churches. Most of the pastors in China are women. And you ask the men why, and they say they've got more courage than us. Interesting. There is one lady pastor, ordained, who hasn't been seen for 6 months. They don't know whether she's alive, in prison, or whether she's using the skills that she's used all her life to reinvent herself. That's the challenge of the cities. And so if we think it's tough here in Australia and New Zealand, and they're our biggest mission field in this division, just think about China and the challenges there. So just summarising, start with the familiar, teach the Word of God, follow relational networks, expect divine intervention, and trust God's promises. Pretty simple, and they're the lessons that Paul learned and Luke recorded for us as we think about mission to the cities. This is just out of Auckland. New Zealand has Hope Channel free-to-air television. Every church I go to in New Zealand, there are people in church because they watch Hope Channel and have come to the church because they've watched Hope Channel. Media has a big impact in cities. Digital media has a huge impact. So I'm a big supporter of Hope Channel in reaching the cities. This was taken last Sabbath in Albury, Wodonga. Now, not really a city, but the guy there's named Stephen. Came and chatted to me about my message. This is at lunchtime. And as I listened, I could tell that he's not normally a part of the church. And I said, what brings you here? He says, Faith FM. In Australia, most churches I go to have people who come to the church through Faith FM. Again, multimedia. And it's having a huge impact. And Robbie Bergman, Pastor Robbie Bergman, is doing dinners with the hosts. And he's one of the DJs, if you like, or presenters. And he's run barbecues where 80 people have come. First time to meet a host of Faith FM. Digital media has huge impact. Last thing I'm going to say. I want all of you to know that we are going to focus on 3 things in digital media as a church for the next few years. Our name is Seventh-day Adventist Church. We're going to focus first on the Sabbath, then on the second coming of Jesus, and then on Jesus and the church. The Sabbath, you can talk about the environment, health, well-being, identity, rest, all kinds of things. We are challenging everybody on your social media platform. Tell people why you enjoy and appreciate the Sabbath. Because digital media can have that kind of impact. And as we go, let's remember, don't be afraid, but go on speaking. Do not be silent, for I am with you. For I have many people in the city who are my people. Let's pray. Lord, help us as a church, us as individuals, to find the people that you have for your kingdom, and particularly in the cities. In Jesus' name, amen.
The challenges of mission to the cities. Thank you, Glenn, for our opening presentation. This is our appetizer for the weekend, but a very wholesome one. Reflections on Acts 18, and of course implications for where we're at and how we can maximize opportunities for mission in the cities. And we have approximately about 12 minutes for Glenn to host your questions. But before we do that, why don't you just stand up? Stand up very quickly, just stretch, and then back on your seats you have water. Again, the restrooms are across the church. And as soon as you've had a good stretch, you can take your seats. And thank you, Glenn, for joining me and taking questions from our attendees. All right, thank you. Take your seats. Who's got the first question for Glenn? Again, think of those 5 observations, summary of Acts 18, but also some of these exciting stories from different parts of our region, the South-Pacific region. Questions, comments, observations? Brett?
Bit of a side question in a way, but I'm curious about what you said about China. The 1,500 churches, were they Adventist churches specifically?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, right. And did the government have a reason for why they're doing that over there?
Do they need to?
Yeah, they do.
Glenn, just test your mic again, make sure it's working. It should be powered on.
Yeah, that's all right.
Hello. Yes, it is. Yes. So, yes, all of those are Adventist churches. And in some cities, we have the biggest churches in the city. You know, like in Australian cities, usually the big cathedrals are Anglican and Catholic. I've been to cities in China where the big cathedrals are Seventh-day Adventist churches, and they've closed them, and they've had multiple thousand members. So, yeah, it's what's happening. Hey, I can tell you, and you notice I'm not giving you names of cities or names of people. There's a reason for that. And I'm not going to, but there is a very well-known evangelist who just did a digital evangelistic series that was translated by one of the Chinese leaders. And within 2 days, they had 2 million views.
Wow.
Now, China's, 1 billion, but 2 days, 2 million views. So people, what God said to Paul about Corinth is true about Sydney, Melbourne, and they're our 2 biggest challenges, but it's also true of Auckland and, the cities of our division. God has people there, and they're seeking.
Thank you, Brett. Observations, questions, comments? We have an online question.
Yeah,
Shay?
online.
Yeah.
It's from Billy, and he says, "What is the biggest challenge in the western suburbs of Melbourne?" Very specific.
What is the biggest challenge? Look, in the western suburbs of Melbourne, the Adventist Church has grown lately. So I was involved in planting a church at Gilson College, and so Gilson College Community Church is quite a strong church. In that area, Samoans have been really active because they've got a whole network of new Samoan churches in that part. There are the old traditional churches of Western Melbourne, Adventist churches I'm talking, are Serbian and Croatian. But there are lots of Indians, lots of Maltese, and we have no church that connects with those people groups. So what is the challenge? Western Melbourne, there are more Sikhs, temples and Hindu temples and mosques than there are churches. And so that's the challenge of Western Melbourne. And having been there, it's a few years ago now, and ministering there. At Gilson College, I was kind of part-time chaplain there for a little while, and I'd hear people talking, and I'd go, "Oh wow, they've got a very Aussie accent, just like me." I'd turn around, and they'd be Indian and Vietnamese, and kids. And I used to get my hair cut at one of the Muslim lads' mum was a hairdresser, and I made sure that I found out and just went to her just to try and keep, get the connections, following the relational networks. One of her daughters graduated from Avondale and is working now in an Adventist school as a teacher. So, I could tell you one of the family, the brother, was a part of a Islamic right-wing, almost terrorist group. Almost. So, interesting place. That's Western Melbourne.
Thank you, and thank you to the US who are staying with us online. Thank you, Billy, for that question. Going back to those of us who are here at LU's Chapel, questions. Anthony. Microphone's coming to you.
Just, the coastal and northern beaches of Sydney. Any ideas, strategies? Because that's a really hard place.
It is. Look, I think our next message is from the guy, Bledi, an Albanian pastor working in New York. And I've read some of the material that Mission to the Cities from General Conference have put out in regard to New York. And they basically say presence is really important. Just being there and being involved in some kind of community activity is, which is the connection kind of thing that makes, so I would say Northern Sydney would be the same. But it's kind of interesting. What's that Channel 7 show that's filmed on the northern beaches? Home and Away, yeah.
I wasn't going to say it there.
Yeah, you can tell I never watch it, but it's interesting. Again, bike riding on the Central Coast, and I stop and I'm looking to try and on a creek. The birds are there. It's way out in the bush. And a guy comes up and he says, you're bordering on private property. And I said, yeah, I do. I said, over the bridge is yours and whoever's other land. And we got talking, and he actually works for Home and Away. He's one of the cinematographers. And I told him, he asked me what I did, and I talked about, the work of the church and all of that. And he's going, oh, that's really good. I'm glad churches are doing those kind of things. So it's amazing, and yet he works on the northern beaches all the time. So I think if we just keep being ourselves, it's amazing what could open up, and just being there and long term.
Yeah.
What didn't work in New York is putting great controversies in people's letterboxes. It just made people angry. And they had to hire in extra skip bins and fill them in multiple places. So we've got to think about strategy. Now, I believe in giving out the great controversy. I rode halfway across America doing it, and from Melbourne to this university in this year doing it. So you can do it, but there are ways, and you've got to think about how you do it, because sometimes you might create more antagonism than you really want to.
Thank you, Anthony. We have time for one more question. Again, for our online participants, I think the essence of what's been said so far in the cities is presence evangelism. Any other questions or observations or comments? Yes, Dr. Evans, Oman.
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. Two of us who came from Babcock University.
Oh, wonderful. Nigeria.
Yes. What is working very well over there too, though we still have some problems reaching the cities. Babcock is a big city itself, and we are engaged in small groups. In the campus there, we have 35 worship centers, and each of these worship centers not less than 400 worshipers.
Wow. So
when we talk about going to the cities, we may have to split into groups. It may not work like we have a big church in China and so on. I was in Zimbabwe 2014. I think there's a church over there that has got more than 4,000 worshippers, just one pastor. Yeah, so we might have to devise other ways that is conducive and suiting to the environment. And I look at, we are just new to Sydney, Minor Beach, where my wife works over there. I looked at the church at Woiwoi, situated in a very nice environment. But when you look at the e-reach, the outreach over there, I think we have a lot to do. You know, here you have the Woods Wharf, you have the Deepwater Plaza and so on. And each time I go to the church, we still hear the voice of saying we have not reached. There are a lot of Adventists, former Adventists, in the city there that have not been reached. So we just have to find a way how to maybe employ more Bible workers and so on. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very true. It's interesting, Pacific Adventist University, they have, I think, 3 worshipping congregations, but they, as a university, have planted more than 20 churches in the area around, and it's pretty exciting. You guys were up there recently, and Obed Yamasombi oversees it. He's the senior pastor and spiritual services director for the university. And yeah, it's just exciting just to hear. And the 2 big cities of the Pacific are Suva and Port Moresby. And this is not a joke, but probably you would find an Adventist church every 2 to 3 kilometres in those cities. Fantastic. It's just amazing. And the creative things that they do. In Suva, for example, they started a church in the park for the homeless. And they just go down to the park with the homeless and started teaching them how to read and feed them. And out of that, they started a church. And one Sabbath, there were tourists from Germany, young girls, walking past. And they were doing communion under a big tree. And they just go, "What's this?" And the pastor said, "Oh, look, we're working with, this is one of our Seventh-day Adventist churches, and this church basically relates to the homeless people, and we're supporting them. But why are you doing all of this? Some of you are really well dressed, and some of them look homeless, and you're washing each other's feet. What's all that about?" And so they explained it, and it said belief. And one of them said, "Oh, I used to be a believer and go to church. Haven't done it for ages. Can I do it?" And they said, "Sure." And so they participated, and she wanted a homeless person to wash her feet, and she washed the homeless person's feet. She went back to Germany and sought out the Adventist church in her city. Just from, a creative thing like that.
Yeah. Let's put our hands together for Pastor Glenn Townend for our opening presentation. While Dr. Krause is coming in to introduce our next presentation, again for our online participants, our first meeting tomorrow morning is at 9 for those of us who are on campus. Breakfast is 8. Over to Wendy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you realise what a pleasure it is to have Pastor Glenn Townend open our symposium. I think he's been to every one of our symposiums and opened them for us because he really believes in this. These symposiums go over 2 years, and we do the cycle. There's mission to the cities, there's church planting, there's disciple making, and we've introduced the 4th one, which is going to be cross-cultural. How do we reach people cross-culturally? It's interesting that Pastor Glenn put up the quote of Ellen White about the work in the cities is the work of our time. When she wrote that, New York City was smaller than Sydney is today. So if that was a challenge back then, what do you think it is now? Pre-COVID, there are more people, and we don't know what the stats are now, more people moving into Sydney and Melbourne than every year, than the entire membership of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Australia and New Zealand Pacific Union every year. So our mission field is growing. There are more people who don't know about Jesus Christ today than there was yesterday. And when you finish university here and you get the opportunity to go minister, the big challenge is, how do you interest the uninterested? And we're going to be, and just listening to Pastor Glenn, it was just amazing. I don't believe any of the speakers have collaborated. But when you hear Pastor Dr. Bledi speak, you'll go, has he been listening to Glenn, or has Glenn been listening to him? What's going on here?
I do know him and I do talk to him.
Okay.
But not about this.
So he's taught you a lot. Okay, that's good. This man is, that we're going to be listening to, lives in New York City, has lived there for a number of years now. So the General Conference under Adventist Mission has these global mission centres. And so these are men and women who are specialising in different people groups. So we have a Muslim Adventist relations specialist and centre. We have another centre that looks after Buddhism, another centre that looks after Hinduism, another centre that looks after secular post-Christian. And Bledi looks after urban ministry. So in New York City, you can go to the centre they have there, and if you stand at the doorway, you can look out at this big park that a lot of entertainment happens, and then to the right is the city, big city library. And you can go in there and you can see a Wittenberg. You can see one of the first Bibles ever printed in the world there. So it's right in the centre. And he's going to talk to you about third places, which is what Glenn was talking about. So really listen, he filmed this while he was in, I think he was in Norway. So he's actually, if you have a look, you can tell he's in a hotel room. But he's got the slides there. He was very tired, but he did this because he really believes in what we're trying to do here. So Dr. Bledi is a practitioner. He knows what he's talking about. I really do encourage you to listen to that. And we'll discuss a few of his things that he raises after his presentation. It'll be on the screen. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for having me in this fashion virtually. I would have loved to be there in person. But I'm thankful that we have the technology. And today I want to be able to share with you about something that I'm really passionate, but also something that the World Church is turning its attention to, which is mission refocused. As we are reaching out to the world, we are facing challenges, and these are the three main areas that the World Church is turning its attention and its resources to. And that is the 1040 window, the secular, post-Christian, and post-everything window, and the urban window. We see that more and more people around the world are flocking into the great cities and are creating these mega cities. And perhaps the urbanization and the secularization of our generation might be one of the legacies of our generation and our century, the urbanization and the secularization of the world. Today, more than half of the world population lives in a city. In 2020, 55% of the world's population, that is 4.2 billion people, were living in an urban center, in and around an urban center. In 2050, the projection is that 68% of the world's population, that is 6.7 billion people, will be living in a city. That is unprecedented in the history of our world. It's the first time in our history that the majority of the people living on this planet are currently living in a city or around an urban center, and into the future, the majority, almost 2/3 of the world's population, will be living in a city. That is a great challenge for us as Seventh-day Adventists to bring the message of hope and wholeness to the people of the cities. to the people in our urban centers. Jesus did that. The Bible tells us in Matthew 9, 35 to 38 that Jesus went about all the cities and all the villages, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the gospel of the kingdom, healing every sickness and every disease among the people. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion for them, because they were weary and scattered like sheep having no shepherd. Then he said to his disciples, "The harvest truly is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Therefore pray to the Lord of the harvest to send out laborers into his harvest." Jesus had compassion for the people who lived in cities. He actually talks about the harvest being plentiful and the workers being few in the context of reaching out to the people that already in his day were living in and around urban centers. As Seventh-day Adventists, we've been given the task to enter the cities, to reach out to the people into the cities. In our life, in our ministry, we have to strike a balance to be able to work the city with intention, but also to be able to come out of the city to be re-energized and revitalized so that we can continue to do more work into the city. That is the counsel that we also find in Ellen White. She says that we are to enter the large cities and create an interest among the high and the low, to make it your work to preach the gospel to the poor, but do not stop there. Seek to reach the higher classes also. Study your location with a view of letting your light shine forth to others. This work should have been done long since. There is a balance in what Ellen White talks about urban ministry and country living, and we have to realize that as Seventh-day Adventists. Although we may have heard leave the cities, come out of the cities, we have to understand that Ellen White actually spoke 3 times more about doing work in the cities than she talks about leaving the cities. And this is the balance that we need to find in her writings. She talks about our institutions being outside of the cities. She talks about phases of life of individuals and families that is best to be lived outside of the city. She talks about outposts that are outside of the city. But all of those things, bearing in mind that the workers, that the Christians, that some of the Adventist disciples are coming out of the cities to re-energize, to revitalize, so that they could go back and reach the people in the cities. So the mission is where the people are. And if the people are moving into the cities, it is our duty and our task as disciples of Christ to go where the people are, to reach them out with the gospel message. How do we do that in the large cities of the world today? I want to talk about this concept, the concept of third places, which is very common and very familiar to us as Seventh-day Adventists. What are third places? In sociology, this term was coined recently by an American sociologist, Ray Oldenburg, and he talks about the need of our society of having this third places where we find some balance in our life. What are third places? What is this concept of third places? They are nothing more than informal public gathering places. The term third place derives from considering our homes as being the first place, our workplaces as second. Therefore, we create and we have the need for this third place where we can go and unwind and connect and fellowship with others. The first and the second places, let's just take a look at them, and some of their basic characteristics. The first place is the home. Typically, the home is a regular and a predictable environment. It is also a place where we find privacy, and it's a sanctuary. It's very territorial in the sense that there are divisions, there are roles that you play within the family, the household. There are the parents, the children, and so forth. But there's also the host and the guest dynamic in that first place. The second place is a little different from the first. The second place is the workplace. It is a little reductive in the sense that the person is reduced to a productive role. So you're there to work and to produce. It is a very competitive environment because it's ambition driven. It is also sustaining because that will provide the means for living, as well as structural because it is routine oriented. So the first and the third place, the first and the second place, we could say are a bit stringent in a sense, because they have their roles and their structures in place, and therefore, in order for us to bring some balance, we all need the third places. And so these third places, they are interesting and they are needed because they are a neutral ground. They are also levelers, and so everyone that comes into a third place comes in because it's inclusive, because it's open to the general public. There are no formal criteria. It is also a dynamic and upbeat place. It's a place where you go to forget about problems, forget about challenges, and just be able to unwind and relax and re-energize. It is also conversational. You are there to talk just the right amount of doing just the right amount of talking, and it's a place where everyone has contributed to do something, to say something. It is also very accessible, and it is very accommodating. You can go alone, and you can go at any time of the day, and you have an assurance that you will find acquaintances and friends there. It is also a very low-profile place. Typically, it's plain, and it discourages pretension, and it just invites people to come as they are. It also has this at-homeness feeling. There is no ownership of the place, and it just provides social regeneration. For us at Seventh-day Adventists, we are familiar with this concept. We refer to it as centers of influence. And this is what Ellen White talks about, how we should strategically use centers of influence to reach out to people in our cities, in our towns and communities. We must do more than we have done to reach the people of our cities. We are not to erect large buildings in the cities, but over and over, again, the light has been given me that we should establish in all our cities small plants, which shall be centers of influence. It's interesting, she talks about centers of influence, starting with the individual. You and I, we are centers of influence. We have an influence, a spiritual influence to exert. So this is a calling for you to start looking at your city and yourself as a center of influence in your community, in your city, but also to organize in a way that we can provide the centers around our cities, with these third places where people can come, can connect, can fellowship, and can find something meaningful for their lives and for their spiritualities. This is an example of a third place. This is where I grew up. I grew up in Albania, in Southeast Europe, a small country. But this is something very interesting that we do in the summer, especially in the warmer months. People come out of work, they go home, they get changed, they put on nice clothes, and they go out for a stroll. We call it Giro, the stroll. People just go out, go to the pedestrian area where there are no cars, and there are a bunch of cafes and tables and chairs out so people can munch on snacks and have drinks. But the most important thing that you do there is just be present, and it's people watching. And this is a chance for you to connect with other people and to see other people and to greet them and so forth, to see families and to have your family and yourself go out for a stroll, unwinding and just reconnecting. What are some other examples of third places around the world? Well, the main street in the US, every town or city has that main street where all the businesses and commerce and utility places are, and so people go there, and it's a reference because that has become a third place where people can go and take care of things, but at the same time be also able to connect and just be present. You have the English pub as another example, or the French cafe, or the American bar, or coffee house, or cafes that are so prevalent today in cities around the world. These are third places, places that people choose to be in because they provide some social lubrication, some social networking and re-energizing and revitalization. And third places are centers of influence, are places where people go to connect and to network. What about the church? The church used to be the perfect third place, the perfect center of influence. Back in the day when churches were more relevant and impactful in our society, if you wanted to see the best of art, you would go to the church because that's where you had the most beautiful paintings and frescoes. If you wanted to listen to the best music, you would go to the church because that's where the best musicians would play and that's where the best choirs and performers would sing. If you wanted to have a meaningful spiritual connection, that's also where you went to pray, to meditate, or even to listen to the scriptures, to the Bible. Even if you just wanted to gossip about people and people watching, you would go to the church because that was the perfect platform to see and to talk about people. Unfortunately, the church has lost that role and that position, but we can regain it by making our churches what they're supposed to be, centers of influence. So one thing that we have to realize is that we have gold in our hands. We have churches, we have buildings. Unfortunately, we only use them on the Sabbath or on a weekday when we have scheduled the day of prayer, the prayer meeting. Churches are supposed to be open. Churches are supposed to be impactful in the community. So ask yourself, how can you transform your church into a center of influence, into what the church is supposed to be? How is your neighborhood a better neighborhood because the church is there? In the Bible, we have this concept of shalom. And shalom is more than peace or prosperity or lack of conflict or issues or challenges. Shalom in the Bible, prosperity, peace, is the full flourishing of all areas of life. So if there is an area of life that is not flourishing, then as Christians, as Seventh-day Adventists, we have to do something about that so that we can bring that community, that neighborhood, that city back to full flourishing. Now we know that there is no shalom without God's presence, and the church is God's presence in that neighborhood. You, as a personal center of influence, are God's presence in that neighborhood, in that community. So let's regain the role and the place that the church has and that the Christian disciple has, which is to be the center of influence. What about online presence? Online is where we are spending most of our time. I mean, even right now, this is what you're doing. You're watching me on the screen. But remember how much time we spend on our phones, on our tablets, and our computers. How is our presence online relevant? How is it bringing about change in the lives of people? The pandemic taught us a very good lesson that we need to be mindful and intentional about the material that we put up online. There are so many people navigating, searching. How are we providing something that is relevant to them, that is impactful to them, and that is introducing the message of hope that we preach? Christ's method alone, that is the key. I know this is an overquoted saying of Ellen White, but it is so true. And I think that it is time that we really take it seriously, stop quoting it, and put it into practice. Christ met it alone. What did he do? He mingled with people. But he mingled with them as someone who really, genuinely desired their good. He showed sympathy. He ministered to their needs. He won their confidence. And then he invited them to follow him. That is the best example of a center of influence. How you and I individually can be a center of influence, but also how our efforts and our ministries or churches can be centers of influence. In the Bible, we see that. In Luke 19, we see Zacchaeus and the tree. And Zacchaeus is a perfect urbanite, someone who's in the city, who works there, is just flooded and crowded by people and life in the city. And many times those are the things that keep you from seeing Jesus and listening to him. And so Zacchaeus finds this tree, he climbs on the tree, and this tree becomes a platform from which he's able to connect with Jesus. This tree symbolically becomes a center of influence. The well with the Samaritan woman, Jesus uses this well, which was a natural center of influence where people would go, especially women would go, not just to fetch water, but also to connect and to be present and just to network with one another. And Jesus waits there and connects with this woman and transforms her life, and in turn she transforms the life of her neighborhood, of her community, and her city. We see in the New Testament, in the early church days, Paul, Silas, and the other disciples, as they go from city to city, they provide many times centers of influence, or they go to this centers of influence in the city. For instance, in Philippi with Lydia, as they go to the riverside, that was a center of influence. That was a place, a third place where people would go to reconnect and to meditate and to pray. And that's exactly where they find Lydia and the other women. And they preach to her, and she becomes the first European convert. All of it happening in cities, and all of these happening around centers of influence, third places. We see the importance of having those in our communities and in our cities. In one of our church plants in New York City, where I work and minister, this is a great opportunity that we had, that we provided for this young men and women, a board game night, where we just opened the doors of our center there, and we just invited university students and their friends to come and to just play games. And this is the turnout in some of the pictures that I'm sharing here with you. This is an effort of a church plant within a center of influence. So providing third places for people to connect and to fellowship with one another. So the challenge here is, how can you bring shalom to your city? How can you bring this presence that is impactful to your community? In Jeremiah 29, again, we are introduced with this concept and this mandate, really. God says, seek the shalom of the city. Pray to the Lord for your city. And exert that spiritual influence, which is to seek the shalom, to seek the prosperity, the full flourishing of all areas of life. And there is no full flourishing if God is not there. But guess what? God has sent you and me to be centers of influence, to create these third places that are meaningful and impactful to our cities and to our people in the cities. So my challenge to you today is to turn your attention to your city, to your community, to your neighborhood, and pray to the Lord how you can be impactful. What kind of center of influence can you start? What kind of ministry can you start in your community that you can reach out to them? These are some of the resources that are available to you. Mission to the Cities is a great initiative of the World Church. We are advised to mandated really to work the cities without delay. These are some of on this website you have some resources that can be very helpful to you. missiontothecities.org. This is a QR code. You can make use of those devices you have and take a picture of this, and it'll take you right there. Or just remember this website, missiontothecities.org, where you will find some resources. Another website that will help you with setting up a center of influence is urbancenters.org. There you will find success stories that will inspire you to see what people around the world are doing to reach out to their cities. It also provides you with tools to get you started on your center of influence and how to operate your center of influence. And remember, the World Church is here to help you. We have some financial resources, grants that you can apply for. If you go onto this website, you will have all the information there, and you are welcome to look into it and also to send inquiries if you have. But we want to help you. We want to support you to start a center of influence, to start a ministry. And if we can support you and help you financially, we have some of that too. So urbancenters.org for your reference of how to start and operate centers of influence. My prayer is that God will truly touch you and use you to be a blessing so that you can bring shalom to your city. God bless you.
Yes. So this one or the next one? Okay, I'll wait. Put up his hand. Testing. There you go. Thank you very much. Both Pastor Glenn and Bledi mentioned the book Ministry to the Cities. So we have a free copy of that for each one of you. Sponsored by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And we'll give that to you, Shay. Don't panic. We'll give that to you tomorrow after my talk. So you have to stick around for my talk. And then we'll have that for that. He talked about third places. So I've got a couple of questions I'd like you to be discussing at your table. But before I do, the idea of third places, he gave some examples from Scripture of third places by the river and stuff like that. He also put on the screen a number of places, third places. We have examples in early Christianity in Rome of the early Christian church taking advantage of third places. They would walk through the cities and they would see guilds, G-U-I-L-D. Okay? So you would be part of the gold-making guild. Well, some of you would be because it was only for men. Okay? There was the gold-making guild, there was a brick-making guild, there was a woodwork guild, all these different guilds, and people would walk through courtyards and down the alleyways, and they'd see the guilds meeting for their meetings. They had their own specific gods. Each of the guilds had their own gods, and so they would be worshipping and offering sacrifices, and people went past because it was an exclusive group, just men doing their secret stuff, but you could watch it. The Christians saw that, and they thought, in these third places, we can do this too. But when the Christians did it, it was different. They had food, and there was men, women, children, slaves, slave owners, all eating and drinking together. They watched as slave owners washed the feet of slaves. And people saw all this, and the difference between them and the guilds, besides, these various rituals, where the Christians would go, come and join us. Come and have some food. And it was one of the biggest attractions that drew people to Christianity because they saw these regimented third places where you had to be male and you had to be in this guild and you had to be offered these sacrifices. But here's another group of people who welcomed everybody, making use of third places. So, some of you are going to be pastors when you leave here. Why would you have an office in a local church? What third places could you have your office as a pastor? Could you just, in your real groups, are there other places that you think you could legitimately have your office that would be in a third place? Right? Where you could meet the community. Why would you have an office in a church building where no one goes to? Most people don't know where it is. Are there other places you could have your office? Yeah, you haven't left Avondale yet, but one day you will, and you'll be going to a city or you'll be going to a country town. What places, what third places could you have your office in? Just a couple of minutes and then we'll hear the voices. Okay, we have someone with a mic, or you need this one, or whatever, to be able to go around. Okay, anyone like to? We've got a microphone coming. Yeah, you've got one there. Okay, we've got another one there. I'll fight you with my one, you fight with yours. Okay, anyone would like to name some other third places that you could have your pastoral office in? Anyone?
Yeah, look, I would love to relocate my office from upstairs here, and I think Wendy's got some budget for me, and I'd love to relocate it over into 7 at Avondale. But in all seriousness, I actually have been meeting students there, and it's just the most natural place in all the world to actually have meetings and do things.
Yeah. Why do they want to go to an office up there, even though it is decorated wonderfully, when they could eat it in the cafe or something? Yep. Anyone else?
When I was a pastor, I had no choice but to use a third place because our church was renting a building from the council. I didn't have a place at a church building, so I'd go to the public library. And I did actually strike up conversations with people.
Aren't you supposed to be quiet in a public library?
There are, so public libraries, the more developed ones actually recognise virtual offices and things like that.
Public library, I hadn't thought of that one, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah? Any others?
Pubs.
That had to be the division president's wife. Said that.
Yeah, so we were talking about creative spaces, including coffee shops and pubs, especially in an environment where non-alcoholic beverages are becoming more and more widely sold. And there are examples of where there is Bible reading in the pub. So, yeah, not impossible.
Okay, we used to have a small group in the local pub in Wyong. It used to be in a cafe. The owner of it wasn't an Adventist, and he was asked to become the chef of this hotel. And he said, I will, as long as this Adventist group who runs their small group in the cafe can run it in the hotel. And they started doing that. I still remember going to my board and saying, if you hear a rumour that I'm in the pub, It's true.
Yeah. At the back first, sorry, then we'll come.
Oh, I just want to affirm that we ran a program called Spirituality in the Pub.
Mm-hmm.
I did tell my conference president about it first.
Good man.
Yeah, I said you might hear it up in the pub some nights, but this is what we are doing.
So, yes.
Yes, sometimes even in beauty salons, we can make it a third place, especially for us who use a long period of time to prepare the hair just to be beautiful. At that place, we can actually discuss on lifestyles and even chip in some message about Christ and the lifestyle of the Christian. And that goes a long way in letting people know what Jesus came here to do.
Yeah. We need to realise, by the way, more and more of our people, church people, and more in the community, particularly in the cities, don't want you visiting them in their homes. They don't want you visiting them in their apartment buildings. So you need to find another place to meet them. Okay? McDonald's. Yeah, I've conducted a number of Bible studies at McDonald's.
All tax deductible.
All tax deductible. I hadn't thought of that. I have to tell you this story. I should. A friend of mine, many years ago, don't try and work out who he was very good with marionettes. You know, those things on strings and dance around. And he would be on the Gold Coast, and he could make more on the Saturday night than he did working on his hobby farm all week. And then one night, one of the ladies of the night, they used to congregate on their time off and watch him do his thing. And one of them finally came to him and said, I have this chook, but it doesn't have any chickens. Why not? And he says, in the industry you work in, don't you realise you need a rooster? And he said, I have a rooster back at the farm, I'll bring it next weekend. So the next Saturday night he's doing the marionette stuff, and he's got this rooster under his arm, and the lady's not there. So he goes, well, I know where she works because she comes out of that red light thing over there. And so he walks in with the rooster under his arm, going, this is the third place. And he just walks in and all of a sudden, smash, the doors break in, it's a police raid. And he got arrested. And he appears in front of the magistrate who nearly died laughing because, you know, I was just visiting with a rooster under my arm. And he said, it's one of the reasons I didn't work for the church because I don't know how I'd explain that to the conference president, let alone with my wife. But here's part of the deal. We had a ministry for people in hotels as a third place. We didn't have people who were alcoholics or had a weakness for alcohol to work in the hotel. Does that make sense? So the third place is not a place where you have a weakness. That is hugely important. Okay?
Yeah, just discussing with Cooper, the pub and the library and the hotels are for the 50 plus, but for the younger generation, we'll probably have our third place at the sports gym. That's where a lot of the young generation will come in, play some basketball or whatnot. We have the office in there, mingle and shoot hoops and share Jesus. So that's what we're discussing.
Well, we've actually got a guy presenting tomorrow who does exactly that. Here's another place that none of you have mentioned. Gamers. Who's reaching gamers? Where is the third place online? And some of you, I don't know if any of you went to the Digital Discipleship Conference last weekend. There's ministries now where guys are in the gaming, they are gamers, but they are now reaching those people who were in that third place. And for the younger generation, because what he was noticing out in Western Sydney, his church was right next to skate park and basketball hoops, and the place was growing, but the guys playing basketball and the guys on the skate park were the same amount. He says, where are they all? Well, they're all on their computers. They're all on the game. So who's reaching them?
When probably about probably about maybe 4 months. I went on Bigo and had a ministry on Bigo.
Sorry, did you say bingo?
Bigo.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
I'm not recommending Bigo, but it was. I really actually enjoyed the opportunities that were there. I ran like a little bit of a. I'd let them know I was doing a devotional or song or singing, and people would come along, and I'd also go on their sites and share hearts and encourage them when they're having matches and things. And I was quite impressed at the opportunities that I had. One young lady sent a message to me one day, you know what, I was really depressed and I happened to find you, and you just sang a hymn that connected me back to my mum. And she said, you just made my day. Thank you that you were there. I left it because I started to feel a little bit out of depth when I started to upset some of the Muslim community. Because they were finding it offensive that a Christian was being out, and I thought, okay, anytime soon I'm going to get kicked off. Probably, but for all those times I ran some cooking demonstrations and I had a blast, and I was sort of like, I was Mama Sage. Yeah. And there was a beautiful witnessing opportunities. I absolutely loved it, and I probably left it at a time when I was still riding the wave rather than getting out of my depth. But that was a unique opportunity.
Appreciate it. Anything else that any of you picked up just as we close for the evening? That impressed you or got you thinking about something you hadn't thought about too much before on Bledi's presentation that you'd like to share? You're watching online? Yeah.
It's just a comment online. It says, I had a Bible study during lunch breaks at my work. In brackets, I'm not a pastor. I recruited other Christians from my office, which gladly joined. One curious Indian person joined us for a while. So it's more of an informative.
Very, very good, interesting. And it's, if you know anything about what's happening in Papua New Guinea, a lot of what's happening is people doing Bible studies in their workplaces during lunchtime and what have you.
I was reflecting a bit on the church and how we're in a post-Christian society. In so many ways, at least in the West. My background is history teaching before I started studying ministry, and something I used to tell my students was that history provides us with context and perspective when we're looking at issues that face us today. And I think one way that we can see that in the role of the church is that the era we live in now is a bit like Daniel's era. You know, the theocracy, if you will, has fallen. The Christian nation, the Christian West, has fallen. And we're now strangers in a strange land. But Daniel's example is really profound, I think, because it shows the role of the individual and how the church really does become, again, a community of believers. Our churches can't be centres of art and music anymore. Modern music, in many senses, wouldn't really be fitting in a church situation. And let's be honest, Adventists have never had the monopoly on church art. Like, we might be impressing bricklayers here, but that's about it. But in terms of what the individual can do, if we can be like Daniel, you know, Daniel made himself useful and valuable in Babylon. People trusted him. People relied on him because he was someone that was likeable, useful, worked hard. But at the same time, he didn't flinch from his beliefs. You know, when he was forced to, or when there was needed to prevent prayer, he could have just privately went and prayed, but he chose to keep praying as he'd always done, with his window open, unashamed to the world. So when it was right to stand against culture, he did so. But at the same time, he got involved in it and showed people that he cared in many ways. And I think we have that same calling.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have the discussion. Are we known as people who stand against culture, or are we known as people who get involved with culture more often? What does society think about Christians now as one working within culture, trying to transform it, or standing against it. But that's for discussion for another time. So, can I just, in closing, tomorrow we're going to be having some really great speakers, a number from the Theology from the seminary over here. We got two of them. We've got going to have Pastor Neil as well, and who else on the? I'm not looking at somebody, but I wanted to make special mention of Kristie Thompson, who is here. She's flew down this afternoon from. Did you come from Noosa today? Okay. The poor woman alternates her life between Lord Howe Island and Noosa, but we're very, very glad that she's come down to present. It took some arm twisting to get her to do it because she actually didn't think that she had that much to say, but she really has something really important to say about our schools and ministry, because one of the best evangelistic opportunities we have in our cities are our schools. And we're going to be talking about that. So welcome, Kristie. If you guys want to chat with her, make her feel welcome. You know, she's been living in Queensland for a while, so doesn't really feel part of Australia. No. So we've got a full day tomorrow. Breakfast starts at 8 again, and then our program starts at 9. Please be on time because we'll be starting on time. So if you don't mind, we've got, you know, you can hang around here for a while if you want to afterwards, but let's stand, shall we, and I'll have prayer. Father in heaven, thank you for being with us this evening and for inviting us into your presence. And I pray as we go from here, as we share some refreshments together, as we talk, that we can continue to think about the challenge you have given us for reaching our cities in your name. Amen.
Someone who hardly needs any introduction to any of us this morning, has a stellar reputation, has really blazed an incredible trail for so long in various circles in the church. Would you please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Wendy Jackson this morning.
Good morning. It's my delight to be with you this morning to talk about something really important, and that is the theology of mission to the cities. Now, I have to tell you, this is a large topic. I've been given 22 minutes. So I sat there and went, what do I talk about in a theology of mission in 22 minutes? And on top of that, what we need more than just a theology of mission is a contextualized theology of urban mission. This means not only do we need to consider the biblical text, but we also need to consider the urban context that we are working in, and we need to consider the faith community that's undertaking the mission. Now, clearly we can't do all of that because every context is different, so we're going to start by focusing on the scripture. And what I want to do is I'm going to begin with the character of God, then move to what the scripture says about the cities, and then draw some key principles for urban mission from that. And then if we happen to have a minute or two after that, then I will just make a couple of important comments about the other two areas. So with that in mind, let's begin with the heart of God. A biblical theology of urban mission to the cities, will always begin with the nature and attributes of God. We need to understand the very heart of God to build our theology of mission to the cities. We must found it on his authority, on his love, his mercy, his justice, and his grace. This theology cannot be primarily... Ooh, well, what happened there? We skipped a long way there. Yeah, we skipped down There we go. There. Okay, this theology cannot be focused only on or primarily on Adventist beliefs. It must focus on the gospel, reflecting the good news that is in both theory and practice. It needs to connect what Christ has accomplished with both their deepest and their everyday needs. And therefore, at the very centre, at the heart of our theology of mission to the cities, is God's enduring love for his people. The God who created human beings in his own image in Genesis 1 and Genesis chapter 2 continues to love people, continues to love his creation, even though they have strayed from his ideals. Whether they be rich or poor, elite or marginalised, we are all created in his image and the object of his affection. And as his ambassadors, we are called to love as he has loved. 1 John 4 verse 7, Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. Now I say this because sometimes we get so caught up in the doing, in the numbers, in the process, that we forget that the heart here is love. And it's in the cities where most people are now, as you heard last night. And so consequently, it's of no surprise that we hear that God loves the cities. And we will look at some of those passages as we think through what the Bible says about the cities. A theology of urban mission must also explore God's ideals in relation to themes of things that occur in every city: justice and injustice, social responsibility, poverty and wealth, displacement, immigration, vulnerability. God's ideals, God's heart, need to be applied to these areas where his love is now put into practice. And these issues occur in every city, and so we must recognise that the God of the universe identifies with them. Particularly in the book of Luke, we see that God identifies with the marginalised and with the outcast. And so as you begin your journey of mission to the cities, are you prepared not only to love the city, but to identify with and be concerned with the poor and the marginalised? Mission to the city needs to be more than planting another congregation. It needs to show care for the things that God cares about. And what particularly interests me as I look across Scripture is that God prepares his people to understand what it actually means to be outcasts and strangers. Have you noticed that? There is this recurrent theme across Scripture where God's people experience vulnerability. Abraham is called to leave his comfortable home for an unknown destination. He sojourns to foreign lands as a stranger, and he learns vulnerability. Abraham's descendants in Egypt, they too experience life as aliens, suffering oppression, learning firsthand what it's like to be displaced. their later exile to Babylon, taught a new generation of Israelites the same lessons as they were forced to embrace displacement and vulnerability. So what does that mean for you and I? Israel was called to welcome strangers. Israel was called to experience and empathise with those who were strangers, who were vulnerable. From a missional viewpoint, they learned that stability and security are not about place, but rather about dependence upon God. And therefore, as we approach the cities, as we approach these needs, we need to be thinking about how God provides stability and security that's not dependent upon place. Scripture stories about migration and refugees also highlight the struggle to remain and communicate a group's history and identity in a new context. And I believe these can provide us lessons how we contextualise what it means to be a Seventh-day Adventist in Sydney, South Africa, Auckland, or Mosby. Because we need to think about what does identity have to do with place? What does identity have to do with God? Having now put there who God is and his heart and his concerns and how we might apply that, let's think now about what does the Bible say about the cities. Now, we heard last night that mission to the cities is imperative. And what we've noticed is that there's been an increase in people moving to the cities. So in the year 1800, only about 5% of people lived in the cities. In the time of Ellen White, it was somewhere around 10 to 12%. Last night we heard it's around 55% of the population live in cities. And estimates for 2050 range from last night, they said 68%. I've also seen one that's 76% people living in the city. So it is imperative. But while we might agree that mission in the cities is imperative, the way we view the city is fundamental to the way we conduct mission. Now let me give you an example of that. When I was a teenager, the Adventist Church had a very negative message about cities. It was all a part of a skewed reading of Ellen White, a new compilation all about getting out of the cities, doing mission into the city from outside, because the city was evil and wicked. And at first glance, when we read Scripture, we might come to that same conclusion, particularly if we start in the book of Genesis. So what happens when we start in the book of Genesis? Well, let me have a look. Cain builds a city of Enoch. And when does he build the city? He builds it after leaving the presence of God. So it's a city that's built in rebellion. We come to Abraham, and Abraham is called out of Ur and out of Haran. We come to Sodom and Gomorrah, and Lot's downfall is blamed on his proximity to the city. Does that mean we have to get out of the cities? I suggest we need to read these in a more nuanced way. Because what we see is not just the bad about the cities, but we also see another balance. We see another side. While Cain builds a city in rebellion, it becomes a place of refuge for Cain. It's a place where culture flourishes, where music and crafts develop, as we see in Genesis chapter 4. It occurs immediately after God has instituted a plan for redeeming humankind. This is a city that needs redemption, and there's a plan of redemption in place. While Abraham is called out of the cities, God's covenant to him includes nations and peoples and their cities. He He enters alliances with rulers of cities. He recovers wealth for cities. He travels the current trade routes. And when we look at Sodom and Gomorrah, we see that God would have saved these cities if there were just 10 people in those cities who were righteous. And as it was, Lot and his family were rescued from the city. So what you can see is that Scripture's ideas of the city in this, as we begin the narrative, is both two-sided. There is the evil that occurs in the city, but there is also the positive that occurs in the city. And there's God's grace and redemption for those in the city. And we can see those same themes as we would continue through Scripture. We can think of the cities of Egypt, where the oppressed, God's people are oppressed and exploited. And yet, on the other hand, God uses those cities to avert famine in a wide area. We could see this in the cities of Canaan, which are places of idolatry. And yet God gives those cities to the Israelites to live in. Some cities are set up as cities of refuge that provide divine protection for those who are accused. So there is this balance between the good and the bad of the cities. And in fact, I'm going to suggest here that Scripture doesn't always say all about getting out of the cities. Here in Proverbs chapter 11, right, we have this idea that the presence of the righteous in the city is good for the city. It's a good thing. It makes a difference to the city if there are Christians in the city. So the Bible is not all about getting out of the city. And perhaps one of the interesting cities that we could talk about today is the city of Nineveh. Nineveh is a capital of Assyria. Well, one of 3 capitals of Assyria. And Assyria is known for its brutality. It's for anybody it conquers. This is one city that people are afraid of. And so when God calls Jonah to go to this city, go to this city that is the heart of brutality, it's not surprising that he doesn't want to go. I'm not sure that you and I would want to go. So he runs away. And we see here, right, that it's a great city, but it's also a wicked city. But God wants something more for the city. So he sends Jonah to the city. Now, Jonah, as you know, runs away. And then through fairly unusual circumstances, comes back to go to Nineveh. But he's not really, his heart's not really in it. He preaches fire and brimstone, and he sits back to watch what God's going to do. This is going to be fun, right? And he sits and watches, and he misses the heart of his message. Because the heart of the message to the city is a message of forgiveness. He misses God's compassion for the city. And so we have, as he's sitting there and he's getting really grumpy because God is not acting, and grumpy because now this plant has died and I'm in the sunshine, God speaks to him and reminds him, you were concerned about this plant that you did not tend, you did not make grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. And should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh? Basically, my people created in my image. Should I not have concern for them? There are more than 120,000 people who cannot tell their right hand from their left, and also many animals. God's heart is of compassion for the city. He sends people into help us to miss the centre of the message. Well, Jonah is not alone, and I want to skip then perhaps to Jesus and the cities. Right? If we talk about Jesus, then we see here that Jesus goes throughout the cities, the towns, the villages in his healing and his preaching ministry. And he has compassion once again, seeing his people as like sheep without a shepherd. And then we come to one day when he is sitting in Jerusalem, a city. And as he's sitting there looking and overlooking that city, he says, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who kill the prophets and stone those who sent you, how often have I longed to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you were not willing. Jesus weeps over the city. The compassion of the God of the Old Testament for the city is seen in the compassion of Jesus in the New Testament for the city. And perhaps at this point we should talk just for a moment or two about what this means. And you can see here this quote. And I'm going to read it this way because it's hard for me to read a small print. The Lord looks at the cities and sees human persons created in his image, and he remembers his covenant with them. To him, cities are not just high-rise buildings full of corruption and injustice, and the like that should be destroyed or avoided, but places of involvement in order to redeem. That's what the Bible says about cities, that it's a place of compassion, a place to be redeemed. Now we should just mention a little more about Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is the heart of God's people on earth, and it becomes a symbol, eschatologically, of God's people in the future. It's not a garden, it's not a rural setting. The heart of God's people's existence, both on earth and in heaven, is in a city. So we must see heaven, we must see cities in a redemptive arc, that God has compassion for them. And you can see here, Scripture begins in a garden and ends in a city. And it talks here about the symbolism, that the cities are this place of spiritual struggle. And therefore we are called to them. So what are the key principles that we must consider when we are looking at the cities based on what we have said so far? Number one, our theology must be incarnational. We can't deal with the cities from outside of the city. When we look at the experience of Jesus, Jesus did not try and do what he needed for humankind from heaven. He came to dwell amongst us. And his idea, his incarnation, is the pattern and model for us. It's ministry with the people, not ministry to the people. Its priority is relationships, adapting methods and practices to specific situations. Number two, it's gospel-based. We've already said that we need to think about how Jesus Christ can transform the person and the city. Third, it's holistic. And here I want to bring us to a text that we haven't looked so far, and that's one in Jeremiah 29 verse 7. The context is that Israel is in exile. Israel is in Babylon. And they are depressed. They long for Jerusalem. They want to be there. And they can't think how they can possibly be happy, how they can sing songs any longer. because they're in exile. And as they're sad and downcast, God comes to them and says, seek the peace and prosperity, or shalom in the Hebrew, of the city, to which I have carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, i.e. if Babylon prospers, you too will prosper. Now this must have been really hard for them. They're not just praying for a city. They're praying for a city that has captured them, that has destroyed their own city. And yet they are called to this pagan city that has mistreated them to pray for it and pray for its prosperity. And so we are called to pray and engage and seek the shalom of the cities that we are called to enter. It's a holistic term that involves both spiritual and physical dimensions. And it's here that our Adventist theology can speak. Particularly the doctrine of the Sabbath, as was mentioned last night. This speaks to this need for peace and prosperity, for wholeness, in a way that few other doctrines do. We also need to think about compassion, and yes, I can see we're close to time, Wayne. With compassion. We've seen the God of the Old Testament showing compassion for the cities. We've seen the God of the New Testament showing compassion for the cities. Compassion is not something superficial. It's a deep feeling and identification with the people that we are ministering to. And then finally, only after we want what is best for the city and the individual, then are we called to think about reconciliation and salvation. Only then. Now, what does this look like? Let me just come now to say, well, how do we contextualise it? Here's the key. Stop. Look. Listen. Our tendency in the past is to do mission everywhere as if the context didn't matter. And then we went, oh, yeah, internationally we might need to do things a bit differently. And then we went, oh, yeah, we might need to do something different for young people. We forgot that we did need to do something different in the cities. Our reality is we need to come to the city. We need to come as a listener to the city so that we can understand it. Not understand their needs, not what we think their needs are. And from a missional viewpoint, this has two consequences. It helps us see the city with new eyes, and so that we do relationships in the community are changed. And secondly, it helps us discover features of their worldviews, which will be obstacles or opportunities for mission. We need to do exactly the same thing with our faith community that's doing the mission. Have you looked at your faith community recently? Are they ready for mission? Are they mature? Do they have assumptions that are embedded in the congregation's culture that are going to mess it up? I remember one of my friends who travelled and lost their luggage, but they still wanted to go to church, and so they proceeded into a city church, only for the deacon to lead them into the cry room because they were dressed in jeans. The church was not ready for mission. So it's important to take the time to stop, look and listen, to analyse your culture your mission into, to analyse the culture of the church who is doing the mission. There's much more we could say about that, but we have run out of time. So I'm just going to go one last slide here. Whoops. Building a biblical theology of mission. It begins, as we said, with listening to the scripture, the heart of God, what it says about cities, and some of those principles that we have talked about. Then we need to explore the urban context, the stop, look and listen. Right? So that we can then reread those scriptures, reread those ideas about the heart of God in the light of the community we're trying serve and have a mission team. This helps us develop new mission insights. And then we do the same thing with our community, our faith community that's doing the mission, our church. And go, okay, what's our church like? Is it going to get in the way of the mission? What training needs to happen? What assumptions are there? And in those contexts, then, and only then, can we develop organised strategies of mission.
Thanks so much, Wendy. Really love that. I see some people taking some photos of your very ancient stop, look and listen. That is so cool. I love that. Our next presenter this morning, again, needs very little introduction to us. It's our own Pastor Mark Pearce. And where is he? Oh, he's right here. I couldn't see him coming up. I do need my glasses on. I need more sleep as well. Mark, thank you so much for sharing with us this morning. Mark's going to be sharing with us perspectives from the writings of Mrs. White and trying to, I guess, understand her call to actually reach missions as well. Thanks so much, Mark.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone online. I think there are people online. Yeah. My topic that I was given was a history of Adventist mission to the cities, and it does have some material from Ellen White in it, and that's what I'm going to begin with. It was likely early May 1910 when Arthur Grosvenor Daniels, president of the General Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, sent a message to Elmshaven requesting a meeting with Ellen White. He was on the West Coast attending meetings and had matters that he wanted to talk with her about. He wanted her counsel. These included his plans to hold meetings to plan evangelism in the cities. Ellen refused to see him. My, what would have been behind that? Daniels had to return to Washington without meeting her. What was the occasion of her refusal? What she saw as his failure to thoroughly organise the church to evangelise the cities of the country. So in this short presentation, we will briefly explore Adventist mission with a particular focus on the history of its evangelistic outreach with an emphasis on the big cities of the world. The origin of Adventist mission can be traced right back to Ellen's Streams of Light vision in 1848, where she gave James a message that he was to publish a magazine that, though it would be small at first, eventually it would become like streams of light that went clear around the world. The implication of that message and of that vision only gradually came to be understood by the Whites and indeed by the church. At first, some thought that they had fulfilled their obligations as spelled out in Matthew 24:14 and Revelation 14:6, when people from different nations living in the United States converted to Adventism. You know, every nation, every tongue. And then they came to think, well, that's not right. So they were sending literature aboard ship to all different parts of the world. And they thought that was fulfilling the mandate. So it was only little by little that the mandate for mission came to be understood, and even over quite a long period of time. The beginnings of Adventist evangelism are slow, initially due to the Millerite concept of the shut door that damned those who had rejected their message. Thus, the early Sabbatarian Adventists at first only saw their mission extending to former Millerites and then their children. But as conversions began to take place, they began to think, well, maybe it's more than this, maybe it goes further, because these people didn't hear Miller's message. And so they were forced to reevaluate their mission. It was a slow and gradual process. But as they progressed from the gathering time, they began to see they had a message that needed sharing. James White in 1856 only saw it as going to, quote, the realms of corrupted Christianity, unquote. rather than the heathen. Yet nevertheless, he believed that a missionary spirit should be cherished by those who profess the message. So everyone who professed and believed, they should have a missionary spirit. That spirit, coupled with continued investigation of the scripture and persistent prodding by Ellen White, ultimately led the church to a far broader perspective of their mission than that which they initially possessed. She penned in 1875, "Christ as our head leads out in the great work of salvation and bids us follow his example. He has given us a worldwide message." Note that, worldwide. She wrote this in 1875. "This truth," she said, "must be extended to all nations, tongues, and people." So as the church began to spread west across the United States, they followed the methods that had been used by the Millerites and those before them. Tent meetings appear to have been the prime means of evangelistic endeavour. That's where we get that lovely thing called camp meeting from, which you will all get to enjoy when you graduate and get employed. So that was the prime method, and that worked well in rural areas. It didn't necessarily work quite so well in all the cities, though. Such methods, while apparently initially successful, did not do so well in the cities, and the cities were a burden for Ellen. And I just paused to reflect here. In a paper I presented at the symposium we had in October, Dr. Orica, I was talking about they were moving west. And Ellen says, go west, evangelise in the west. The east is not responsive now. Now, as she begins to push an emphasis for the cities, she's really burdened for one place in particular in the east. We'll get to that one. In 1885, after Ellen's arrival at Liverpool in England, a city of some 300,000 at the time, she wrote, "But what can be done to let rays of light shine in this great city? I am filled with pain at heart when I consider the few workers and so much to be done." What is evident from this letter is Ellen's concern for people and her desire that they hear the gospel. And this particularly in the big cities of the world. In Ellen's travels in Europe and Australia, she spoke often in large cities. Examples are Basel, London, Copenhagen and Stockholm in Europe, and Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne and Wellington in the South Pacific. These travels, along with what she saw of the large and growing cities in the United States that were often teeming with immigrants from Europe, spurred a growing awareness of the need to communicate the gospel effectively to this populace. She was aware that these were the places where most people lived and that in order to fulfill the gospel commission, it needed to be preached there. So Ellen's burden for evangelism in the large cities of the world continues to grow. I neglected to bring it up with me, but there's a book that you're going to get later today, Wayne tells me. I was looking through Mission to the Cities last night, Ellen White's book. That's not the name of it, it's not Mission, it's Ministry, isn't it? Yeah, Ministry to the Cities. And it's notable in there, because they did something that was really good. They put in there when she wrote what she wrote, and most of them are in the first decade of the 20th century. There are some before that, but most of them are in that first decade of the 20th century, which I find quite interesting. So at the top of her list was New York City. She urged church leaders to make evangelism a priority, and at the 1905 General Conference session told delegates that they should not be criticising what had been done. There'd been some work done in Washington and hadn't necessarily been so successful. She told them, don't criticise what's being done, but rather they should have their speech for the great cities that have not yet been worked. So save up your energy and use it positively. So she wanted to emphasise the positive and explore ways of reaching the cities. Her call becomes more insistent in the need to reach the major cities, and it reached the crescendo in 1909. In her sermon on the second Sabbath of the General Conference session, the last one she attended, she asserted, quote, "The need for earnest labour among the multitudes in the cities has been kept before me for more than 20 years, unquote. And that was followed later in the year by her testimony work in the cities that appears in Testimonies Volume 9 and covers some 60 pages. The outcome was a planning group to tackle evangelism in the eastern cities, a mission training centre near New York, and the allocation of special funding for some of those cities. Yet despite this, Ellen was not satisfied. She did not believe enough was being done, and that's why she refused to see Daniels and St. Helena. That would be more than a smack on the fingers for the GC president, I'd reckon, at the time, yeah. Furthermore, in communications in June 1910, so this is a couple of weeks later, she effectively called for Daniels to step down from his position if he could not, quote, recognise clearly the special movings of the Spirit of God, unquote. Ouch. Clearly, she did not believe that he understood the urgency of the situation as she saw them and as things were being portrayed to her by the Spirit of God. Further, she claimed that, quote, if ever men needed to be reconverted at this time, it was Daniels and Prescott, unquote. Whoa. Perhaps this is also an example of her own humanity coming through when action wasn't taken as quickly and profoundly as she believed it needed to be. Nevertheless, the result was that Daniels himself went to New York City in July to conduct an evangelistic program, though it doesn't appear to have been particularly successful. What it did, though, was it caused Daniels to have a change of plans to lead out in evangelism himself instead of putting all of his energies into the administration that he needed to do. And in so doing, he set an example for others to follow. This actually was a return to his initial years in New Zealand and Australia, where he was heavily involved in evangelism. And doubtless, that was what Ellen was attempting to get him to do, lead by example. There were ongoing attempts to engage in city evangelism in different parts of the United States, but Ellen's emphasis was on the large cities in the east of the country. So now she's gone from the west back to the east, get back to those big cities. The initial impetus saw meetings in tents in New York City in 8 locations simultaneously, while tents or vacant buildings were used in other places. Yet there was a need to have evangelists who were presenting the church publicly rather, so they were the public face, and there needed to be some conformity and uniformity in what was being presented. And so with that as a motivating factor, ministerial training institutes were organised for various locations around the country. It was recognised that, quote, a full consecration of spirit, soul and body, unquote, were necessary in order to engage in such a work. There needed to be full consecration to God. So these institutes, held in 1911 and 1912, were a success, and they discussed topics including advertising, visitation, use of Bible workers, who were usually women, use of the press, literature evangelists, and how medical work could contribute. There was not always agreement on everything, though. One example being there was debates over whether the photograph of the evangelist should appear on the advertising brochure. Very important subject, apparently. More importantly, though, Prescott observed, when we have preached on all the subjects of a certain list, have we preached the subject? The real theme? The real subject is salvation through Jesus Christ. And when we do not teach that, no matter what we do teach, I think, he said, we get away from the real subject of the Bible.
Amen.
And he was right. Apparently there was tension over righteousness by faith in contrast to legalism. And given a name that I'll drop a bit later, that's no surprise. Most evangelistic series in this period lasted 6 or 7 weeks. But J.W. McCall, who I'd never heard of till I read his name the other day, began to use 10 to 14 week campaigns, whose audience peaked at 1,000, a number that had not been seen by an Adventist evangelist for quite some time. A little later, C.T. Emerson introduced the long series. That means 7 months. And when I started in ministry, that was how long it went, with Pastor Ray Kemp. Started in March, finished in October. And this probably was connected to Daniel's experience in New Zealand when his went from 18 months to 2 years. J.S. Washburn, that's the fellow I was meeting before, later notorious for his attacks on Daniel's, used a 30-voice choir in his series in Philadelphia in 1914. It was a feature that was used to good effect elsewhere. Tent and hall meetings were used in various overseas locations, including Nagasaki in Japan, Bombay in India, and Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Audiences, often 1,000 or more. The outbreak of World War I saw the Eastern question become a point of public interest, and Adventists capitalised. They had an answer, and it went like this. The Eastern question? Turkey will be driven from Europe, followed by the Battle of Armageddon. You heard that one before? They had a certain message, and it had a certain sound. That's the way that Archer V. Cotton advertised his series of meetings in Detroit. And it galvanised Adventist evangelism, to Daniel's surprise. Some 2,000 came out to hear him in late January in 1916 in Portland, Maine, Ellen White's hometown. He returned in late February for meetings to be held twice weekly, and was amazed on arriving at the venue to find its 3,000 seats were full. People were lining the walls, and more were still attempting to get in. Similar outcomes occurred in Pittsburgh, Minneapolis, Boston, and New York. But perhaps what is most significant is that it is from here that we find Adventist evangelists using large public theatres or auditoriums to hold their meetings. It's also at this period that the North American division has its highest annual growth rate ever, at least up until today. And the only other period that comes close was during the Great Depression of the 1930s. Let's turn to Australia and New Zealand. Roy Allen Anderson is likely the most influential, or successful rather, Australian evangelist of this period. After honing his evangelism skills in New Zealand, Anderson moved to Brisbane, where, commencing in May 1927, he ran a more than 2-year program featuring his bass voice, as in deep, and a 100-strong choir. 200 people were baptised as a result, and expenses were usually covered by a free-will offering taken at every meeting. He then moved to London, where in 1935 the numbers peaked at 2,300 in the Forum Theatre. Others who made significant contributions include John Coulthard, George Burnside, Austin Cook, John Conley and Stuart Utley. Coulthard developed the archaeological approach. Dead men do tell tales. He developed that in New Zealand, to the initial chagrin of his conference president. He went, "What? That's your opening topic and it's not heaven?" But his objections quickly disappeared when the venue was overflowing on opening night. And Coulthard went on to use that approach in Australia and England quite successfully, and others copied it. Back to the United States, John Schuller became prominent in the 1930s, as is evidenced by both articles in the review that he wrote, as well as books advertised in the review by him for sale, intended for evangelistic use. He used different types of venues and learned from experience that decisions should be called for at the end of every meeting, because it made that major decision, calling to follow Christ and join his church, easier to make. Various techniques were used, and decision cards became a staple that evangelists used. HMS Richards Sr. becomes prominent in that period, known for his Voice of Prophecy radio broadcasts. Other luminaries included Fordyce W. Detmore, Edward E. Cleveland and C.D. Brooks, as well as George Vanderman, and others could be mentioned. One other Australian is worth mentioning, John J. Carter. In reporting on happenings in Australia to the 1982 International Prophetic Guidance Workshop, Arthur Duffy noted that Carter, who he described as one of those Australians, was holding an evangelistic series in the Sydney Opera House. It commenced, he said, with an audience of between 25 to 27,000 across 7 or so sessions. Attendance had dropped some to 12,000, and as of the time he made the report, the audience was holding at 5,000. So various methods were used and tried. And in conclusion, I would say this: many and varied methods have been tried in city evangelism, and it is clear that what used to work no longer does. Just as many different innovative methods were tried with varying degrees of success, so innovation in city evangelism is still very much necessary. The rapid pace of change requires changing methods in order to reach the cities. And as the cities are where most people live, it is imperative that innovation continue, or the gospel commission will fail of being carried out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark and Wendy. Great double header this morning. I wonder if anyone's got any questions you'd like to ask. I've got some questions for you sitting at your tables, but I just wonder, first of all, is there anyone who's got any question you'd like to ask either Dr. Wendy Jackson or Mark Pearce?
And if we can also invite them up front.
Yes, if you want to, Wendy and Mark, if you want to just come back up front, that would be great, so you're on camera. If you're on the line and want to ask a question, just take yourself off mute, turn your video on, and you should be able to just ask away.
I want to affirm and thank Wendy and Mark for their joint presentation this morning. This one is specifically to Wendy. I appreciate in the earlier part of your presentation the emphasis on some of the values of people in the city, such as justice. I also heard last night this emphasis on the shalom of God. I'm thinking of Isaiah 58 as well. It's an open question. How are we doing as a church in terms of articulating these this heart of God for the cities, number one, in our literature or in our official statements of the church? How are we doing in that space?
Excellent question. And I think there are some areas we do well, right? So we do ADRA well. We do hospitals well. We do education well. But how well do we actually move from the service to talking about the heart of God? And I think that's potentially where there's a disconnect. So we're very good at serving our community, but I think we're less good about actually making the connection between the love of God. And I think in our literature, and we do, and probably I would say there's a difference between what the church does corporately and what the church does at a local church level. But our literature is a bit hit and miss. We're much more likely to talk about Adventist doctrine than we are to talk about the heart of God, I think.
Can I just ask, just added on to that, Wendy, are you seeing, as you were doing the research for this, are you seeing an increase in our theologians talking about a theology of the cities? But is it still more in that area you're talking about of doctrines and what have you? So there's the heart of God, yeah, and that's where it's got to start from. But is there any sort of trend towards reversing what we've done in the past in emphasis in our theology?
Listen, if we're talking about Adventist theologians, not really. Okay, so most of the information on mission to the church comes out of practical theology. The theologians are very limited in what they're saying about those particular topics. They have started talking about some things like justice and racism, obviously, particularly in the context of what's happened in North America in the last couple of years. But I don't see any systematic conversation happening around mission to the cities from theologians per se. And Anthony, you may be able to comment there, but I certainly haven't seen that. In fact, even finding information to do that, there's a limited number of articles. There's several books, but there's a limited number of articles even. So
yeah, so I noticed you had a quote from a guy called Krause.
That's right. Gary at least has tried to start that process.
That is scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Thanks, Wendy and Mark. I've got some questions for your tables now, unless there's any other questions. I don't see any hands being raised. So question number one is simply this, and I'd like you to discuss this at your table. What's out for you from the presentations by Dr. Wendy Jackson and Pastor Mark Pearce? What stands out for you from that? So what's the highlights of what they shared? That's the first question. And the second question is this: what surprises you about the heart of God for cities? Okay, it might be maybe there's nothing that surprises you, but I'm assuming that there is something that surprises you about that. So the first question, this is what I want you to discuss around your tables. What stands out for you from the presentations, and what surprises you in what you've heard this morning? Thank you. And for those online, we're going to put you into little breakout rooms right now. Okay, so just as we start to wrap up our session here, our online groups have all closed now, so they're now back with us, which is great. I just want to come around and just meet with each table just briefly and just find out what stood out for your table and what surprised you. So we'll start over here. So what surprised you guys?
I just love that Ellen White told off the General Conference President. I mean, I know that's a bit tangential, but that was awesome.
It is a bit tangential, but I guess,
it says something about how she likes to roll. And what was the key standouts for you as you discussed here, Brad?
Well, I think something that struck us at our table when we were discussing it is that none of us are from a city background. We're all from small communities, and we're learning a little bit, I guess, about how to move into that space. And I guess we're looking forward to learning more about that, because none of us have a great deal of experience in that area. But like in the country areas, I guess, it all starts with the heart of God. It starts with that sense of love, that sense of community. And we've got to bring that to the cities where that isn't as naturally prevalent, shall we say, as it is in the farming community or on the islands, where there's often, in villages and stuff, where there's a lot more of a tight-knit community vibe. So, yeah.
Okay, nice. Thank you. We're going to go to this table over here. So, I don't know whether Hadassah wants to be the speaker or Jesse. So, Jesse, what were the key things that stood out for you guys?
Two things, really. One, just, it was pretty crazy how in the past we had such huge evangelistic turnouts. Like Sydney House, Sydney Opera, for example, 25,000. But that was really surprising.
And that was in the 80s, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, like it's possible. And also just how much things have changed. Like London had a population of 300,000. Jazz was saying that's the total number of nurses working in Australia at the moment. So, female nurses, yeah. So yeah, there's as many female nurses in Australia as there were in the entire population of London back in the Lights Day. Just how things have changed.
Yeah, they really have changed significantly. Okay. We're going to come over to this table here. So what's it out for you guys? You're our scholarly table here this morning. No, Darius. Indeed. Go for it. There we go. You can summarise the table.
How long have you got? It was actually very confronting for me. I was reflecting. I remember Dead Men Do Tell Tales.
Yeah.
I grew up going to all of these missions. I grew up in Adelaide. Went to the festival theatre year after year to these missions, and I was a city girl. And at 27, I then moved to the country, and our whole ministry has really, for 30 years now, has been in country settings. And so it's just kind of like this, wow, I've actually benefited from living in the country. I feel very fortunate that my children were able to be raised in the country, and I'm very much confronted by the heart of God for the cities. And I think I loved Dr. Erica's question of what are the theologians doing in this space, because I think they need to be doing more, because I think there's a lot of sense amongst our church members of, flee for the hills. We saw that happen when COVID happened. And I think going back into the cities is imperative, but how do we do that?
Nice.
We need new ways.
Love your comments there. Do you know any good theologians, perhaps? just a bit of a rude question, Any good theologians in your family, perhaps, who could start writing some papers around mission to cities? That could be really beneficial. I'm thinking, I need more sleep. Clearly. What about this table here? What stood out for you guys here?
A couple of things. One was how easily ignored the cities are, and how intentional it has to be to put a focus on, to the point where Ellen White was over the top, and she was, I think, deliberately over the top because no one was taking any notice, and I think that's our default. We'll just ignore them unless it's like hyper-vigilant. So that really stood out.
Yeah.
We also impressed by the huge crowds of evangelists. That was amazing. And the idea of God's heart and his interest in the cities, that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, nice. One of the things that stood out for our table where we were sitting was not just the God's heart for the cities, but and the crowds, but how long they actually went at it. Mark, they went for like a couple of, we think a weekend's big or a week is intense, but they're going for 12 months, 2 years. Like, do they have that much to say? Sure. Couldn't they summarise it and give me, a quick version of that? Here we go, Doctor.
Read your Bibles.
Read your Bibles.
Sorry, we're just 2 here. But I think what stood out for me is looking again at the reading of Jonah. The fear of Jonah was real, quite real. When you look at what's happening today in the cities, and especially from where we are coming from, it's difficult to come from Abuja, which is the federal capital, to Kaduna, which is where you have all the military, because of kidnapping and because of evils and so on. So the fear was real. But when you go again to what is quoted to us yesterday in Acts chapter 18, verse 9 and 10, God asked him, Paul, to go ahead and preach. Now, not everyone, I think this is a very good point, not everyone will be able to minister in the city. Not everyone. Yeah. Not every pastor. So it has to be a specialized ministry. So if you take somebody just because a pastor and throw him in the city without a very good proper training, the person may not be able to survive very well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comment. I want to give a little pushback. This is the coach in me wanting to give a little pushback. If you love people, I think we can actually do ministry in the city. All we need, and if we don't even love people, you can actually ask God to give you a heart for people, and He can even do that. But I hear what you're saying, because I do think some are better equipped for that space than others. But I still think God can supply all our needs. Now we've got time for one last comment here, and the last comment we're going to is from our online audience. So is there someone there want to summarise some feedback from there? So I don't know, Broden or Clinton. Who have we got? If you just want to turn your video on, by now they've probably already gone to a break somewhere, or Billy. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we've just sprung them, right? So when you see them in class and catch them online again, just know that they're going to be in trouble. Give them a bit of a ribbing to say, hey, they're missing out. All right, who have we got? No, I'm not going to read your question. You're missing me. I'm not going to read your question. So Mrs. Millen, I need you. Or Billy. No, you need to say that. So Billy, I want you to take yourself off mute, and you can tell the room your comment. I'm not going to read it. There we go. So otherwise everyone can... There we go. Thank you.
Hey, that was just a comment, side comment I made when you questioned why it took so long in those meetings and stuff like that. But that's all that was.
Yeah. Okay, so they did take a long time, didn't they? And it was your side comment on that. Fantastic. So what stood out for you?
I think Mrs. Millen and I, what we discussed was how important it was to connect with the people in the city first. How important it was to be a presence first, and then probably lay the message down, because there's so much distractions in the city that people are, they're very busy people. So we just thought what Mrs. Millen was saying was how important it was that we do lead as per when you get to the point that no matter what we do, we must lead with God first.
Okay, love that. Thank you so much for coming online. Okay, so you're setting the standard now for everyone else for the rest of the day, and I love that. So don't be frightened to make comments online. Really appreciate that. Yeah, go for it.
I sort of feel, I mentioned this in our little breakaway group, the old ways don't work, as mentioned, holding large meetings and such. What I feel is everybody's holding a device of some sort these days, and I feel that the digital approach to the cities would have an impact if more of us were involved. If every one of us could do something digitally, we could move in someone's life. We may not have 1,000 followers, we may not gain many followers, but we may be able to reach a few. And I think digitally, it might be like something to look at as individuals, to try and reach out to people and witness to people. Just a thought.
Oh, look, that's a great thought, Tony. One of the things that I think really stands out for me as we're about to go to our break now is how little we've actually innovated over the last 150, 160 years. North New South Wales Conference in the early 1980s, 90s, somewhere there, spent $100,000 on a computer. Just let that sink in. $100,000 on a computer that would enable them to automate the account processes in the conference office. I'm like, that was leading edge innovation in the day. And in terms of what we're doing evangelistically, are we taking as big a risks? Are we being as bold as that in terms of things that we might attempt, things that we might try to actually have a go? And I think one of the things that is holding us back is our lack of willingness to innovate in this space. That we still have evangelists using, Meredith Lake, a researcher in Australia, would say that the peak of the Bible in Australia was, the 50s, 60s. We rode that wave into the 70s as Adventists, and she makes mention of us as a group. But the success of that's kind of like past, and we haven't innovated into a new space very successfully. So I think that's kind of what the point of this is about. And I love, Tony, what you're saying there, because I think that's actually the next innovation that we actually need to be mastering. So, all right, so thanks so much for your conversation around. We're about to go to a break. Go to the bathroom, stretch the legs, help yourself to some hospitality, and we'll be back here at what time?
20 hours. 10:40.
At 10:40, we're going to be back. So there we go. All right, so we'll catch you then.
Introduce yourself and just explain the role you have and Julie has with this thing, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Just put this down here. I'll hold it up closer so that you can hear me. Well, as mentioned, my name is Melody Tan. I work with Mums at the Table as, I don't even know what to call myself. I guess
CEO.
CEO, yeah. Hey Mum. Project leader, editor. I'll give you a little bit more of an explanation about what we do, which will explain a little bit of my role. So I look over the overall direction for Mums at the Table. Julie comes in as, actually Julie's more the head mum than everything else, than anything else, because she looks after all of us and our moderators as well. She liaises with the moderators, supports them, and provides them with what they need and encourages them. What Mums at the Table is, I'm sure most of you are kind of scratching your heads going, okay, there's a lot of going on, but what exactly do we do? In a nutshell, Mums at the Table, we're the village it takes to raise a mum. There is a very common saying in parenting where it says it takes a village to raise a child. The reason for that is because they feel that, it's not just the parents' input that comes with raising a child. The wider community plays a part as well in providing any sort of developmental needs that a child has and influence. Where Mums at the Table come in is not for the child, where Mums at the Table come in is for the mum, because a woman becomes a mum when she has a child. The said child doesn't come with a manual. There's no instructions on how to become a mother. Mothers are lost, mothers don't know what to do. That's why Mums at the Table come in. We're here to support them. We're here to give them what it takes to become the mum that they want to be. A brief, so why am I talking about mums and parenting in a pastoral meeting? Mums at the Table isn't just for mums. Mums at the Table exists because we partner with churches, we partner with schools to provide a practical ministry to successfully reach the community mums in that local area. There is yet another common saying where it says, if a church or school disappears overnight, would the local community notice? I like to think that if you partner with Mums at the Table, the community will notice. Why? Because of what we do to support the mums in the community. How? I'll explain it very, very soon. See, why do we target mums? Mums are incredibly influential in shaping the families. They are the ones that nurture their children. They are the ones that provide that kind of direction for where the family would generally go. In Australia, 24% of in Australia are mothers. 12% of them are actually mothers with dependent children. So these are children who are still school age, who still live at home. So there's a huge community and a huge need out there for mums. What kind of needs? Before I go there, I'll share with you a little bit on who Mums at the Table is. We started off in 2016 as an initiative of Adventist Media. Some of you may be familiar with the TV show that we've had. Some of you may have seen of Mums at the Table magazine lying around. That was all us. We have stopped printing the magazine. We have stopped producing the TV show because of this refined in focus that we've had. The focus that we've now had is going towards community building. We have realized that we have come across this formula that works a lot better in terms of reaching and partnering with the local community. We do that through two ways. The first way is to educate, and we grow together with these mums. So we create multimedia resources, so we're on website, newsletter, social media, and we connect with these mums digitally online in creating a community, a supportive community for them. The second part where the partnership and the churches come in is through actually growing offline communities. So the mums that we meet online through this digital world that we've created, we then invite them to church events. We then invite them to events run by the schools, in which then they develop this relationship with the churches, with the church members, and form a thriving community in that sense. How is this community created? Julie will explain later in the second half of the presentation. The reason why we changed our focus was back in about 2018 when we started a Facebook group for Mums at the Table. This was for Australia and New Zealand wide. We started it because it was at a point of time when online communities were all the rage, and we thought we need to jump in on that. We created the community. We now have some 12,000 mums in the online group itself. And one of the things that we discovered from there was that mums didn't just want opinions or didn't want somewhere in which they can get help for their parenting tips. They were craving connection. A lot of them, this is just what I have up there, is just an example of all the posts that has come up with mums saying that we want to meet new people, we want to make mum friends, and we want to meet you in person. We couldn't do that. Being based in Sydney, we were physically limited. There was no way that we were going to be able to meet with all these mums in Australia and New Zealand. And that is when we realized that we have 500 Adventist churches in Australia and New Zealand, and we have a good number of schools as well. These churches already have programs that are catered to the local community. They've got pathfinders, they've got adventurers, they've got cooking classes, they've got all sorts of different events in which mums could be interested in. And they are littered all around Australia and New Zealand, which means that if mums wanted to meet in the local area, they were right there. Mums don't really want to travel further than, 45 minutes. I guess it depends on where they live, but mums really don't want to travel too far to go to an event. Because, you have to wrangle kids, you have to shove them into a car seat, you have to bring 50,000 bags just to bring a child out. And so they want to go somewhere local, and the local church is where it's at. In 2020, we started a group in Adelaide. That group is now moderated by 7 church members, and is supported by 4 different churches in the Adelaide area. This is their story. You can watch the story.
So I faced a lot of challenges before I met Mums at the Table. I moved from Melbourne, so it was a big change. and I didn't really know anybody here. I only had my family. I didn't know any friends. I didn't really have a connection to Adelaide, which was quite difficult for me.
I was an immigrant here in Australia on 2019, so I didn't have any friends. I am obviously a young mum, and I was getting a lot of negative comments about my age. People were being quite snarky at other playgroups because majority of mums are older in Australia. So being a first-time mom, I had so many first questions and challenges with my son. And although I had my parents and my grandmother who were there to answer some of the questions, sometimes you need help right away. And when they are not there, I don't have anyone to talk to. So I thought of looking for friends through Facebook. So that's how I found out about Mums at the Table.
So Mums at the Table is such a unique sort of group where mums are able to, I guess, connect online. You know, they can share their questions, they can post up videos, post up things that resonate with them. It's a great bridge between, I guess, the facilities, the services that the church can provide, such as playgroups, health programs, social programs.
I was able to meet a lot of other like-minded people and other people who had obviously children around that are similar to the age of my two children as well. And it just helped me going from feeling, isolated and lonely, especially during COVID times.
When I first posted my question in Mums at the Table, I didn't feel that I was silly or the questions I posted were silly, but actually they made me feel comfortable and they made me feel I'm normal, I'm going through a normal phase.
My son is quite shy, and I've noticed since coming to the playgroups and the events at Mums at the Table, he's actually made really nice friends, and he feels more comfortable with the people that I've surrounded myself with. So I can literally just leave him with someone for 5-6 minutes. I can go to the toilet or anything, and he's comfortable. He doesn't cling to me as much anymore.
We encourage mums to share a laugh. What was the silliest thing that your child said today? Post a picture of how dirty your child got at mealtime, that sort of thing, just to share the everyday moments.
And with my son, he became more sociable.
I've got a new family to go to. Mums at the Table is almost like a second family that I can sit down and have a conversation with.
I believe that there will always be a new mom, who will meet people like those members or people inside the Mums at the Table.
It's just been an amazing community that Little Peoples have given me with Mums at the Table, and just the overall friendliness and kindness and acceptance that I've received from them.
So Mums at the Table should continue to exist because they really create a sense of community for all mums out there, give people somewhere to go and really support a lot of mums out there with information and with friendship. It's a fantastic company to be a part of.
Okay, so our aim at Mums at the Table is to become, I keep wanting to say partners in crime, but I actually mean partners in mission with the local church. And we do that using social media to make connections and to build relationships with the mums in the community. And we use these connections between the mums in the community and the mums at the local church. So the social media platform that we use is Facebook. A lot of the mums are on Facebook, but more specifically we use Facebook closed groups where the mums can have conversations with each other. The reason we use this platform was because we found that mums are really going to Facebook groups to find information about how they can connect with other mums in their area, how they can ask questions. Being a new mum, they have a myriad of questions they want to ask each other, so we knew that this was a place where we could fit in and help build some connections. So what we do is we help a church start a MAT group. When I say MAT, that's what we call it, we mean Mums at the Table. We help them start a MAT group, we support them, we help them build that community of mums that becomes an online community for the mums in the local area. And then those online communities are eventually translated into face-to-face connection through various events. how does this process work? So the process works a little bit like this. First of all, the job is to find some moderators. Now, we have a few suggestions about the kinds of people that really work well as moderators, but we find the most important thing is that they have a heart for this ministry, that they have a heart for loving mums and loving mums in the community. That's the first step. The second step is once some of those women have been identified, is that you can contact us and we will support those mums, we train them, we help get the group started, and we continually, not only at the beginning to support them, but it's an ongoing support that we give throughout this journey. This ministry does not cost a lot of money. It's amazing the people that we've been able to meet, the contacts we've made, the relationships that we've built as a result of this. To get a new group started, we suggest that a church or whoever's starting this group advertise through Facebook advertising for about 2 weeks. It costs a little over $300, $360, and we find that that will usually bring in between 1 and 200 community mums into a new group. That will vary a lot depending on the demographics of the group. In the city, we tend to get more because there's a closer, the population is more dense. Sometimes there's an existing group already happening. We started with the Adelaide group without any advertising. It was just word of mouth. We were learning as we went because this was a totally new ministry. But getting some advertising going, if the church will commit to that, we get the group up and going. The group is launched. Melody sets it all up. The artwork is done. The group is started. We start to populate it with posts. The moderators come on board. We make them admins so that they can join new members, and they start posting and start having conversations amongst themselves. And then we get really excited when we see there's a community mum get involved and ask a question as well and start, because then we know that the relationships are starting with the mums in the community. So that's the process, and that's how it gets going, and that's how we start making the online connections. How do we go from online connections to face-to-face connections? And it looks a little bit like this. Every group is different, and it will depend on the women, the mums that are the moderators of the group. It's very different. So there's just some examples of some of the events. And when we say events, we try not to scare people off because mums are busy. Church ministers and chaplains are busy people. It's not something that you have to spend a lot of time or money on. It's free. It's just a matter of putting up a post and saying we're going to a park on Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Any mums want to join us? We're going to this cafe on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Any mums want to join us? So they're the more casual sort of meetups that mums do. Dessert-free nights, kids-free dessert nights, not dessert-free kids nights, are always very popular. The mums get to come out, meet with each other. You know, as a young mum, just to have a conversation with another mum uninterrupted is a wonderful experience. So being able to do that has been a really great way for the mums to build connections. That they always are very popular. Walking groups. One of our groups does a walk every Friday, so kids are in the prams, off they go, mums from the community come in and they're chatting to the other mums as they're doing their walking group. So they can be that easy to organise an event. Some churches are running playgroups. Playgroups are great. Mums are always looking for playgroups to take their children to. They're a little bit more of a commitment because you have to have a mum who is prepared to put in, or a team of mums, and we always prefer a team of mums. It's really hard when you've got one mum working on her own because they always have different skills. Some mums love the Facebook side of it, some love the meetup side of it. The playgroups are great, and the mums in the community are looking for playgroups to bring their kids to. Some of you may be familiar with the Engel scale, which has been suggested as steps on a journey towards discipleship. We feel that we can play a role in this step, in these steps. Mums at the table are certainly making connections with mums in the community that have no awareness of God at all. Some of them have some awareness of God. Some of them know a little bit about Christianity. Some know nothing about Christianity. And certainly the mums that are coming to our meetups have had no contact with Adventists before. So being able to build relationships and build connections with these mums that are going to the local Adventist church is a great way for them to start to know what it means to be a Christian. I asked Melody to screenshot this. It's probably small from where you are, Every Wednesday in the group we do what's called a Wednesday, well the moderators do a Wednesday welcome in there. Facebook has a function where you can write a welcome post to all the new members that have joined in the last week. And we encourage our moderators to do that because it's a great way to make connections as soon as the mums join the Facebook group. And in there we say, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us why you joined the group and what you hope to get from the group. Don't know if you can see that from where you are, but these are the comments that were in the Adelaide group 3 days ago. So this is really current. If you look through there, you can see people saying all the time, I want to make new friends. I want to meet other mums. I'd love to meet new mum friends to hang out with and build a sense of community. This ministry is just there. It's waiting to be, these mums are waiting to be connected with.
Group. I remember when they came here and they introduced themselves and who they were about. My experience coming here has been absolutely fantastic. Before I never really had that many friends, but ever since, coming here, I've learned so much. It makes it a lot easier to connect with other mums on social media, the website, things like that. Ever since I learned who they were, what they were about, it's really connected me, taken me out my shell. So I would definitely recommend Mums at the Table because, it gets the mums together, and especially if they don't have any friends or even family, there are Mums at the Table. The group here is very supportive. It's bringing me closer to all the other mums. I've made lots of new friends. Even I attend the church on Saturday, and it's like extending friendship. It's more like, a family. So it's really, really nice to have that relationship here.
I just wanted to add Ashley's story there. About a month ago, she's got 4 young children. A month ago, she's had all of them dedicated at the local Adventist church. So you see that Match is a wonderful opportunity for us to become the loving, supportive community that mums are desperately seeking. It's enabled us to show mums in the area a practical way of what it means to be a Christian. It's given the mums at the church that have this passion for other mums because they are in the trenches, they're doing it every day, they know how hard it is. It's given them the opportunity to practice their Christianity and to show what it means to be a follower of Christ. We're really excited about this ministry. We feel really fortunate to be a part of it. If this is something that now comes the sell. If this is something that you feel you would like to be a part of, you can speak to Melody or myself. You can use that QR code that will take you to be able to connect with us, or send us an email at hello@mumsathetable. And we'd love to support you if you're in a church now where you feel this is something you'd like to take on and speak to some people in your church. I'll hand back to Wayne.
Don't go anywhere. We will need an extra mic up here for the ladies as well. I've got 2 questions before we open it up for everybody else. One's a question, one's a story I want you to tell. The first question is, what's the difference between Mums at the Table and all the other churches' playgroups? Is there a difference between Mums at the Table and a playgroup that a church might run?
So some of the churches that we've partnered with are already running playgroups. So what we offer is help with them getting known in the community. So they're marketing them. And I didn't say this, I mentioned, but I forgot. The Facebook group can also help churches because in there they can promote their school. They can promote their Pathfinder and Adventure Club. They can promote their parenting seminars. So I guess what we do is support what's already happening in the church, but we can be that arm that connects them with the mums in the community.
Yeah, would you also say that play groups are primarily for the kids, and mums at the table, you're concentrating more on the mums?
It changes from group to group.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yes, a lot of the moderators, the focus that we give to them and we try to train them in is that it's not about entertaining the kids. I mean, kids need to be entertained. But it's really about supporting the moms and giving them that connection and a community and that relationship that they crave. Julie also does a good job in trying to get. We have this thing called a discipleship pathway that we try to train our moderators in as well, in which, you know, it's about making that friendship. How do you make that friendship, and how do you then, if the occasion arises, to have that spiritual conversation with the moms that you're connecting with.
Yeah. Could you, there's a story I've heard, because say the mums connect on Facebook, then there's an invitation, let's go to the local park. There's a story about someone sitting in a car. Do you want to talk about that, Melody?
Yeah, so what has happened was that this was probably not long after the lockdowns have all lifted. So these were a group of moms who have had their babies and have been raising their few months old by then, completely isolated and in their own houses. Lockdown has lifted, moms at the table then started creating events on which these moms could come. One of the events was held at a park. The moms attended, they came, and one of the moms actually decided that after a little while, she excused herself and said that she was going to go and say goodbye. Then after a little while later, she popped back out and appeared again, and everyone said, "Oh, why are you back?" Turns out what had happened was that because this was the first time that she was actually leaving the house after COVID, after having the baby. And the first event that she turned up for was this Moms at the Table event. But then the reason why she left was because she thought she needed to breastfeed her baby. And she was outside for the first time, did not know what to do. So she ran into the car and thought she's going to feed the baby and she was going to go home. After she fed the baby, she could still see what was happening, and she thought, no, I want to come back because I really like this community that's happening, and I'm going to come back and join them again.
Another thing that happens, if I understand this right, you've got the mums with their kids, but you've also got grandmothers and what have you. And dads. So sometimes you might go to a park and the mums are together, but there's another person who's actually looking after the kids.
Yeah, we try and encourage some of the older mums in our church, maybe retired mums and things like that, to get involved in this ministry as well. I'm thinking one particular play group, we have a lady that comes along who looks after the children, holds the children, plays with the children so that the mums can get to have a chat with each other because that's what they're really craving. So, you know, it's a ministry for lots of people in the church. And the other thing I did need to say is we call it Mums at the Table, I know, and our Facebook groups are primarily for mums because the kind of chats that go in those groups can be very private between mums, and that's why they're closed groups. But we do encourage dads, and we have dads come to some of the play groups, grandparents, and that as well, because often the dads are the primary caregivers as well.
Okay, are there any questions, comments that you'd like to make about this ministry? Online as well, just go. Elder Neil?
So my question is this, in terms of, because I love what this, the group, I love how it works with mums. What do you need from a local church pastor?
$366 to get the advertising started.
Which is that's a pretty cheap ministry, by the way. Yeah. Think about it.
We need. It's really good if the church pastor can support the moderator, can promote this in the church at large. I think so. The church takes this on as a ministry. When we first started this, we started with an individual moderator, but we've come to realise that if we can connect this with the church, it's much better because moderators move on. So to promote it in the church, sometimes get together and chat to the moderators and say, how are you going? Is there anything I can do to support you? What do you need from the church? Just staying connected to the moderators. You find some moderators are very self-sufficient and will just charge on ahead and do what they need to. Some other moderators, depending on their personalities and their likes and their talents, will have the idea and the passion and the love for the ministry, but not really know, and can feel really isolated, not really know or keep the momentum going, but they need to know there's someone there supporting them.
Yeah, and I guess to take a step back would be, from the church pastors, is if you can identify anyone in your church who has that passion, who has that ability, who has the capabilities of being able to be part of the Moms at the Table group. And we take all skill sets, really. It's not just, you have to fit a certain mold, but if it's really just a passion, and I think Julie said that before, that we really recommend, if possible, maybe at least 2, preferably 3 people to take that on board, because you don't want one person to get burned out.
I want to add something to that, Neil, and they're too polite to do it. I'm not known for my politeness. There are literally some pastors. I know of some moderators who have gone to pastors 3 times. Can we have this as part of the ministry of this church? Oh, yeah, okay, we'll take it to the board. Board meets. So how did it go at the board? We'll have to do it at the next board. And after 3 times over months, there's quite a bit of discouragement from these ladies who they're not out for anything themselves. So pastors, if someone comes to you with an idea for a ministry, why would you say no? Well, if it's going to cost a lot of money, there needs to be some discussion, but $360, our church is going to support it. Pastors, one of our key roles is the cheerleader of the people involved in ministry. So I thought I'd throw that out.
Yeah, no, appreciate mine.
Yeah.
Can I also add to that, we're here to support as well, so we have chat groups for the different chat groups for each different local group. We put the pastors in that chat group so that I'm in contact with the pastors, and sometimes the pastor will ring me, and so we're here to support the pastors as well. So if you've got a concern with what's happening, or just contact us as well. It's really important that we all work as a team with us at Mums at the Table, the minister and the moderators as well, and that's how it seems to work best when we're all on board together.
Thank you. Very good.
Melody and Juliet, just behind you. If mission to the cities is a new frontier for the church in terms of impacting people, this concept of ministry definitely not only it's working, but it has a special niche for mothers. But we are challenged to be creative, and maybe I'm asking the question, but I'm also asking Wayne, have you considered something like a ministry and call it Dads at the Garage or the Shed or something like that?
Every meeting that we present at, that question comes up. And yes, we would love it. That would be awesome.
You just need to find someone to drive it. These two.
When can you start that?
Yeah, okay. You've never seen me in a shed. It's not a pretty sight. But I think it's a fair enough thing. There are the man sheds around Australia, but this sort of stuff would be very important. I'm glad they've done this ministry because this one is so easy to run and set up. Can you understand why a church plant? If you're starting a new church, why this would be a brilliant ministry to get connections in the community. And for a local church going, hey, what type of ministry can we do in our community? This is a dead set, simple way of doing it. Minimal financial resources, just a few committed people in your church. This is, the sky's the limit.
Wait, we're going to Clinton on Saturday.
Clinton.
With the kids' free dessert night, what happens for those single mums that don't have somewhere to offload their kids to be able to come out to it? Is there some type of service provided for them?
We don't use the word offload. But yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Sometimes mums in that situation, if they don't have a partner at home or somewhere they can leave them, they will bring the children. So it's not hard and fast. And I have to say, anything we do in this ministry, we make suggestions, but there is no hard and fast rule. All the different groups run them as they see fit for themselves. So yeah, that's what's happened. Sometimes the children come along, but we just want to give mums permission to feel it's okay to leave their kids at home so they can come out without their kids. And I think this is where, you know, if they're making connections with mums in the church, there could be another mum in the church or a grandma that they would feel comfortable leaving their kids, their kids with, offloading their kids with.
Any other questions?
Hi, love what you guys are doing. My question is, what kind of, obviously not every child is born normal, so what kind of programs, if there are, do you guys have as support for mums with kids who are maybe born with a disability or a developmental disorder or something of that sort?
We don't really have a specific, because see, the thing is, we don't set up programs to support children in that sense. But we have a few groups who actually do support moms with, neurodiverse kids, all sorts of different needs. And at the end of the day, even though the needs of the kids are different, the needs of the moms are pretty similar. They need support, they need connection, they need community.
Yeah, that's
good. So I was raised by a single mum with a divorce, and now she's become a grandma to my nephew, and she's looking to get involved in something she can do in the community, now retired. How do I advertise this, not just to her, but to other people? Like, I love the videos that you provided. If we go to your link, all your videos there, can we get lots of information with ease to advertise it?
Yes, so on our website, if you go to momsatathetable.com, there is a button that says join us. And when you go on to join us, there's a few options there that you can choose, and one of them will be to connect with us to set a group in your local area. The videos are on our YouTube channel, so youtube.com/momsatathetable, and on the testimonies playlist, you'll find a bunch of different videos of the impact that Moms at the Table has had on different people.
Can I also add what's something that's really great? This has actually been driven now. Some of the people who are partially employed to promote this are actually Mums at the Table moderators who believe in it so much that they said, yeah, we'll be involved in actually promoting this, besides running our Mums at the Tables groups themselves. So there's a lot of investment in this by some of these moderators, and to me they're the kind of heroes of this whole process. Some of them have put up with a lot of stuff and just go, no, this is a ministry. When I was involved in some training with these ladies, one of the highlights of my career is listening to these ladies and the passion they have for this type of ministry. So, yeah, I can't advocate for this group enough. And you weren't here last night when Pastor Townend spoke very strongly in support of this as well. I think his daughter now is helping run some over in West Australia, I think, or Brisbane. So, any other questions? Other than that, we'll go on to our next one. Right? Yeah.
Thank you very much for promoting Mums at the Table. It's a really great initiative for the church. I was just wondering, has there been any consideration given to maybe diversifying the product to I don't know, just thinking mums at work, for professional minded mums, or mums that study, if we're looking at empowering women, or providing a space for mums, mums who might be time poor and not necessarily able to do some of these other more social stuff, but they want to have a connection, at the professional level or at a studying kind of level. Has any consideration been given to that kind of service?
Yes and no. So in terms of, we've got the Facebook group for that, in terms of like, if they're too busy to meet up in person or for various reasons, they don't want to actually need to meet up in person, there is the Facebook group, so the online group in which they can still have their chats and they can still have their conversations. And then from there on, it's really wherever it leads you.
That's a good question. Anything else? Good. You guys are hanging around. You're going to be part of the panel this afternoon. But anything else you'd like to say to finish off that you missed in your presentation?
I think one of the things that I was just thinking about with our moderators, right? One of the feedback that I got from them was the reason why they love being part of this ministry is that they feel that they are making a difference. They feel that they are connecting with the community. And the reason why they didn't feel like that before was because to them, they don't feel like they're able to give Bible studies. They don't feel like they're able to evangelize. And so they want to do outreach, but in their heads, that's how you do outreach, right? You give a Bible study or you give some kind of seminar. And they are not able to do that. They just capable or personality-wise. But then when they found moms at the table, they found that it's really fitted in with who they are and where they are at. And yeah, it's just, and that's, I think it's one of the reasons why they're so passionate about it.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. And these two ladies will be here rest of the day till the panel, and so if you want to chat with them as well. So we have 3 sections today that are dealing with people who are actually doing things. So we've had mums at the table, the interview that we're going to see now, and then this afternoon with Kristie. So we need a kind of a solid foundation. We have our theology, we have our history as a church, we have the ministry we have on reaching the cities. But here that I want to introduce a video clip we're going to be watching is Victor Kulikov, who was here at our last session, is the ministerial director for the NZPUC, New Zealand Pacific Union Conference, and he is interviewing a guy called Andrew. Some of you may know him, who has a unique ministry in Papatoe Church. Some of you may remember seeing the record or on the news about a guy who was shot and killed on the property of Papatoe Church. Andrew himself, if you don't know his background, if you have a look at his hands, they're all scarred. He was a bouncer at most of the nightclubs in Auckland, and he was a trainer of these wonderful cage fighters, and he used to train them. When he gave his life to Christ, he kind of taken some of the skills he learned and said, how can I do ministry amongst the gangs and people who come out of prison with, they call it the King's jewellery, which are leg bracelets, so they don't move out of the area. And when I visited this thing, about, I don't know how many of the guys had this jewellery around their legs, so they didn't go too far. A unique ministry that I kind of am glad I'm not involved in, but it's an example of someone saying, my gifts, my background, this is who I can reach. And I think the challenge for all of us as ministers in training, chaplains, is that, okay, in my space, how can I be used by God? Mums at the table, in their space, how can they be used by God? So let's watch this video clip, please. If you need take some notes on it, let's watch it. We'll have some questions and comments after. Thanks, guys.
Join us as we discuss faith in action. This is one of the key topics for a lot of churches to unpack, because a lot of churches don't know exactly how they can minister in their local communities in very relevant and effective ways. And it is my privilege to have this conversation with Andrew Hoeflich, who is the pastor at Papatui Seventh-day Adventist Church here in Auckland, New Zealand, and he has been ministering in this area for over 14 years, quite successfully connecting the church to the community and finding amazing ways to meet the needs of those people. Andrew, it's great to have this conversation with you. How do you go about really living out that faith in action?
Thank you, Victor. Any church can do it. You only need 3 steps. The first step is find ways to serve and connect to your local community. And I think that, like Jesus is a good example for us because he did not hang out at the temple. He actually went into the community and served with the lepers, tax collectors. He was hanging out with all the sinners, and he went into his community. And for me, we too, as a local church, we got to know what our community looks like before we do programs and be active. And I believe that through my experience of 14 years, is we meet the people where they are. And when with one of our programs is Solid Community. It's a free boxing and kickboxing. We have a free basketball as well. But I'm looking at the boxing, and it was a need for our community here. And because we have a lot of poverty and a lot of crime in South Auckland, there was a lot of interest in boxing and kickboxing. So they come into this program, and then they do the program. But then after every session, we share the Word of God for maybe 30 minutes. And then, so we try to meet them where they are.
I love the way you do it, Andrew. When you go in, you actually take them through a lot of workouts. They're really great physical workouts. Yeah, and then you say, well, we work out, we train, and it's all for free, but we read the Word. And I observe the way they listen as well with in fact, even in awe, because some of them maybe heard the Word for the first time. And how did you, again, end up with this amazing idea? I share this in so many churches, and they're like, kickboxing and ministry? It's like, really? Did you ever kickbox?
Yeah, it's actually a gift that I had as a kickboxer. I used to be in the ring and fighting and all that. But it's amazing how God can use anything in your hands to bring people to Jesus. And that was in my hand. I always say to people, if I was a ballerina, I would be doing ballet. But I'm so glad it's kickboxing, not ballet.
So just to really, for me to understand, the way God led you to this ministry was through identifying the need in the community, the need of people dealing with anger. And you were thinking, okay, how can we help them find a release in a positive way?
That's the one. Yeah.
And you are connecting that need to the experience and maybe the skill, the ability that you have, and then that becomes a ministry.
Yes. And through kickboxing, we also discovered that these people were hungry. So because they were hungry, we also have a community dining every Thursday that we invite them to come in and share bread with us. And not just them, but also we've extended it to the window washers on the streets, the homeless people, and just people that need to be fed, even just once a week that they have something in their stomach.
And I also see some people who come mostly even for relationships because they are lonely, staying at home, like really retirees who are also struggling financially. But the biggest thing, I think, is the community. So they come to have this warm meal with someone.
Yeah, and Victor, it's about connecting to our community, and how we connect with them is maybe through food or just maybe conversation, because there are lonely people out there that need just that feeling of relationship. So yeah.
How about the basketball group? How did you, is this also connected together with Solid?
So the basketball, we have it once a week, and the basketball is more like the youth that hang around in the community of Clinton. So these youth, they get into mission, but we try to put something there so that they can all come. And we get between 20 to 30 kids come in and play basketball, but then the cost of that is that we just share the gospel of Jesus Christ for half an hour after every class.
This is fascinating, Andrew, because what I'm hearing is you are doing the opposite to what a lot of other churches do. They look within at the programs they have and what they can do. They will have numerous committees and discussions. You started, and I see you do this the other way around. You go in the community, you work with them, you network with them, you meet them where they are. Is that what you are doing intentionally?
Yeah, and this is where we lead into our next step, which is find resources in your community. And so I partner up with a lot of different agencies in the community. So even though we do have our ADRA connection as well, that support us with other programs, and they are awesome connection. But we also have other connection other than ADRA out in our community. So with some of our classes, like cooking on a budget, I have networked with the District Health Board, and these are agencies that are run by the government. And what I do is I ask them to partner up with us, and I just provide a space so that they can come and teach how to cook on a budget. And they're in that space. They are using their funding, not our funding as a church. So I'm not actually spending anything. I'm just connecting them to the church and give them a space. And what they are doing, they're actually doing the program for us. But at the same time, we can see how we can connect. So that's one, cooking on a budget. We have addiction class with South Seas, similar process. And we have also the deliveries for people, food parcels for people who are in need, who are struggling in our community, and I partner up with them too. So, and Blue Light, so Solid Community is not just the kickboxing and boxing, but we also do like mentoring with youth. So these are the youth that are through the police and through Orana Tamariki and through the courts. And I do boxing classes with them where then we share stuff like topics which help them with how to make good choices with a scripture, of course. So yeah. And then you know what, Victor? Another way too you can figure out of the box is that they use their funding by us, even giving them a service where they can give us a bit of money to pay for the 1 hour service. But that money will come into the church, but it will go straight back out into the community. So it's just thinking out of the box how you can network with people who are different agencies, which are in the government scene, where you can actually tap into it, and it really helps.
So you are not duplicating, you are not competing, you are actually completing what they are already doing. Yeah. Instead of now competing, you are networking with them, achieving the same purposes. Yeah, but now the church is partnering with community agencies, and it's a win-win. They see that you are helping the community, and you use their resources to also help the needy people. Oh, this is really good. So we've learned so far, the first step is to really connect with the community, be truly connected with them to find the needs amongst the community. Then that's where the second one is, you find resources amongst them as well to then give back to the community to serve. Now, what's the whole purpose of doing this? And I know you are very grounded in the reasons why you do it. So what's the real deal there?
Well, this is where our third step comes through, Victor. And the first step is how to connect our community to Jesus. I mean, we always have to have a purpose why you do what you do. And that's for 14 years, the purpose of me doing what I have ever done, it was to one thing, connecting people to Jesus. and they may have what I have found in Jesus. So, like here's an example, Victor. We had our church lunch only about a week ago. So what I did last week and the week before, I started to invite people to come to our church lunch. And for them to come to our church lunch, they actually have to come to our service. So they came and, they went to Sabbath school, they done our, I think, I don't know, was it you that preached? I think it might have been you that was preaching that day. Oh, SJ, that's right. And through the preaching, man, some of them were just touched by the word. And then when we had lunch, and they were like just letting me know how great the Sabbath, our Sabbath day was. So those are the kind of connection. It's just we meet the community where they are, and then we invite them to our programs that meet their needs. And then after that, I invite them to come to our church service or lunches or things that happens in our church. And when they come, and that is how connected to Jesus through this place where we share the gospel.
I also see a lot of members also take part in those projects in community programs, and I see them establish relationships, friendships, and so when they come to church, they already know someone. Sit at this table, have lunch and have a conversation. Then they strike a more meaningful conversation that they reflect on those things. Is this also intentional?
Oh, yes. And you know what? It's having a relationship. It's having a relationship with our community. It's just finding a place where we can meet them. And when we meet them in that crossroad, it's where we have a relationship with them and invite them to come to church. I had a guy through Solid, his name was Jason Rogers, who used to sell drugs for 11 years, and through that, he came through Solid, he came to our life groups, he came to our church, and now he's got a legit job as a handyman. He's got his own business, but a legit business. And it's just seeing the journey of how God connects the community back. But we need to actually go into the community, and we need to go where the mahi in New Zealand, the mahi, where the workers, and see where they are, and then see how we can invite them to meet their needs.
I can't help myself but here, the connection, the words you use, connection, relationships. So to me, the programs that you run, they are less of programs, but more of connections in relationships. And I suppose that's the real glue. Yes, the program is there, but it's not the real program. It's, I think, the people who are there, mixing and mingling, connecting with them. I know you are the best networker, yeah? I don't know how you do it, but you seem to know everyone and everyone's names and other members as well. So I think this is the real secret of connecting then these people to relationships. Meaningful relationships. In those relationships, they need Jesus.
Amen. That's what it is. And also, when you are dealing with people from different agencies, is how do you have that relationship and keep that relationship? And I mean that because sometimes you can have those relationships, but then sometimes it might not go as you plan. But if you have good relationship, and this is where you have to shine Jesus to people that you deal with in community. And the more they see Jesus in you, the more the connection will be. And that's something I learned. It's almost like, in marriage, when you have, your Jesus with your wife and Jesus with you become one in Christ, it's strong. And I think it's the same kind of connection that we can have with our community, where you shine Jesus more, and they just love you, and they just drawn to you. And they keep that relationship going. So some of these agencies I've been dealing with, it's maybe 3 years, and that's just loving on them and just keeping the connection going.
I know, Andrew, the agencies pour a lot of their own resources, their funds, their money resources they have, and they trust you. One thing I also know, that they are absolutely sure that you are there for a reason of helping people, not so much getting them into the church.
Totally agree.
How do you find that tension or the balance in this tension Because a lot of, and this is the big challenge for a lot of members, in churches.
Yeah.
We're gonna run the program because we're gonna some baptisms. Yeah. And I know you run the program or you offer that service, you minister to people because you see the need. And they see this, the agencies see that, and they trust you that you are there for the right reason.
Well, it comes down to 2 commandments that Jesus gave us. Love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, but love others, love people. If you can show these agencies that your love is genuine for people, and when you do that, they have their trust in you because they see it, because you walk it. And as disciples, as followers of Jesus Christ, it should be automatic. Our love that comes from Him should really shine out. If it's not shining out, maybe we should go back to the beginning, to the first commandment, love God with everything. So yeah.
I think one other aspect we need to touch on is of faith in action, the impact it has on the members as well, on you, as a person who ministers, as well as the members who engage. What are you seeing the benefits for the members, you and the team?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of benefits there, Victor. I have other members of our church. They are serving in our community dining or serving through our boxing and kickboxing, but they come out feeling full. They feel like they are full because they're giving, and the more you give in the name of Jesus Christ, the more fullness that you will receive.
It really connects with the meaning of all, as you said earlier, of why we do those things. This is the purpose of helping others to know Jesus, and it gives us meaning. This is our meaningful service to the community.
Amen.
I think, Andrew, we cannot miss one important thing. In all of this community service and engagement, the impact it all has on us, on you, on us as a church. Will you agree with that?
I agree with you, Victor. I grow spiritually, the church grows spiritually, and also our community come together and they grow spiritually. And that is faith in action.
I really appreciate Andrew sharing all this. I personally now, as engaging in this conversation, learned a few insights. I'm sure our viewers, as they watch this and discuss it further, they will find many ways how they can connect with their community, find resources that God put in place for them, and find ways to connect those people to Jesus. So I appreciate your ministry here to me and to all of us in sharing your experience. May God richly bless you as you make new inroads in your local communities, finding the best ways to share the good news of Jesus.
Okay. That's a unique type of ministry. I think I'll stick to baking bread. I'm not sure what type of ministry you would do. This is one of the key things we need to learn as pastors, chaplains in training is the whole challenge of God made each of us with unique abilities and personalities and has things planned for us. Andrew's found what is for him. One of the keys for us is finding out what it is for us. Okay? Any comments or questions in regards to what Andrew is doing? I was over there earlier this year and Shaylee Walsh had actually made contact with that Papatoe church and said, I want to go to this thing tonight, and I kind of tagged along, and it was a graduation of all these guys, and there would have been 70, 80 men and women who were graduating from this class, and they did the Maori haka in front of us, scared the flipping daylights out of us. But I mean, if they ever came in serious and did that, I'd be just lying on the ground going, I give up. I actually think it's an unfair advantage whenever they play rugby league and do the haka in front of people. It's not fair. Well, comments? Any comments or questions about that model of ministry? If you don't, I've got a couple of questions. Think about a couple of things he said. Notice that a lot of the resources they use come from the harvest. It's not, okay, our local church has to pay for all of this. It's actually building up credibility in the community and having the government, having other agencies support what they're doing. You don't do that unless you've got, unless they believe in you. Okay? Neil?
One of the observations I would make is that Andrew's been there a long time, and he's building on the back of Papatoe Church, actually punching heavily in the community for a long time. And I think that longevity, can you just comment on the importance of longevity in ministry, particularly in cityscapes?
It's huge, okay? The first church I planted, I was there 18 years. Now, we planted 6 churches out of that, but it was long enough for my daughter to go through the entire, as a pastor, my daughter went through her entire school life here at Avondale, and I'll be eternally grateful for that. I think longevity is an essential part of pastoral ministry. And there are times, pastors, you get asked to go places, and there are times it's your choice, and some of us go, oh yes, I've been called to this plant a church in Hawaii, I better go there. Very few people feel called to go to a smaller church. Have you noticed that? Okay? It's always, oh, God's called me to this mega church kind of thing. I do think we as pastors actually do have more say now. And I think some of us need to honour our communities by sticking around. Because we literally have churches going, you're only here for a couple of years, do your thing, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. Yeah. Mark, over.
Wayne, this isn't really a question, it's more of a comment. I think the thing that impresses me about that type of thing is the fact that the church facility is being used, not just on Sabbath morning. And I think that's one of the things that we need to keep in mind in ministry these days, is that it's all very well to have a facility, but if you go and build one, make sure it's multifunctional. Make sure that you can use it for all manner of different kinds of things. Because it's bad stewardship, I think, to build something that you're only going to use one day a week.
Yeah, and if you're not going to use it, allow other groups to use it. Okay? There's no reason why other community groups can't use our church facilities.
I noticed that there was a lot of food as well, and people come together around food.
Yeah.
And it was not just the people interested in one particular thing. The church came together with the various groups around food. And that's actually one of the easiest things one can do in a church, is to start a food distribution program running out of your church, and then there's usually an excess amount of food that can then be used for community meals, whether it's a soup kitchen during the week or on Sabbath. And when our church started this, I was surprised by how many community grants there are available when I started looking into this. Not only grants from government, but there's funding from the Rotary Club or the community banks. They were delighted to come on board and sponsor various things, equipments that we might have needed. And our church became a community hub where people would come and bring various things to, and then people in need would be able to benefit from those things. And so we were connecting with both sides.
I think that's huge. On the Central Coast, they provide food 7 days a week, and the Adventists do it on Sunday. Why? Because that's when all the other churches have their church services. So different churches have meals on different nights, and the Adventists come in on a Sunday night. I have a pet peeve. I think it's interesting that Jesus' first time he does a miracle is around food at a wedding, right? But I do feel a little bit uncomfortable sometimes when we think we're doing pretty good when we offer food 1 day a week. So what are the homeless doing the rest of the week? But we've done our bit. I think if we're going to start doing things like that, we need to kind of either asking other agencies, other groups, if they'd like to help us if we don't have the resources. But homeless people need food every day, apparently. I do, and I'm not homeless. And so I can remember people going into King's Cross on a Saturday night to hand out soup, off the street, soup, and they'd hand out the great controversies and everything, and they cheered because of that. And I talked to some of the street people, and they go, yeah, that's great, you Adventists doing that, but I can get a hot meal within 100 metres of here every night. I can get accommodation. There is nearly 1,000 charities that are working in King's Cross, and we Adventists went and handed out soup 1 night a week, and we were wonderful. But I'm kind of going, maybe we need to be more strategic with the resources we've got and go, okay, let's partner with other people before we compete with them. Does that make sense? This guy partners with other groups who now trust him and now invite him to do stuff for them. One of the huge things we need to do when we do community stuff is go, where are the gaps with what's been offered in security in all this area? Where are the gaps that we can fill? What are the people we can complement rather than compete with? If that makes sense. Are you going to say something?
Yeah, a comment and a question to yourself, Wayne. The Solid Ministries with Andrew Hoeflich is a classic example of how we can implement the theological understanding of the church of the priesthood of all believers. I'm in some ways, as I'm watching this, I haven't had opportunity to reconnect with Andrew for a long time. But in my former life as a church pastor, he was one of my young people.
Is that right?
In Auckland, New Zealand. So to see him being very active with Pastor in his ministry is quite wonderful. And my question for you, Wayne, for our ministry theology students, we have these great ideas which we're hoping will generate not only interest but a passion to look for those gaps that are out there in the community. From your experience in mission and church planting, somebody has an idea, ministry idea. Give us some very basic 3 steps. What do I need to do? Number 1, to make sure that I'm selling this vision that my local church will also feel comfortable with, because credit to Papatori, as you correctly pointed out, there are risks with this particular group of the kind of people that come in to the ministry. But this is a church who was willing to say, hey, we'll open our doors, we'll accept the risk, we will try to manage the risk, which they did when this particular incident happened towards the end of last year. So you have an idea, cast a vision. There's a way that we can sell these ideas and vision whereby the church is willing and happy to support us. But there's also another approach that the church may not feel very comfortable with. So I'm simply asking for these future pastors of the church, they're out there in the field, someone comes with an idea, how can we help them to have a fairly simple, basic formula of what they need to do to make sure that this idea can be sold with the church and they will get support for it?
Yeah, really good question. Let me answer it this way. I think one of our primary roles as pastors is to help our church understand the concept you mentioned of the priesthood of all believers. That all of us, everyone in this church is a minister. No one's more a minister than anybody else. Okay? We have titles. Pastor. Right? That's our title. We have a role. That doesn't make us more of a minister. I dream of the day, Erika, when someone turns up at your church and says, "Can I speak to the minister, please?" And our church members go, "Which one?" Because everyone here's a minister. Right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Okay. We had a philosophy at church, one of the churches I pastored. If someone came to me and said, the church should do this, and it's usually they're not going to do it, but the church should do it, right? And so my response was, okay, if you're really passionate about this, then you need to do it. Until we find a leader, we're not doing it. The leader needs a team. And this leader, and I still remember a person coming up and saying, we need to do this ministry. And I said, are you passionate about this? Are you willing to do it? He said, yes. And I said, have you got a team? He said, yes, it's the youth team. I said, well, who's going to lead the youth? He said, well, someone else is going to have to do it. And I went, no, if you're going to start a new ministry, you need a leader and a team, and it can't negatively impact another ministry. Right? If you can meet that criteria, a leader, and it's, how much is it going to cost? Well, nothing. Okay, well, in that case, the board will sign off on it. Right? If it's going to cost money, yeah, we'll need to discuss it if you're going to get finances from somebody. But and the other question is it sustainable? Can you keep doing this long term? And you want a culture in your church where if someone comes with an idea, not for someone else to do it, they're passionate, they're willing to do it, they have a team. As a pastor, you should be an advocate for that ministry. Right? And I was going to mention this afternoon. I don't know if I did it last night. Alzheimer's kicking in. How do you determine what the needs of the local community are? You know? I was at digital discipleship thing last week. You know the easiest way to find out what the community needs? Google it. Because Google has algorithms and it locates where you are. And so if you type in a question, it will give an answer for your local area. What are the number one questions? What are the questions people are asking about God? It will answer that for your community. What questions do people want to know about God? Google that, and it will give you the answers for your community. What are the needs of our community? Google that, and it will come up with what other people have said on Google in your area. It just hit me last week. Never thought of that. We go out with our surveys. Just go to Uncle Google and give him all your details, and he knows where you are and has the stamp mark of the beast on your head. Any other comments or questions about this?
You can talk to the police.
Yeah, you can talk to the police. Yes. We would go to the police. We would go to the principals of schools, the mayor, the state member. Still remember going to the federal member, the state member, and saying, if we were to build a centre for the community, what would the needs be of the community? And he goes, look, if you're going to build a church, you'll need all these requirements. I said, no. We're asking you, what does this community need? If you could build a centre for this community, what would it look like? And the state member's eyes just lit up. He'd never been asked that before. It was all, we want to build something for ourselves. Anything else? Okay, this is a terrible situation we're in that we're finishing early. Sorry, Neil's got a record.
I can actually just show them a couple of things like we just chatting directly like that's helpful.
Show you a couple of things of what?
You were just asking before about how to find out information and so on. So there's a couple of different things that are available. This group here, run by a group of Adventists in the States, it's called Answer the Public. Can you just make that go bigger for us, Irvin? So Answer the Public, and they can generate maps based on search algorithms and search things, so that you can actually see what Google would relate all the different words that are clustered around various ideas. So if you're not sure, you can just present an idea to these guys, and they can produce a whole map from that with all the related questions to it to help you just focus your research. So that is a very useful thing that a group of Adventists in America have actually produced, and I'd highly recommend that just to help do some additional research.
Well, take a photo of that, guys, if you want to. If not, go and bug Neil afterwards. He can show you that. I haven't seen that resource before, Neil. That's great.
And the other one that I would say is this, I'll do this now in real time, is, if I can actually see that up there, is, so if we go to chat, and I think that will just open up, I can't quite see that. Is that saying open AI? No. Oh, man,
Why don't you find it and show it to us after lunch?
I'll bring it back on.
Okay, my worms are crying out to be fed. So we'll finish now. Lunch is not till 12:20, but if you look at the times, if you come back, please, and could we honour the guys who are going to be speaking? If we can come back on time, which is we've wanted to start right on
1:30.
Oh, it's Neil. You can be late. No. Neil is the first speaker at 1:30, and the first slide he'll have is the slide he was going to...
No, it's right there now behind you.
Oh, okay.
All I was really going to say is there's a tremendous amount of research that's coming out now with ChatGPT, artificial intelligence engines, and so on. If you're not actually investigating and looking into those, you're going to be left behind so fast. If you don't know how to do a marketing campaign in your local church, just ask this and it'll give you the basics of what that might look like. If you want to know what the needs are in a various location, you can use, and I wouldn't use ChatGPT, that's just the one that I've been playing around with. There's better ones that have access to real-time data, and I would be using those to help generate insights and what to do. And they can even generate flyers and all kinds of things. It's just a whole new burgeoning landscape that really can accelerate your research time in terms of what it is you might want to do in community. So yeah, Google, your artificial intelligence engines, definitely use those.
Okay.
Wayne, can I just make a suggestion before we leave for lunch? I'm wondering, in terms of application, we have a few tables here. If we can spend a few times with each table praying for a particular city. In Australia, I think there'll be a nice way to finish off our morning session and before lunch while we have that time.
Yeah, and for your information on this, Mission to the Cities, each division is asked to concentrate on cities of 1 million plus. And in our division, we've got 6. 5 of them are in Australia. Auckland in New Zealand, but in Australia, it's Adelaide, Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. Not Cairns, they're not 1 million plus, but yeah. So all our cities, but the real challenges are in those 5 that are the biggest, but a lot of other cities are great. So pick a city, and if you can just spend time, and then I will close and have grace while we're here too. Let's just spend a bit of time in prayer. Thank you, Eureka, for saying
We acknowledge our online participants and thank you for your patience. most of us are finding our way back to our venue here at W's Chapel, and you've been waiting faithfully, so thank you. Welcome back. This is Symposium Semester 1, 2023, and our focus is mission to the cities. In a moment, I will invite Pastor Hensley Gangadu, former Associate Director, Field Education for Avondale Seminary. He will offer our opening prayer for this last part of our conversation. It's a privilege for me to introduce our next presenter, Pastor Neil Thompson. Pastor Neil Thompson has served in cities, at least for me specifically, serving in Christchurch, a city in the South Island of New Zealand, served in Melbourne, the capital city of Victoria. And Neil will bring to us a perspective as we explore the mindset of urbanites and those that live in the big cities. There's more to that. And of course, Neil will expand on his topic, but that's our next presentation. Following that presentation, we will have a Q&A. Neil will also have some question for us to be engaged in this afternoon. But let's go to Hensley. Please pray for us as we commence this second and last part of the Sabbath together.
Thank you very much. Let's pray together. Lord, we come to you thanking you for this beautiful symposium. Thank you, Lord, for giving us a taste of your heart, your love. And thank you, Lord, for reminding us that you have a heart for the cities. Thank you for reminding us, Lord, that the good news of the gospel must go to everyone. Lord, as we continue this symposium, we ask for your presence. We ask you to be with our friend, our brother, our colleague Neil as he presents. May you lead him, Lord, through this presentation as we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thanks so much, Hensley and Erica. If you've got your technology there, get your technology out, use your phone, use the QR code that's there to take you through to Poll Everywhere. There's a question that I've got coming up, so I'll give you a moment to get your technology squared away. Just give me a thumbs up when you have online. You should have already done that, and it will take you through to the very first question that's going to be coming up. And the question is around mission to the cities. So if you've done that, everyone done that. I see some people still doing the QR code thing in the room. There we go. Pauline, you got it? Excellent, no pressure. All right. Okay, there we go. Moving on. So, I don't know. Why is this not working? It needs to be flicked on to PowerPoint. Yeah, there we go. Or you just move it for me. There. There we go. Okay, in a word, describe the importance of mission to the city. So we're just creating a collective word crossel together. So what is it? What is, it's growing, it's imperative, it's urgent, it's a must, it's vital, okay? It's about people. I like that. Mission to the cities is about people. It's easy to forget that. We can think it's about programs. It's actually about people. I like that a lot. So what is it? So just think of it in terms of what is it about mission to the cities? Why is it of importance to us? It's relevant. Is it biblical? Is it inspired that we work in cities? Just think of that. And if you've got more words, you can, or you see a word up there, you think, I want to vote for that word, you can re-enter it again. It's just interesting to think about that. Okay, it's loving the cities, loving people. Okay, so that's a snapshot of how we're seeing this at the moment. No, I can't. But you can follow up the top. If you go pollev.com/Neil Thompson 071, it'll take you through to the same website. So, moving on, and I don't think my controller's working so well to get from that. So just stay there. This is why I don't like it. So then, yeah, take us to the next one, Owen. Thanks. Okay, so we're talking city life. I've entitled the talk Shifting Sands and Tribal Wars. Shifting sands because the nature of the urban dynamics of people in the city is constantly changing, and as a consequence of that, it's just kind of it creates a very interesting landscape. So the people groups that are there are very, very diverse, very different, and there's a lot of different things happening there. Let's go to the next one. This is really going to, yeah. Okay, what are the main stresses of living in the city? So give me what you think the main stresses of people living in the cities are, and we'll see as we sort of drill down in their worldview, as we look at sociological factors affecting people in the city, their mindset, their heart, what do you think are the main things? So rent, pollution, loneliness, busy, traffic. Okay, interesting. I'll give you a little bit more time. Those online, a little time to catch up as well. What do you think the main stresses of city living are? No, here we go. That's lunch clear. Okay, so financial, that cities are full, that lifestyle stresses. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at some of the things you got there. There's distractions, yeah, the shiny thing syndrome is what I call that. There's so many things flashing around, vying for your attention. Okay, just a little bit more on that. Is the clicker going to work, do you think? Maybe if we go after this slide, then hopefully it's going to work properly. So just busy, just think about that word busy. Who here describes themselves as being busy? All right, who didn't understand the question? because we're all busy, right? It's like we wear that. Hugh Mackay in his research actually says that's the place where we hide now. Not only are we hiding behind our technology and our phone and everything else, but we're also hiding behind this badge that we wear called being busy. So you'll go up to someone and say, oh, how's your week been? Oh, it's been busy. Oh, okay, so no time to think, no time to reflect, no time for that personal space to actually reflect on the deeper existential questions of life, because there's no opportunity for that. Okay, let's go on. So we're now getting an idea of the kinds of things. Yeah, just hit the next slide. And so in our city spaces, what we have is there's three large worldviews that are at play here. So what are the worldviews? There's naturalism, in which atheism fits, agnosticism kind of fits loosely in there as well, where God's largely irrelevant to the lifescape, and that instead that everything can be explained through natural reasons. And then there's theism, and this is broadly speaking where we would fit in our scheme of things, where we would see ourselves as theists. People who believe in a personal being, in a personal God who's got infinite power. And then the next one is pantheism, which is really interesting in the Australian demographic as there's a shift into the no religion category. We're seeing a real renaissance of pantheistic type beliefs where people are buying into all kinds of belief systems, and it's God's impersonal, it's like God is everything, so it's kind of almost where Buddhism would fit into that kind of category as well, and it's kind of interesting. Now this is a graph you can't see, except let me explain it to you. It's religious affiliation in Australia that goes from 1971 to 2021. Christianity is at the top, and the curve at the bottom coming up to meet it is the no religion. What's that telling you? It's not long before no religion will be the largest group in Australia. And that's kind of an interesting thing. Now, if we translate that, again, I will make these slides available later if you wanted to look at the data, but a bit more carefully. This is from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and it says the Anglican Church from 2016 to 2021, according to the census, lost 604,900 people from their church. Let that sink in. That's a massive bit of hemorrhaging. The next one with the most hemorrhaging is the Catholic Church with 215,000, Uniting Church with nearly 200,000, Presbyterian and Reformed 100,000, Lutheran 28,000. Where do we sit as Adventists? Well, we represent only 0.3% of the population. So, we're not a very large group of Australian demographics, so we don't sort of feature in that. We're kind of tucked away in that other sector who have lost 3,000 in that 5-6 year period. And it's like, wow, there's a massive shift taking place. This graph here is looking at counting people who reported no religion in 2016 and 2021. Now, what we're looking at here is what's happening to the mindset of people in the cities. So we can take some inferences from this. And what it's showing you, up the top end, is the age, 70, 75, 80 years of age. Old people are not reporting that they're not religious. But look at the bump at the beginning, here, at around the 20 to 30 age group, there's this massive bump that continues to rise of people who are saying, yeah, not religious, don't believe in God, don't want anything to do with that. This is what's taking place, the transitions that are taking place. Out of all the states, I found this really quite gratifying and also disturbing, this one. It's actually looking at to say, well, who's the most religious group in Australia and the least religious state in Australia? So the least religious state in Australia is Tasmania, and that's the one here that goes right out here, where 50% of that region are declaring themselves non-religious. It's like, what is it about Tassie that so many of them would say that? And compare that to New South Wales, where it's only around 34%, 33% would be saying that they're not religious. And it's like, so we are the most religious state of any in Australia, and it's still not a pretty picture. So 1 in 3 would say, I'm not religious in New South Wales, whereas 1 in 2 in Tasmania. Quite a seismic shift that's taking place in our culture, and I wonder what's sort of driving it, wonder what's behind it, wonder what the mindset of people as they think those kinds of things are. And by age group, you can see here that the reported age group of those who are actually saying they're not religious, it's not the older age group, though there are some still doing that. It's in the younger age groups where people are saying, yeah, I don't need God in my life anymore. And they're not thinking about God, they're not turning to God. But does that mean they're no longer spiritual? And if I won't worry about that one. Although it's interesting, Advent is 0.3 as a percent of the population. So in terms of religious affiliation, the highest group now is Catholics in Australia. If we count them by person, the number of Christians, and I find this a fascinating thing, the number of Christians in Australia in 1996, in 2016, it's almost flat line. If you look at that, it's only gone down by 3% in 10 years. And I would say that's because people are dying. But then you look at between 2016 to 2021 and what's going on with the data. It's a massive decline. What's happened in that intervening few years to actually drive that? It's a massive, and that's only in 5 years, it's gone down 9%. Yeah, we've got royal commissions in there, we've got COVID in there, we've got higher death rates, we've got immigration rates going up, and the people immigrating to Australia are not Christian now, like they might have once been in the past. So there's a massive change in Australia. The no religious group here has gone up by 40% in 5 years. Means that what we're doing here in terms of our thinking around our cities is more and more urgent. And if we look at it, in the years 91, 2006, 2021, in baby boomers, Generation X and millennials, you can see how much have they been born overseas, have they got no religious affiliation, are they female, and are they moving around a lot? And you can see here that they're moving around somewhat, but there's a whole chunk of them, particularly of the millennials, who have no religious affiliation at all. Again, that changing landscape that's happening. And this is an interesting graph as well. And you'll notice here that decline, and that decline is increasing no religion. So from across the generation. So if you can see that, it goes from the interwar, those over 75, then you've got baby boomers, then you've got Gen X and millennials. And it's like, wow, that group in the yellow there is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's saying people are switching off religion and going somewhere else.
Gary Boomer, in his book Australian Soul that he wrote in 2006, somewhat prophetically just talking about the Australian landscape, he had this to say. He said, religious groups have been caught in the ethics searchlight and found what? In the handling of what? The stolen generation. Our Adventist church was caught up in that. And then in institutional sexual abuse in church groups. Massive, massive problem. And then, and as a result of that, the violation of trust was bad enough. But the churches, and here's his point, I think it's such a huge point, the church was the place that people went to for hope. But what do you do when the church is the institution that's destroying your hope? Where do you go to then? So spirituality, far from being dead in our cities, has now gone somewhere else. And where it's going, it's popping up in all sorts of other places. Because the churches are not trusted. Here was a survey that was done by OSA in 2018, and it actually indicates here that, you know, how much confidence do you have in churches and religious organisations? Complete confidence? Well, they're your Christian groups that go to church every week. A great deal of confidence, you know, but look at this, some very little, no confidence at all. Massive, massive amount of people in the survey actually saying, yeah, I don't have any confidence at all. Why? Because of the betrayal of trust. It's really shattered things. And as a result of that betrayal of trust, the media now reporting on Christians is becoming more and more militant against Christians. In fact, they'll almost talk about anyone else other than Christians in a favourable light, but Christians always negatively almost. Hugh Mackay in his work, and I really love him as a social researcher, in Australia he said those who occupy the gap between the 15% who attend church at least once a month and the 61% of people who identify as Christian may include a great many spiritual but not religious. And what the social researchers are actually saying as they dig into this data is that far from them not being interested in spiritual things, it's far from them not being willing to have spiritual conversations, they just don't want anything to do with the church. Now, you think of that, we're a church, we're trying to reach out to these people in a city, and they're very distrustful of us. So what's that mean we need to do? Do we need to hide who we are? Well, if you hide who you are, then they're just going to go, wow, you know, so you're not even upfront about who you are. That just makes us even less trustful of you. So what do? We've got to be upfront about who we are. We've actually got to, though, go overboard about building those bridges into the community. The kinds of things that we saw Andrew doing, this kind of things we've seen with mums at the table, what they've been doing, all of those, they're bridge-building exercises that build bridges into the community so people can love and trust. Gary Boomer goes on to say that being spiritual can be done alone and often is, and that's the thing. Spiritual now is not something that you need to be at church to do. People have left church behind, so you can go to the beach and it can be a spiritual day. You can go to the bush camping with your family, and that's spiritual. You can just go and watch a sunset, that's spiritual. There's so many different ideas in which people in cities are actually finding as their spiritual place. And so they'll go do yoga, they'll go Chai Chi in the park or whatever it is. You know, they're figuring out all sorts of ways to reinvent that place in their life that would satisfy the spiritual hunger in their hearts. And I think that creates for us an incredible opportunity to be able to also minister in that space as well. I came across this on an aeroplane, Jetstar, flying from Adelaide back to Newcastle, and I loved it. People are paying big dollars to do a thing called forest bathing. Have you heard of forest bathing? A couple of you have, yeah. It's a great thing. It's trending. It's trending in the big cities. I think what we would have called it, we would just call that pathfinders. But a little more than pathfinders, because what it actually is helping people connect in a spiritual way. So this is a spiritual exercise, taking them into the bush to experience the bush. Maybe hug a tree, go sit there and meditate for a while, listen to the soundscape of the bush, and so on. And I think in that space we could be doing a lot, and we just call it Sabbath keeping and pathfinders. Still part of culture. So this is Meredith Lake. In her work, she says the Bible still gets under Australian skin whenever opinions about people may hold about the state of the church, the integrity of Christian belief, or even the nature of secularism it is clear that religion has not gone away. So it's still part of our national dialogue. The mere fact that we're talking about all kinds of things for equity issues in our country, they're arguably Christian issues. But we just don't want church as part of that. We're happy to have that dialogue now without church, without boundaries of Bible and sin and all that would bring. We just want that without any of the religious trimmings. And then we have this, Tony Abbott would actually say that the great text is at the core of our civilization. Julia Gillard would make similar kinds of claims that if you don't understand the Bible, you won't understand much of what goes on in terms of Australian conversation. So it's not that these things are not part of the culture, they are. It's just that church isn't. If we think of this, and I'm sorry that this is not really large enough, but it's how do you get so much data into a small space? If you think of it, what is the typical family in a city? Well, who is that? What would you even mean by that? Is it a Chinese family? Is it a Palangi family, or a white family, or a Caucasian, or an English, or an Irish, or who is it? Who are these people? Is it Indian? Is it Islamic? Is it Pacific Islander? Are they Scottish? Now, they're the major population groups in some of our cities, but you can get to various suburbs in the city, and those population groups look very, very different. Where we have very large African groups, or very large Middle Eastern groups, or very large Asian groups. And it's just like, all right. So if you actually drill down on it, and you can actually see that their sense of humour varies widely. Cultural identity, things that would actually build them together, vary wildly from diverse backgrounds, and then their experience of the family, extended or nuclear family, through to really strong family ties. So that, the way you could almost characterise that as almost like an Asian, and I mean Asian in a very broad sense. So from Asia right the way through to the Middle East, and the way they do family is very, very different to the way the British do family. And so all of that needs to be factored into the bigger narrative of, okay, so who am I going to be ministering to in the city? What is going to be keeping them awake at night? Now, I asked you about stress, but before I get onto that, I want to mention just briefly the forgotten nation. In the year of, we're talking plebiscites, no, not plebiscite, we're talking the referendum at the end of this year. This is an important one because in Australia, we've got 812,000 Aboriginal people. It's up since the last census by about 200,000. Most use only English at home, but 1 in 10 speak another language in the home. And of those, the languages are largely, you might look at that and go, oh wow, they're Northern Territory kind of and Western Australia kind of languages. But guess where they live? Most Aboriginals of any state in Australia live in New South Wales. Did you know that? 278,000 Aboriginals live in New South Wales and 90,000 live in Sydney. How many Aboriginal churches do we have in Sydney? How many? Yeah. One church plant in 100 years. So Wayne's talking to us about mission of the cities, and he's talking to us about the success in Papua New Guinea and in Fiji, where there's a church every couple of Ks. And we've been hugely successful in those spaces. But here we've got a forgotten nation within our nation of people that are there, they're right there, but they think very differently. They don't think like a Westerner. They don't have the same value system that I have. They have an attachment to country that's very different to the attachment that I have to country. And they're there, and they're there in large numbers. Then we're coming to a different kind. So now I'll just park that thought. But the reason why I wanted to raise that, because I'm looking around the room here, and I'm looking at the limited capacity that I have to do Aboriginal ministry because I'm white. That straight away creates so many barriers for Aboriginal people. It's unbelievable because there's so much historical baggage that gets in the road of that conversation trying to happen. But I'm looking around the room and I'm noticing, well, there's a whole range of groups of us here, and your potential to do ministry in that space is greatly enhanced because there's less prejudice. So maybe we can have a new wave of ministry happening that can really impact those people. And that would be glorious. There's unique family problems that are happening for the migrant people in Australia. So the number of them that are first generation represents around 1/3. Another fifth of those are second generation. But look at this. Nearly half of them are now third generation. What are the problems that that's going to bring? Think of the problems that that's going to bring into the identity issue problems. The fact that if you're trying to reach them, are they now seen as, like the rest of main Australia, whatever that is? So they seen like, to use a really bad term, are they seen as like the rest of white Australia? In their thinking, their mindset, their practices, is that what's happening? Are they becoming more that? Or are they still in their cultural identity of their forebears? Where are they? And as I've done ministry in Melbourne, one of the big issues that's there in our church space, yet alone in the broader community, is where do the children and the grandchildren fit into the scheme of the culture of their forebears, and where are they going to find their space? And what happens when they marry cross-culturally? There's massive issues there. There's massive stress points. And in the middle of that, we're doing a ministry. So what kind of ministry should we be doing that actually builds bridges cross-culturally, that creates a safe place, that third place where they're loved and accepted, even though they might not feel like they're fitting in their cultural home of origin anymore? Because maybe they speak Polish, maybe they speak, Serbian or some other language, and the grandkids now have very little to language skills in that anymore. Did you know that the average Aussie, this was a news report out this year, is actually 3 times richer than the equivalent American? I've read that and I'm like, it doesn't feel like it. So I don't know about you, but I'm certainly feeling the pinch. And if we look at and so that's just, a quick snapshot. Finances, we're a wealthy country by world standards. If we go further forward and we look at this, so this is what Wayne was talking about before, the growth of the cities. By 2050, Melbourne and Sydney will be almost doubled. By 2064, they will be double in size that they are right now. So if your plan of doing mission in the city to these families that are rapidly changing, and we're about to go through some of the stresses that they're actually experiencing, if you're just thinking, I'll just add 1 or 2 into our church this year, we are so far falling behind the growth of these cities. In that time, if we don't double what we're doing in the next 20, 30 years, we're falling way behind. In fact, we've got to do way better than just doubling. So, and if you look at this, now this is an interesting little pie chart. It's if someone spends more than 30% of their income on rent, then they're in severe financial stress. Now look at this. In New South Wales, in Sydney, they're spending 25% of their income on rent. Now, Sydney's super high price, but Sydney gets around that because their wages kind of are higher to match. If you look at Hobart, 29% goes into rent. They're in severe financial distress. And this is only looking at one point, which is their rent. If we were to include other life expenses like insurance and food and cost of living, people now have less than 5% of their disposable income on which to be able to balance their family budgets. The amount of distress that's in our communities is absolutely raging at the moment. And then we can consider other stresses that are coming in to bear on the homes of ordinary people in cities. And so what are the kinds of stresses? So mental illness, death of a family, well, that happens to all of us. Serious illness, loss of jobs and incomes. So there's a significant stresses that happen in the families. And one of the stress points that is really growing, and it's growing in the elderly as well as in all age groups through society, is the stress of loneliness. So what's that saying? It says that 25% of households are one person living there. Imagine what that's like. How important is it for us to capitalize on that and create places of community in our cities? England sees this as such a significant problem, they've actually appointed a government minister for loneliness so that they can actually build those connection points. Disconnection and isolation, the longer our to-do list, the more activities we're involved in, the more communities, commitments we make, then the less time we actually have to engage in meaningful happiness and endearing activities and engaging. No wonder our cities and our city dwellers are feeling disconnected and isolated. It's just like, it's this scourge that's happening. So on the one hand, you all said that, yeah, busy, that's city. But that doesn't mean connected in meaningful relationships. So part of what you get an opportunity to do in ministry in a city is to help people slow down and make those meaningful connections. All right, so what are the major stresses on families? Constantly being connected through technology. So you feel that pinch, and you said so in the word Krause at the start, and certainly this is highly reported in the literature that this is one of the significant stresses on families, is that pressure point. Trying to do too much is kind of related to that first. And what are the things they're trying to do? Well, the soccer mums, they're just so stressed out. In fact, the researchers are now describing the modern home as being like a train station where people are shunting in and out of the home as they rush here, rush there, rush everywhere. And it just seems that mum and dad, all they're doing is paying the bills and ferrying the kids. Stress is huge. And as a result of that, they're not prioritizing things. So people don't have the capacity for careful analytical thinking, and as a consequence of that, they're engaging in far too many things that might not really matter in the end, but they're doing it because it feels like everyone else is doing it. And what technology creates is a sense that I can compare my lifestyle to the lifestyle of Wayne, and I see, oh, Wayne, he's been to Fiji for his holidays. Oh, I better get to Fiji. Oh, and then I see Dr. Eric, he's got a new car. I better get a new car. And then I see, and so I'm constantly comparing my life to the life of others, and as a result of that, I'm feeling a stress that comes from that comparison, that somehow or other I'm not measuring up, I'm not enough anymore. And that's really causing a lot. Then there's the go, go, go. There's no time to stop, no time for a breather. Just think, Wayne, what church is trying to get the message out about Sabbath and how vital that would be to help people disconnect from that pressure to go all the time. And then finally, the amount of pollution, and we're not just talking air pollution, it's the noise, it's the visual pollution. And there's studies now looking at the long-term effect of living in cities and how that induces like a PTSD type response in people's psychology. Just because. All right, there's my, wow, there we go. That's 30 minutes just like that. Then we've got the effects on the brain, there we go. The rise of homelessness, the housing crisis. Just look at that statistic there. By 2064, the average house, if it keeps doubling every 10 years, will be worth $46 million in Sydney. Better start saving for it now because you'll be able to get one of those. Seth Godin in his book, and I'll just take maybe a little bit of the Q&A time at the end now for this. He says this, he says that tribe is a group of people connected to one another, connected to a leader, and connected to an idea. You should all be builders of tribes. Whatever interest you have, if you've got an interest like I have in trumpet or writing poetry, last weekend I was encouraged to become someone who just releases my poetry online through live performance of it. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'll look into that and start working on that. But it's like, okay, so then you can create a tribe and you can speak to your tribe. And there's a shared interest and there's a way to communicate, and we've got that in spades online. Tribe needs leadership, and you can't have a tribe without a leader, and you can't be a leader without a tribe. So you start putting your things out there and you start connecting with people online. And, I was talking to Brett over lunch. Brett's got an interest in medieval battle reenactment. I'm like, well, that's perfect. There's an instant tribe. Be the pastor, be the, what do we call that? The monk. You could be Monk Brett on that medieval space and communicating with the tribe, and in doing so, lead them to Christ. Kobe Appleton in Sydney, talking the northern beaches, he actually has a Brothers Keeper brand in his surf gear, which talks about, the brotherhood of actually being a brother's keeper in community. And it's a real trending thing there in the northern beaches. And it's a real biblical idea. And it's echoing in that contemporary culture. And I think it's that sort of space that we could actually be actively in. So we've got to think tribal about it. The internet eliminates all the geography for us. And as a consequence of that, you can actually get much greater penetration in a short period of time. Look at this, 94% of Gen Z use social media, 76% are on Instagram, 68% on TikTok, 95% of people aged 18 to 29 use YouTube. So Josh, you were at that last weekend when we were looking into this. So here's Justin Coe. And I think, there we go.
So does Satan actually attack you more when you give your heart to God? It might feel this way, but I don't think so. The biblical narrative is that we are already engaged in spiritual warfare, whether we realize it or not. And when someone actually receives the Holy Spirit in their life, they are no longer ignorant of the enemy's attacks like they might have been previously. And so in this way, the attacks might actually start to feel more frequent or more severe. But that's just because now you actually see them coming. But this is the encouragement for all who believe. Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. In other words, the enemy's attacks are now exposed, and when brought to the light, you realize that they're powerless compared to you. So does Satan actually attack?
All right, so you see Justin Coe, that's what's called a short reel video clip. If you want to sign up for his masterclass on how to do digital space online, just grab that, take a photo of that, join up to his class. You'll see the date there, May 15 to 18. Empty pews, million views. In fact, I think it's actually running. Oh, is that now? May 15? Or no, it's this week coming. Yeah, so if you want to jump onto that, this is a great opportunity just to learn some extra skills from someone, an Adventist, who's doing really good. The other one is Colby Meyer. He's an Adventist pastor who runs his church, but in running his church, he's also building his tribe online. There's this clip that you're about to see happen this week. He took that clip, put his own words over the top of it, and he's already engaged with 2,500 people. So have a look.
How do I know God is real, friends? Because I know I put myself in situations that I couldn't get out of myself and I needed help. And when it didn't look like there was any chance, okay, am I the only one? You know God is good. You know He's tried to reveal His goodness to you your whole life. Stop fighting. Stop arguing.
There we go.
How do I know God is real?
Okay, so again, and what he's doing in his space is absolutely amazing. So just continuing his regular pastoral ministry, he's created this space online, he's built a tribe online, and he's speaking to the tribe, and he speaks to them every day. And as a result, he's getting massive amounts of penetration. Pastor Scar was a youth pastor in Parramatta, and he's now a youth pastor on Twitch. And this is what he has to say.
Even in your most unknown, even in your most uncertain time, the bit that just doesn't have an answer, and that you've got two options and both of them are pretty messed up, and it's kind of like, there is no way out of this. Even in that time, God is with you. God loves you. That He provides, that He will care for you, and He will look after you.
There we go. Very simple, short little message. And they're doing those messages all the time. And I just think, wow, they're speaking to their tribe. They've figured out who they want to try and target. They've built their tribe in the city. They know what their stress points are. And they're talking to their people about what matters in life and communicating the gospel to them. So you are the brand. Okay, it's a difficult thing. Paul says, follow me as I follow Christ. So we want to encourage people to follow us as we follow Christ. So that when they mature, they no longer need to follow us. They can just follow Christ themselves and do that same with someone else. So you are the brand. So how you go about positioning yourself in a city really matters. The way you deal with social justice issues, the way you deal with all kinds of things really matters because you're the brand. And at the end of the day, evangelism is not a program. It's not an event. It's the orientation of your heart. As to get people to see their friends and their family, and you just want them to come and to meet with Jesus. That's it. That's what evangelism is. So what I really want to say in finishing up, I just want to say, don't be beige. That's the image on the left. I just took all the colour out of it. You barely notice. It's just like, Whereas you could be extraordinary. You could do full colour. You could bring so much more into the city. So don't, we've been doing Dead Men Tell Tales for a very long time. And the success rate of that, well, if it was really working, Wayne would be here and we'd be running a workshop on Dead Men Tell Tales. And the fact is that it's kind of like finished up in the 80s. The success rate of that. So now what do we need to do? We need to be pivoting sideways. We need to be finding niches and digging deep in them. We need to be speaking and creating tribes online and really working that. Cities are full of people who are stressed out. Absolutely. They've got PTSD. They've got all these stress factors going on. And what they need is they need to hear that invitation. Come and take my yoke upon you and rest and learn the unforced rhythms of grace and walk with me and I'll show you how to live. So, questions to consider. As you think of city dwellers, what opportunities do you see for ministry and connection? What will you need to be particularly careful of? And what possible tribes might you want to lead? I want you to have some conversation around that on your tables.
I know you've got those conversations going with those 3 questions from Neil. But I'm also mindful of our time and opportunity to stretch and perhaps just stand and take a little break before we come in. But before we do that, let's put our hands together for Neil for our presentation. Again, don't stop those conversations, but it's our break, and then we'll be back in 20 minutes for our next guest presentation.
Talking about ship's pilot who comes from Lord Howe Island, and my wife comes from there. His job is to, as liners, as ships come into ports, he gets on board and he directs the captain about where to go. So she has a terrible life because she moves from Lord Howe Island to Noosa, and then from Noosa back to Lord Howe Island. Because Nathan they have a home on Lord Howe. And a number of years ago, I was over there for holidays, and Kristie had made friends with a number of staffers, they call them, usually backpackers or what have you, who come into the island to work as waiters, waitresses, work in different lodges. And Kristie, being Kristie, had made friends with 3 of these young ladies. One was from Germany, one from Estonia. Where was the other one from? The UK. And so she made friends with them and was having Bible studies with them. Now, if you know anything about Estonia, even Germany, really secular post-Christian. And I had the privilege of kind of being asked to come in and help with questions they had. And they had an absolutely fantastic time. I love talking to people who don't have a Christian background as such, and Kristie had made such good friends with them. So I think it was this last Christmas, Kristie, I was over there, and I said, isn't it great that of those 3, one of them has been baptised and is a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church here on Lord Howe Island. She ended up marrying an islander, and she was coming to church, and Kristie said, what do you mean, one of them? There's 2 of them. The German girl who was also there, that Kristie had spent time with, was also baptised, went back to Germany, is now married to one of our principals, you say, of one of our largest schools in Germany. So Kristie has a heart for people far from God. And if you read her bio, she has a fascinating degree work, which is part drama, part theology. What a match. So you go from your theology classes to go and play in drama. So she is doing some, I heard about what she was doing and asked her to come down, and she was kind of, we're not doing too much. And I think, what a load of rubbish. She's doing some creative stuff as a church member, not as a paid pastor or what have you. as a church member, linking up with the local church and doing some stuff in the schools. May I suggest to you that our school system is probably one of the biggest evangelistic areas that we have that's on our home ground. With a lot of our schools, with less and less percentage of admins attending, a huge mission field. So Kristie, come up here. Do your thing. I'll have prayer for you first. We haven't prayed for all the others. They didn't deserve it. That's not true. We forgot the ring, didn't we? Yeah. So Kristie, let me pray for you. Father in heaven, I want to thank you that Kristie has been willing to come down from Noosa this weekend. Mother's Day, all that sort of stuff tomorrow, and she has given up her time to be with us. I know that her story will be an inspiration for many of us and maybe give us some ideas of what we can do in the future. Bless her, I pray, as she presents in your name. Amen.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. Thank you for making me feel so welcome. It's so nice to be here at Avondale. I did actually come to Avondale for 2 years, over 2 decades ago. I studied theology, like you, so if you're getting bogged down with all that reading, I feel your pain. Homiletics class was my worst class. I would turn up and then finish, and then the lecturer would have to find me to get a sermon out of me. And then I went down to Wesley Institute, and I did finish my theology there, and I also studied, ironically, drama performance. So I actually really love to talk through drama, and Wayne just mentioned that I went from theology to playing, and that's absolutely correct, and I still love to play even though I'm a grown-up adult, and I invite you to play with me today throughout this talk, and ask you to trust me. So, we've sat a lot today, and can I ask you to stand? And I'm just going to do a quick count. All right, I think this will work out. Put out your right arm, and this is just to make you feel good and me feel good as well. Give it a shake, put out any bit of stress or tension, and then I just want you to imagine that you are standing in an amazing fruit orchard. And if you look up now, high up, a little bit higher than what you can reach, in the branches are some beautiful, crisp, rosy red apples. And with that right hand, I want you to just reach, and you just can't quite reach those apples, but you really want one. And so you reach a little bit more. Does that feel nice? Yeah? Good stretch. Okay, and just relax. And now take your left arm and give it a shake. And have a look up again, and you can see those apples. Oh, they'd be so nice to bite into. And just reach up and see if you can get one. We have a cheater in the room. Right, now I just want to split the room in half. So if I just draw a line there, can you step back that way a little bit? And that way, and maybe someone who's good at maths can do a quick count. And if you think that the room's not exactly even numbered, maybe it'd be good if we could have even numbers on one side and the other. It looks a little bit heavier on this side. Maybe if a couple of people could go over here. Now what I want is I'm going to ask this side to reach up again, and this time you can get the apple. And you're going to pick it. So let's reach up and pick that apple. And it looks so good. You're about to take a bite. Oh, but then you see that the people on this side They don't have one. I want you to make eye contact with someone. No. And I want you to, when you've made the eye contact, so have a look and see if someone has made eye contact with you. If someone has, put out your two hands because you're going to catch them.
There you go, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope everyone on this side gets an apple. Alright, your turn now. You're going to reach up and pick an apple. And I want you to make eye contact with someone on this side of the room and hold that eye contact, even if it feels a little bit awkward, just stay with it. And when they put their hands out, signifying that they've locked in, they've got the eye contact, you'll throw to them. And I hope you enjoyed that afternoon tea. That was on me. And sit down, thank you.
I like cherries.
You know, this just made me think of a parable Jesus told. Any parable come to your mind? You know, when the soil is good, there's an amazing crop of fruit. When the soil is good. What parable am I referring to? The parable of the sower. That's the only time that there's fruit, is when the soil is good. And we need this soil to be good in our own hearts, collectively, in our churches, in our whole church. And so I was wondering if we can apply that thought to our local church. When the people and the believers in the church are bonded with love and united, and there's unity, we're all heading for the same cause, that's good soil, isn't it? And when the fruit is ripe for the picking, none of us can take the credit because Christ has worked in us, through us as his body. And it's so lovely to be able to be part of the body of Christ and to experience that kind of unity. It is the sweetest thing that you can taste. I think that is the way we are Christ to each other. So in the program, it says that I'm talking about schools as a mission field. I would say that schools are an amazing mission field. Amazing. I've had a few experiences at Adventist schools. This time it's as a mother and a member of the campus church. About 10 years ago, I experienced working as a chaplain in a school, and that was in a great team of leaders. So I've experienced that as well. Last night I really loved that concept that was presented about centres of influence, and I just think that there would be endless opportunities for centres of influence at a school, on a school campus, in the school church community. And our schools have wonderful school chaplains that are doing amazing things. But I think that there's far more potential for ministry and reaching all these people who are coming into our schools than what one or two chaplains alone can tap into. Just consider this. At the end of a week of worship, there are amazing responses from students asking for prayer, asking for Bible studies, asking for discipleship. I know of 40, 60, 80, 100, 120 requests, probably more in the bigger schools, coming in at the end of the week. That alone is one full-time job for a chaplain to follow up on all those contacts. And it's so important that the school administration and the church leadership and the school chaplaincy is all working together to help make the most of those kinds of opportunities, because at schools we have all limitations with time and classes and all of that, so everyone has to work together to figure out how do you make this happen. Also in schools we have families new to the area looking for friendship, belonging, involvement, and we've been talking a lot this weekend about all the people moving into the cities. But where I live on the Sunshine Coast, I can tell you, there are a lot of people moving to us from the cities, and maybe we will end up being a city. Because when I first came to the school at Krause, there were just so many families who were new to the area who had moved interstate or even from an hour away, and they didn't know anyone else. So they were really ready to look for friends, to connect with other families, and they were wanting that. Parents also want opportunities for their children, not just in school, but extracurricular opportunities to learn special skills, maybe in the arts, maybe in sport, to belong to clubs. Our church has recently started Adventurers and Pathfinders, and that has become an amazing centre of influence. I think parents, I have a friend whose husband is away a lot, and she just loves that Pathfinders provides other mentors who are male for her son, because the father's absent a lot. So they are looking for mentors for their children and support for them as a family as they bring their children up. Then there are families in need. Families who need support, who might be going through a crisis. Families where someone is sick. All sorts of things that come up. So I just think chaplains just have so much to do, and I see them being quite stretched. I believe that every Adventist school needs a community, a body of Christ, of positive, good soil people who are there to support them in their ministry to these children and their families. A group of people who aren't coming along with their own rules and standards about how we do church and how everything needs to look and be, but who are just open, asking God to lead and seeking to connect, help, create, serve, to be ready to be a part of the schooling in some way, to be able to connect with all these families. So it's also important that there's really good soil in the leadership. The church leadership and the school leadership really need to be on the same page and have the same goals. Even though, we know that the school principal is responsible for the education of the students, while the pastor's pastoring the church. Where we are in Krause, our chaplain and pastor does a fabulous job. His name's Jacob Lisa, and he is both chaplain and pastor, which is really good because I think he's able to help make that connection between the school and the church. He's in both spaces. But I've also been in a situation where we had chaplains working in the school and the pastor was at the church, but we also collaborated a lot, and that was great unity there too, so that works as well. If conflict arises, whatever happens in the leadership filters down to the rest of the community. If there is conflict, it's just so important to work through it and to get back to having good soil. How do you get good soil in a church? And I just love my church, Krause, and I'll tell you why. My family actually moved to Krause Church because when we first visited there, when we were on holidays, they were just so warm, welcoming, friendly, and down to earth that we felt we'd love to belong here. And they felt like a good soil church. And so we chose to go to that school and join that community because of our experience there just while we were on holidays. Interestingly, Krause Church had actually been on a journey where it hadn't always been that way. The soil hadn't always been good. And I heard from a lot of members when I first got there that they'd recently been through terrible times of conflict where everyone was divided. There were people trying to control what was allowed to happen in church and how it had to be. And it actually ended up splitting the church. They had a second service to do something for the youth. And I couldn't even believe it being there because to me it just all felt so lovely. But I even had a friend who told me, oh, that church is so cliquey and there's this group that won't even talk to that group. And I couldn't even wrap my head around it because my experience was so the opposite to hers. And how did that church get to be this loving, united church, whereas it had all this conflict in the past? And I don't know. I was not there. I came when the soil was good. However, what I have observed is that that church, there are people who've been there a long time who are older people who are so beautiful and wise and nurturing, and I think behind the scenes they spend a lot of time nurturing all the people in that church, and somehow there was a standoff and the troublemakers left, and it's now in a beautiful place. So when the soil's good, there's an amazing crop of fruit. So when I came to this church, I was surprised that it was such a loving church, but I went onto the school campus, I was a parent, and I was meeting other parents. No one seemed to know that there was even a church on the campus. They didn't even know about this lovely congregation that would welcome them like they'd welcomed me. And what's more, we were like, there was only a small handful of families, maybe two. We were one of them that had younger children, maybe one or two that had little children who were a bit older. And it just felt like a small, quiet church, but very loving and down to earth and spiritually genuine. So it was really frustrating for me that there wasn't really a connection between this lovely church and the school. And actually other Christians, meanwhile, at the school who were very evangelistic and from other denominations, had actually gone to their churches in the same suburb and said, there's all these beautiful new families coming to this school, let's make a program to attract them to our church. And so they were doing that, and I would be going along to that, and they had maybe music and those sorts of programs. Anyway, God has his time, doesn't he? And he's always shaping and moulding things. We don't always see. We don't see what he sees. And he was preparing our church, I believe, for an amazing crop of fruit. In the space of 4 years, and I can also say that's the time that Pastor Jacob has been at our church, and he's very missional and very focused on connecting with the school, but don't promote him. He is an academic. Leave him with us. He's good, but he's not that good. We'll put up with him for a bit longer. in this 4 years, it's just amazing. Our church has just become the most dynamic place to be in. So exciting. Every week, there are so many new faces. I don't even know who all these people are. I cannot keep up with all the new people coming into our church. I can turn around one, and it's from the school and also from the community. I'll ask someone who's in the pew behind me, where are you from? And it's their second time. They saw something from a preacher on YouTube and felt like they should come. Other times it's grandparents or parents from the school bringing their children. It's just such an exciting place to be. The other thing, even just last weekend, there's all these families there who are not from our church, and they're bringing other families along. People who they've just met in Bunnings or at the park. They don't even know these people too well, and they've invited them. So there's just this real momentum that's lovely to be a part of. There's baptisms all the time, probably on average every month. It's very encouraging. So I think what's so lovely about being part of the body of Christ is that you can focus on your strengths, knowing that the areas where you're weak, other people are strong, and everyone's doing their part. I asked Pastor Jacob what to share with you from him. And he wanted you to know that you have to be honest with yourselves, that you can't do everything, and empower those around you, and don't be threatened by their success. It can be quite nerve-wracking when you're doing something for the first time in a new space, and you might feel this way when you first go into ministry after studying. And I'm obviously speaking to the theology students here. And you get this list from your conference president with boxes about how many Bible studies you've had to, how many baptisms to, And then you can feel a pressure to perform and to succeed. And sometimes too, we want to have the glory for ourselves and we want to shine. I just want to challenge you when you find yourself in that space, that your job is not to prove yourself. You don't have to do that. Your job is to prove your church, to prove that they are the body of Christ, and let them shine. And that's your job done. So Wayne asked me to share our story and experience with Kids Church. Kids Church was an initiative that started during COVID. During COVID, people practically stopped coming to our church, and some people got quite used to the idea of not coming to church. And it was actually really challenging and confronting when some people thought, oh, we don't really need to come back to church. Kids Church helped bring people back. It was fun, it was different, it was new. The trick was, well, I'm a drama person, so I just cast them all in the play. So that brought all the kids, and then they had to bring their families. So not only on a kids' church week would the church then fill up a bit more, that Sabbath school would also fill up because we would do a run-through at 9 o'clock, which meant at 10 o'clock, suddenly all these people who don't usually go to Sabbath school were at Sabbath school. Even kids that don't normally even come to our church were in Sabbath school, and the Sabbath school teachers had to really quickly prepare themselves. So Kids Church started to happen once a month, and I was asked to share our experience, and so I didn't just want to speak myself. I asked my friend who's part of the church and also been part of helping run Kids Church. She's much better with technology than me, and she made a video of a few of the lovely members from our church just introducing Kids Church to you.
any pressure, Chair?
Hello, my name's Nathan.
Hey, I'm Julie.
Hi, I'm Jack.
Hi, my name is Kelly. My name is Alison Parkinson. Hi, my name is Kim.
My name's Peter Bruin.
Hi, I'm Pastor Scott Ware.
My name's Alan.
Hi, I'm Thompson. Hi, I'm Harrison. Hi, my name is Xander. Hi, my name is Kelsey.
Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm the pastor at Krause Adventist Church.
And I am the program coordinator at our school here on campus.
And I have 2 children. I go to this church and my kids go to the school here. I'm a teacher here at Christian College. I've been attending Krause Church since the beginning of last year.
And I've been at the Krause Church for 13 years.
And I've been coming to Krause Church for about 5 or 6 years.
And I'm from Krause Church. I go to NCC, which is also at Krause Church. I grew up at this Krause Church.
At our church, we have something called Kids Church. Kids Church at Krause is an intergenerational worship service. My kids love coming to Kids Church.
Kids Church has been an incredible initiative here in Krause that has been transformational.
Kids Church is fun because you get to do plays and you get to interact with lots of people.
And it's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful time to just watch the kids develop and grow. And it's done so much for the church. I think because of the fact that we are a campus church, linked with the school community, we have great opportunities. And I think Kids Church has opened up some of those opportunities.
There's a need to link the two, to link the church with the school.
So Kids Church has been wonderful in connecting and engaging families. And as a result of this, we have seen families just continuing to come and more people hearing about this and wanting to be a part of the experience of Kids Church.
I bring the children from my class along and we present some items to the church, and then the families from the school come along and feel part of the church community.
And I get so excited when I see families of the school who do not attend the Seventh-day Adventist Church coming only for Kids Church, but then being inspired and encouraged and saying, wow, what a great time we had, thank you for inviting us.
And that's what's really special about Kids Church. It's giving that link to link the church with the school community, which is literally hundreds of families.
We have a number of families from the school who will come to Kids Church, and it might be their first time at a church event, and they'll come just because their children are involved in the program.
Has Kids Church been a benefit to our local church growth and development?
Yes, I think it has. I think the families really love Kids Church, and everyone's got involved.
Yeah, I totally believe that Kids Church has been an amazing benefit to our local community here.
I think definitely, because I have young children coming up to me now and recognising me, who I am, and saying hello and telling me jokes. And
we have so many new families here with children now that may have chosen another place.
They have experienced and learned and developed skills in drama, but also developing confidence being in front of people and sharing and speaking and just learning skills.
It teaches you more about God, and you can get closer to God through fun ways and through fun stories.
I've noticed that every time Kids Church is on, there's more and more kids coming, more and more families from the community. I think it makes it like there's no barrier. It's not just church, it's for the kids, and parents have to bring the kids.
So when you invite people to come, you're not sort of on an edge, like, oh, I really hope the preacher doesn't say something alienating to this guest today. You just know that it's a really safe time and space to invite a visitor to the church. So, Peter, what do you think about outreach? Has Kids Church helped our church to reach out to the wider community?
It has the potential to be a great growth factor for our church.
I've told heaps of people at school, but some did, some didn't come, but some didn't.
I've just seen such amazing growth amongst children and families.
I have Two friends, Declan and Holly, that have never been to church before. So I invited them to Kids Church and I loved it.
It's been amazing within our community because it's been highly advertised within our school community, and we've seen so many different families from our schools who normally wouldn't attend church come along.
I have a friend called Ava to church a few times, and she doesn't go to church, I don't think, so I took her.
Yeah, one of the parents that came last year, he came up to me after we'd done the singing at church and he said, well, actually I was brought up as an Adventist. I haven't been to church for years and years, but since I brought my daughter to Noosa Christian College, to the prep class, I felt inspired to bring my family back to church.
Those of us who are from perhaps the older generation need to be well prepared to let the talents of our younger people come to the forefront.
Even members that were over 65 sharing with me that they thought it was theologically rich, but there was no sermon. And I said, well, it's actually aimed at the kids. So somehow these times together of a drama, which were about a Bible story, would bring all generations together, would be multi-generational, and would encourage the kids, and that would have so much fun, but the adults too.
I learned that we can always be a team and work together.
I've got one of my children, she's more of an introvert. One day she just said, Mummy, can you ring this lady and tell her that I want to be part of the drama?
I'm a great believer in letting go and letting the younger ones come to the forefront.
But the opportunity that I had to tap into Kristie's abilities and empower her to be in charge of Kids Church meant it went further than I could ever imagine.
You know, even if the adults are not involved up the front with the kids, we're involved by sitting in the seats.
I've been in heaps, lots of plays.
Yeah. Has it been easy to be in the plays?
Most of them pretty easy.
My experience with Kids Church is that it actually pulls in pretty much every age group in the church, and it pulls people in from the community that don't normally go to church.
My kids really love being involved in Kids Church because it's an opportunity where they get to be up front, they get to be in charge, they get to sometimes participate in a drama.
I'm currently doing well, so with four boys, about 10.
Since the introduction of a kids' church, it's been absolutely fantastic.
What I like about Kids Church is all the different ideas we have, all the different stories. I really enjoy it, it's really fun.
We recognise that their input is valuable, speaks volumes to what kind of church this is.
And it is absolutely incredible to see young people involved, to see grandparents involved, sometimes to see adults sitting on the floor with their kids or with kids they have just met.
Kids Church definitely makes a difference in this church because it sends a really clear message to everyone who attends here and everyone who visits that kids are important.
So, Kids Church for me has been some of the most special worship time I've ever had in my Christian experience.
Of the recording part, but the balance is though, is Kids Church has its part to play in where it connects with the family. What you have to know is, hey, the maturity of the church still also has to be feeding people that are not just at Kids Church. So how do you do that? Does that make sense? So you still have to think through that dynamic in how you do that as a community.
It's part of the bigger package.
It's part
of actually getting them onto the premise.
So it's part of the package, but it's an awesome evangelistic tool that fits with that. Does that make sense? So you just, it's got to fit in its totality in a balanced diet. But
it's one of those touch points. Yeah.
But it's an awesome connecting point.
I told you they're lovely. I think I'm probably an example of someone who is using who I am and what is my strength and what I have, and that's what I've been pouring into Kids Church. I can tell you I have lots of weaknesses, So it's nice just to do something that you're good at. So I just wanted to share a bit with you about how we do Kids Church and my inspiration, which goes all the way back to when I did study drama and theology, and I came across this theologian called Bledi, and I would have shared with you something from the article that he wrote that I read back then. We've been moving house, so it's in a box somewhere. But he just made such a great case that the arts are a universal language and theology is not. So the arts provide, they're in service to theology. So it was very exciting for me to collaborate with other artists, musicians, dancers, actors, visual artists, and explore how we can do theology through the arts, how we can do ministry through the arts, how we can do outreach and evangelism through the arts. And we enjoyed coming up with all sorts of projects for that. Jeremy says, and this is a quote, "One of the primary services the arts can render theology is their integrative power, their ability to interrelate the intellect with other facets of our human makeup." And I really love that when we do drama in church, at Kids Church, we are really engaging the kids and everyone using all their senses and impacting in an emotional way and an intellectual way and helping build community. So we're using drama to share the story and to build community. I also, I left that one down there. I do love the quote. Shall I run and get it? I'll share it at the end if there's time. I left it in my bag. Where am I up to? 7. I would just like to say Kids Church, because often you hear, oh, thank you. You might think of Kids Church, and a lot of people have put on Kids Churches, and I just want to say what Kids Church is not. It's not just getting the kids and taking them out of the service and entertaining them somewhere. It's not doing a little skit or something up the front that's part of the service. Kids Church is really different to church as I've ever seen it or done it before. I'm so grateful to be in a church that gives me creative freedom to take risks and experiment and see what we can do. And Kids Church looks totally different to any other Sabbath at church. So even down to all the seats being moved. The last one, we did Jonah, and actually the deacons got the idea because they knew we were doing Jonah, and they actually moved the chairs into the shape of a whale's tail. So the space in the middle was a whale's tail, and then that gave me the idea to turn that into a game, which I'll tell you about. But I think that Kids Church could just as much be called story church, or intergenerational church, or drama church, or playful church. It could have all these titles. Bible church because my favourite way to do Kids Church, and I try to make the time for it, is to actually start the same way you might start when you prepare a sermon, getting deep into the Bible. Forget the commentaries, just starting the Bible. And then you might want to see what other people say. But get inspired yourself first from the Word and just dig and find out what it really means. You know, there's a lot of skits. People say, why don't you just use any other skit? There's actually a lot of skits that miss the point when they tell a Bible story. Or they're just a bit entertaining, but don't really have that powerful punch that I know is there if we really get the gold that's in the Bible. I also love to see what Ellen White has written about the story that we're going to perform. because there's really lovely insights there that I like to bring into it however I can. Pastor Jacob said I should tell you about the dramatised Bible, which I used in our last kids' church, and we had a readers' theatre type church, and someone has produced a Bible that's this fat, would have brought it, but very heavy to bring. So just remember, the dramatised Bible, it's actually the Bible written like a play script. And it's pretty well based, I think it's a mixture of the Good News Bible and the NIV. I can't say for sure, but it's a great resource. And I didn't even have to change it or edit it or anything, it was just there ready to go. And I actually think that would be a really interesting resource to use in Bible studies as well. Because sometimes we sit around the circle in a Bible study. Sorry if I'm going too long, Wayne. I'm the last speaker, so I can't. Oh, you're the last speaker. How long have I gone for? I'll try and be quicker. I'll talk quickly. You're not going to tell me. I think it would be more interesting than just reading 2 verses each going around to actually give a copy of the dramatised Bible, and then you can all have the parts. So it might help bring it a bit more to life. You could even put sound effects and music on your phone. Anyway, that's just an idea. Where am I? Intergenerational church, because definitely we are in any play. I cast people of all generations, and it's really lovely, and it helps actually make the drama work better, because I can pair up weaker actors with stronger actors and put younger ones with older ones, and it just helps the drama to be a good enough standard that it's really engaging, but it also means that everyone can have a go. It also means that in the rehearsal time, which can happen during the week, that all these people have the opportunity to get to know each other a little bit more. And so they form friendships across the generations. People actually love seeing each other up the front performing, because it just brings sides out of people that you don't see otherwise, and it often gives people a good laugh. I do love casting people. That's my favourite thing, just scouting the talent and I like church to be a place of surprise. I don't want it to all be predictable, because I don't think God's like that. And I think it's nice to come to church and be pleasantly surprised. And so sometimes what we do in a play is that surprise people. I did enjoy casting our head elder as the angel Gabriel at Christmas time. He looked good with a halo. Drama church. It could very well be called drama church, because drama really is probably the main component of kids' church. It's where the story is told and experienced. It's partly scripted, partly improvised. It makes it more relaxed and fun if we can improvise certain parts of the story. So when we did Zacchaeus, he went around the audience trying to get their taxes, and this led to improvisation. I remember one member saying, "Oh, do you take credit card?" You know, it's a bit of fun. Always make sure, and if you're ever writing a script or looking for a good script, you want to look for ones that have lots of action in them, because that makes it just more interesting. Collaborating, script writing. I like to invite others on the journey of script writing. So I've had a 14-year-old write the script one time. When we did the story of Dorcas, I asked all the actors to write their own part, which was, what did Dorcas do to help them? So they all sent me their story, and then I wrote it into the script. We like to engage the entire congregation, and so when we did Elijah, the whole congregation were the Israelites, and at the end, that led into a really beautiful time of liturgy and worshipping God, where they were worshipping God for what He had done. There's lots of things the audience can do to participate. They can be the storm. Also wind up, so I'm just going to say, to finish off with that, you know, even in mainstream theatre, the mainstream theatre world, they are struggling with the question of how do we engage people in this day and age? And because there's all this competition with technology and Netflix, and what can we do? Even old-fashioned theatre's not working as well. So there's actually been a huge movement of something called immersive theatre, and it's where people become part of the drama. So that is actually why we do drama the way we do at kids' church. It's to remove that fourth wall. It's not congregation here and the performers up here. We're all part of it together. We are all experiencing the Bible story together. And we want to involve all the senses. We want lighting, sound effects, soundtracks. We do that with Jonah. We had real whale sounds. And I just stopped short of spraying the audience with the smell of fish guts because I thought that would have, helped bring them into the story. We had a 14-year-old draw that whole story of Jonah as the Reader's Theatre told the story. So this immersive type theatre has the ability to really challenge people both intellectually and emotionally. I did some great workshops with a lady called Victoria Pitt, where she talked about removing the fourth wall and having eye contact with the audience as an actor, and how that created this emotional connection. And then you might have heard of Bertolt Brecht, who in Germany, in Nazi Germany, he wanted to remove the fourth wall for political reasons, to really provoke thought in the audience. And so actors would step out of their role and directly speak to the audience, which is something that's a really cool thing you can do in drama, that's in sermons or in skits in the church. So that's all of what I have to share. If you ever want me to play with you, I prefer playing than talking. So I do like doing drama, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you again, Kristie. Theology and the arts and creative worship, and of course mission to the cities. All right, after you've done that seminar on your table, you can take a seat. And thank you again for your participation with our symposium, Listen to the City, semester 1, 2023. Kristie, you're going to join us up here on the panel? Yeah, thank you. For the next 20 minutes, a symposium is not only a conference with multiple presentations focusing on a particular topic, it is also an opportunity to have a conversation. Definitely starting last evening, this morning, this afternoon, we've had this conversation as we look, in my words, at this last frontier of mission, how to reach the cities. Got some questions for our panel, and again, let me express our gratitude to Julie and Melody, mums at the table, for making the time to be with us here on our campus today. So thank you, Kristie, for making that trip from Noosa to be here this weekend and to revisit your experience on this campus many years ago. Pastor Norman, our university pastor, and of course Neil, who presented on the reality of what cities are today. By the way, no, you missed the presentation by Andrew Hoeflich this morning. Solid ministries still taking place at Pearce, Auckland, New Zealand, and you were part of that scene just a few years ago. So some excellent stuff happening at that particular city. Hey, I think today's your birthday. Hey, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Noel. come in late. I just got to get you, Got to get you. But listen, folks. We've explored the theology of the cities and the heart of God for this particular space. We've looked at our history as a church. We've also explored together with our division president the vision, not only around the world with our 13 divisions, but our division to reach the cities of the South Pacific Division. We've looked at different models of mission and ministries and what we can do, including, of course, the arts and creative worship. But I want to start, this is an open question for you. It is my view, given either the slow response or the delayed response of the church to the cities, and this is my view, I'm thinking that there's got to be some hurdles, whether they be denominational, which is the Adventist, or institutional, that is not giving us that break to do more, let me use the word more, not less, in the cities. Your view? No, let's start with you.
Yeah, thanks, Enrique. And I'll just say, I was late. We've just been doing a kids outreach at the ARV. That's why I'm wearing it.
Come on, let's put our hands together.
University
Yes,
Church.
the University Church doing stuff for kids.
On Sabbath, having a good time.
No, caring for our oldies here down the road. No, but I think in many ways there are a lot of hurdles, as you say. Sometimes, let me talk some of the experience I had at Papatoe. One of the first things we had to do, there was still and I know it's prevalent in a lot of Adventist churches, that the building can only be used for a specific purpose. And a specific purpose, and that is 11 o'clock, well, 9 to 11 on a Saturday, and anywhere apart from that, it cannot be utilized. Well, in our cities, your property, the area that you have is one of the most vital pieces of opportunity, or in order to bring and connect with the community. And one of the things we had to do as an elder team is go, do we actually believe that this building can only be used for one day of the week, or how can we make it available to the community? How can it actually become a hub of activity and people presence in our community? But in order to do that, we first had to address the theology behind why a lot of people weren't willing, and some of the elders weren't willing to make it available. And so that was one of the hurdles that we had to deal with there. And I know in a lot of our churches is possibly still one of those hurdles. But that immediately opened our eyes to opportunities that we were never thinking about before, because they were just totally off the table. The other thing for me is we've built into our tradition a bit of an us and them mentality. And once we embrace the idea that actually every human being is made in the image of God, is loved by God, and we have been called to build community and fellowship with them. And this is where I don't know if it was presented this weekend, but when God spoke to the prophet, was it through Isaiah? Or which one? When they were in Babylon and said, marry, plant, Jeremiah, thank you. And, bring peace and success to the city that you're in. Because as you do that, you will be engaging them with the kingdom of God. Instead of separating from them, go and bring peace and prosperity and the presence of the kingdom to them. And when we shifted that mindset, there was no longer this barrier between us and them, or rather it was looking for those opportunities of how can we connect and build that community. Those are just a few of the barriers that we found.
Pastor Norm, as you're sharing, I'm thinking of my upbringing in the Seventh-day Adventist Church in the context of the islands outside of Australia and New Zealand. And I remember very clearly how our theology of the remnant impacted the way I thought and the way the church thought in those parts of the world or the Pacific where I was growing up, that we've got to disengage from society because we're different, we're unique. Now, it's not the theology of the remnant, it's the way that we have presented that, that it created a certain mindset. We've got to stay away from people. Whereas, at least with our emphasis on the cities, is we've got to get engaged with the cities.
Yeah, and when you look at how the early Christians lived it out in their practice, they didn't run away from the cities. Even in times of severe persecution, they were there, present, working for the peace and prosperity of their cities.
Now, you mentioned opportunities. Let me shift to Julie and Melody. You may recall I did make a kind of a comment or suggestion, dads in, a certain space. Surely, from your perspective as women, do you see other opportunities and possibilities of doing ministry in the cities that we haven't explored?
I think the possibilities are endless, but we in our ministry are limited by what we can do. I think what Wayne was saying before, the real heroes in what we do are the moderators, are the mums that are working in this ministry, who are already busy mums and have a heart for this and are putting in the effort for other mums, And I think the strength of we're just mums, we're regular church members, we're not theologians, but what we do have to offer is having a heart and a passion for the other mums, and I think it's a matter of finding what the people in your church have a heart for, what their passion is, and they just being given permission to run with whatever their passion is. And a lot of our mums were saying, I don't know how to talk to women about, I don't know how to talk to them about God, and I don't know how to talk to them about Jesus. And what we learned from Wayne when we did our conference was wherever you are, making those connections is what you've got to offer as mums.
Excellent. Melody, you want to add?
I might add a little bit on in the fact that, yes, we all have different interests, we all have different passions, and whether you're in the cities, whether you're in the country, it's all different. But when you boil down to it, right, humanity as a whole, what we crave is connection. What we crave is relationships. And so, yes, there are plenty of opportunities. Find out what the passions are, find out what your passions are, find out what the church's passions are, find out what the community's passions are. Marry them together, create the connection, create the relationship.
So look, have that sense of awareness and pray that God will bring to mind as you mingle and mix with people some gaps in terms of ministries.
And I think that's the important thing. I've heard someone say that before. It's not about what we think the community needs. It's actually finding out what they actually need. There's a bit of a difference because
Thompson needs.
Yeah.
And needs from their end.
Yes, because we're very good at going, I think they need this, and I think they want this. But is it really what they need?
Excellent. Hey, let me make a shift. Neil, we didn't have time to come back to you. Some amazing data that you shared with us in the context of Australia. So recognizing some of those realities, such as the shift from rural to urban, the shift in terms of the growth in people saying that they don't have religion, and the decline with Christianity. The question is specific to the Adventist Church. How should we as a church pivot to address those shifts and trends in the cities today?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Erica. There's a number of things that are interrelated to that. Unfortunately for us as a church, one of the things that we've got caught up with, I call it the sin of nostalgia, where we look back on our past and think, if only we could have that operating now, everything would be golden again. Trouble is, we don't live in the past, we live in the 21st century. We will never have the past with us again. It's the issues, the times in which they lived are long gone. The fact that Wendy this morning could lament that we no longer have theologians thinking around mission of the cities and theology of cities and theology of being, flexitarian, what that would mean in a cityscape, means that we've actually stopped thinking around, we're still caught up in yesterday's theology. And I see that as a real problem. So if we're going to tackle the shifts of cityscape, we have to be far more flexible in our thinking and our practice. We have to be willing to rethink things that we hold as important now and reinvent those moving forward. So what would that look like? I think that would look like church being done completely differently. Even church isn't a building, it's not a program. It's a group of people gathering in the name of Christ. So how could that be? That could be all sorts of things that could be done. And I think we've got examples of that being given to us this weekend, of creative things that people are doing in various locations, like the story we heard last night from New York. I love that story of how in all sorts of ways they're just being, and they're finding ways to connect with people. And I think, wow, there's a new revolution that needs to go in our thinking, which needs to then translate into how we practice, how we connect with people, and we can find there's so many people to be found, and they want deeper meaning in their life too.
Thank you, Neil. Let me see if I can pull in Dr. Jackson for us. If you can have Erwin or Bledi bring a microphone. And we will probably, before we finish, we're going to make sure that you will have an opportunity to also share your heart and your mind with us today. Question for you, Dr. Jackson, as head of the Avondale Seminary. What is, and I'm talking of the present, and perhaps what you see of the future, given the reality and the challenges of the cities, what are we doing in theological education to make sure that our students are not just ready for ministry today, but they're ready for ministry tomorrow? Because the landscape is changing.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Purdy. I think one of the important things is these series of meetings that we're having, that you attend, series of 4 over 2 years of your theological course. I think it's important that we keep on introducing you to these things, but there's several other things that are happening that you probably have realised. Some of you went to a digital discipleship course last weekend. Others of you took part in the training that we organised with the Media Centre for digital training. All our syllabus is continually reviewed, and so we keep on going, all right, how can we adjust this so that it is something that meets not just the needs of today, but the needs going forward. So we have regular conversations with conference presidents, we have regular conversations with our stakeholders, we read widely, and between all of those things we look for ways to try and introduce you to some of the ideas that may be important. But some of the other things I think are that we try and help you be flexible, because you're going to find in your ministry that flexibility is something that's going to be really important, because things are going to change. What's going to be here in 5 years, for some of you, things are going to change 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times during your ministry. And so your ability to be flexible is really important as part of that as well. But I think the important thing is we are looking at that, we continue to look at that, and if you think there are areas that we really need to address, we are open to listening to that.
Thank you. Glad to say that in addition to what Dr. Jackson has just shared with us, the seminary is serious about making an impact in the city. Neil talked to us very quickly. There was reference by Glenn last night about the growing population in the west of Melbourne. We have a couple of teams that will move down to Melbourne in June to do stuff, and we've worked with local pastors to design something fresh, something new, something different. So as Melody said, we're not just coming with a product, we're talking to them, they're telling us what they need, and we're designing stuff for them. Talk to us about that very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. One of the key things that they said is they've got a high need of former Adventist young people or people loosely connected to the church in their community. They're living together, they're not married, and they want us to work with that age group and work with that demographic. So we've designed a program. We're even running a marriage banquet, or marriage is the wrong word, but a relationship night. And all of that's just really designed to work with that group there. And we're designing other things that will go along with that campaign as well, to try and make it as meaningful and as fresh as we can to reach that people demographic.
Thank you. Listen, because of our time, I want to make sure that we're going to pick up at least from one or two of our participants online. We're going to come to the panel, starting with Kristie. Colin, we're now making some applications as we close. On a personal level, Kristie, even though we're not talking specifically about the city, but talking where all of us are living our lives, on a personal level, what will you do differently in your context to bring the shalom of God? I mean, we've heard about the school and your church working together. I'm sure you have some other areas of influence or whatnot. So what are you thinking in your own mind of some other engagements different in terms of, I'm using here your city, meaning your immediate area of influence for the rest of this year?
Yeah, I'm interested to meet with other parents after school drop-off and just read the Bible together. Not so much like a Bible study. It's good if it becomes that, but just so that we're actually hearing the word and I might photocopy some of my dramatised Bible to hand out, but the word's just so powerful.
Yeah, thank you. Again, it's kind of personal, and if you're able to respond, it's fine. I mean, each one of us have our own third place, as was referenced last night. What are you thinking of maximizing that third place wherever you're at, beyond, I mean, operating as employees of the church, the system of the church, but outside of that, what are you thinking in terms of how to maximize that third place to make an impact for yourself, bring the shalom of God? Melody, Julie.
I think what I personally like to do is see myself become more involved with supporting amongst my local church. I'm doing it from my job's position, but it's a very different role when you're doing it on a personal level. Yes. Because you personally make, and that's why I have so much respect for these mums, because they're doing it out of the love.
Yeah, the passion.
Yeah, I'm doing it now because it's my job, and yes. I do have a passion for my job, but I'd like to take it to that level where I'm involved in it more in my local church and making connections with my local church community mums, which I'm not really doing at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that. Melanie, yourself.
I think it's a bit of a continuing from last week, and where I was at the Digital Discipleship Conference, and what I'm doing as Mums at the Table. And we have a digital presence, and a lot of times we share a lot of parenting, motherhood stuff, but I want to look into ways in which there is a way in which you can try to weave God in without being overbearing, but in a way in which you can share how having God in your life makes parenting more peaceful.
Let me go to Neil, and then we need to get that microphone moving as soon as we're done from it. Thank you.
I think when I was pastoring at Foresters Beach, we approached a marketing company in the area to say, hey, we wanted to build an online digital tribe that would help us improve our footprint in the community. They came back to us and said, the number one thing you should use to market yourselves is Sabbath. And I would just say to Melody and to all of us, one of the gifts that we have as a church is Sabbath. We undervalue it sometimes sometimes, you know, and we just want to dong people over the head and tell them about the day rather than the benefits of unplugging and de-stressing. So in a stressed out world, when mums are stressed out, what do they need? They need to Sabbath. And imagine if we could invite them to Sabbath with us and to experience the richness of what this day actually means, complete with, you know, the haystacks and the gluten steaks with mashed potatoes and gravy on top, you know, all of that. It's just glorious. There's something about the way we do Sabbath and relaxing is very, very beneficial to us. And the world, I think, would be deeply interested in that.
Thank you. Listen, if you have your phones, pull them out. I want you to put in these dates. Semester 2, October 14th and 15th. So make sure you punch this into your calendar, second semester. And of course, to our senior ministry theology students, it's not just an invitation, it's a requirement. So our symposium, next one, semester 2, the dates are October 14th and 15th. And our focus will be cross-cultural ministry. Mark.
Do you mean October 13 and 14? Because the Friday is the 13th.
The Friday and the Sabbath. What are those dates?
13th and 14th.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So that weekend, so we'll be back at this space. But I want to make sure that I'll give you a heads up on the next symposium coming to us. I'm going to go to our participants on Zoom. If there's one of you who is willing to share with us. It's one thing to hear these exciting presentations. It's another to leave this space and say, hey, I think I'm going to try this thing. Or I want to make sure that you know, working in the cities or mission to the cities is something that I will take seriously as I anticipate serving God full-time into the future. So I'm going to come to you, a few of you here on our venue, but I'll go first to those online. So what? What will you take away? Just one thing. What will you take away from our time together last night and today? A couple of you are able to respond on Zoom. Is that you, Jessica?
Yes, it is me.
Please go ahead.
I think what my big take home is like just thinking outside of the box, how we can reach people. Like last night, someone was mentioned like the gaming community. So like I hadn't even considered like, you know, that there's so many different communities out there, and so in order to reach different people, we're going to have to try different things and think up different ways of doing things. So that's been my big takeaway.
Thank you, Jessica from Pearce, WA. Anybody else on the gallery? I see Clinton from Toowoomba.
Yeah, so for me, it's I really need to get back to Croy Church because last time I was there was when all the conflicts was happening. So it'll be really nice to get back up there again and see all the changes.
There's been a new.
Making it up.
There's been a new truckload of good soil. That's what Kristie said, right? Okay, fantastic. Anybody else on the gallery? All right, let me come to those of you that are here with us today. Again, let me, at this point in time, acknowledge Evans and Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us for this symposium. Esther, thank you. Again, the question, so what? Lots of information, data, challenges. What is your takeaway from today? Let me go, Rodney.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the important things is just you don't have to copy anybody else. You don't have to mimic anybody else. God has given you some specific skills, some specific gifts that you can use to reach others that other people can't reach. And I think that God has gifted each and every one of us to be able to reach out to others.
Thank you, Rodney. Let me move on to the next table. Cooper, Puncher, and Jesse, and Jared. What's your takeaway? Somebody.
Jared Dassa.
My Dassa, but I'll go. Yeah, similar to what we just said, I've definitely been given gifts in areas that before this I didn't think I could really utilise. And even as I was talking with Taylor last night when we were referring to what we can do individually and where our third place can be, even just having a basketball court or a space like that, I know that skill and that area of passion brings in so many people who are like me, just a younger version, or potentially the same age. So I definitely know that area of ministry is so important, and we all have that area which can be utilised.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move to this table up with Josh and Daniel. Microphone. Thank you. What's your takeaway?
Hello, it's working? Oh yes, definitely. So my takeaway is just that you really have to know actually what your community wants. You can definitely devise, I think they want this, but then it's good to actually talk, to have a conversation, have a sit down, or go to council. And I think one thing I heard was I think someone went to the council and said, if we were to make a centre based on the community's needs, what would it be like? I think that's really important to really get to the crux about what really the community needs.
Thank you so much. We've run out of time, but let me thank you again for your contribution and participation to our panel. Let's put our hands together for the panel. Everybody, thank you so much, Kristie, Noam, and Neil. Yes, you may be excused. And thank you to Jessica, Clinton, and also to Josh and Rodney and Cooper for contributing to our conversation at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up and be the one to summarise and emphasise a few points that have been made over the last little while, but I actually do want to thank some people. I really need to. Being a newly elected Associate Ministerial Secretary of the Division in charge of Adventist Mission, it's always been a pleasure and a privilege to work with Avondale University, particularly the seminary. And so these symposiums that we run, Dr. Erika and I have known each other since we were youth pastors together over in North New Zealand. And he then went to the dark side by going to America for a while. I stayed on the narrow path. But I really enjoy working with Erika, but on that team also has been Neil Thompson from the seminary. And I think it's something for you as students that so many of your seminary lecturers are here and have supported these symposiums all the way through. That says something about your teachers and their emphasis and their belief in you. Norm Hurlow from Avondale University Church is also on the team that plans these events. And our two unions, Victor Kulikov for the New Zealand Pacific Union, Brendan Pratt from the AUC. We run these symposiums for the last number of years, basically concentrating on New Zealand and Australia. But I need to let you know in the last 2 weeks, action has been taken at the division that these symposiums are also going to be run at Fulton University College. That's how I said it right? Yep. And Pacific Adventist University, but contextualised for their areas, not just here. And I'm actually going to Fulton in 2 weeks just to plan the first one of these that will be held at Fulton. So what we've been doing here and our team that's put together is going to be contextualised to be able to use in our other unions as well. I also want to thank Maddie, who's my colleague at SPD, and he's been wandering around taking photographs. But the one on that team I'd like to thank the most is Shaylee Walsh, who's my assistant, but she's really the mastermind behind the logistics on everything that happens with what we do, isn't that right, Erika?
Yeah.
So everything that's happened here, really want to give a huge shout out to Shaylee, who's probably sitting out the back and can't hear a word I've said. Okay, she's disappeared.
Here she comes.
Here she comes. Well, we'll ignore. Where is she? Shaylee, you better come in here because I was actually saying nice things. I was actually saying nice things about you. Our tech guys often don't get a shout out. So Bledi and Erwin setting up and doing the tech stuff, really appreciate that. Can I just go through the speakers? May I say that for your even though she's related, to have Dr. Krause come last night to open the stuff, come again this morning. Her husband's not well, but came here so she could support what was going on here. Says a lot about the administration of this university. I want to thank Glenn Townend. He phoned me just before the panel started, saying I won't be able to make it to the rest of it, but you know, he wanted to express to all of us the importance of this event. As you know, he was in North Sydney. Remember, he talked about that last night? Well, an hour ago he just left there because they hung on to him down there. So Glenn Townend, as a president of our division, his vision is for mission and our cities. I want to thank Bledi, Wendy Jackson, Mark Pearce, Melody Tan, Julie Laws, Andrew and Victor, who did that presentation, obviously Neil and Kristie Thompson. Kristie, you need to be, where is she? She disappeared again. You need to be telling your story more. We've done research on schools and churches. And where the school and the church get on, amazing things happen. But we actually have places where we have schools and the church has said we want nothing to do with the school, even though they're on the same campus. And as you can imagine, there's no crossover from the school to the church. So what Kristie and others are doing is hugely important. So I want to kind of start with a story that some stories are harder to say than others. A little girl, 10 years old, was walking home alone from school when a big man on a black motorcycle pulled up beside her. After following along for a while, he turned to her and said, "Hey there, little girl, do you want to go for a ride?" "No," said the little girl as she kept walking. The motorcyclist again pulls up beside her and asks, "Hey, little girl, I'll give you $10 if you hop on the back." "No," said the little girl again as she hurries down the street. The motorcyclist pulls up beside the little girl again and says, "Okay, kid, my last offer. I'll give you $20, a big bag of lollies if you hop on the back of my bike and we'll go for a ride." Finally, the little girl stops and turns towards him and screams at him, "Look, Dad, you're the one who bought the Honda instead of the Harley. You ride it." Now, when I started that story, I said some stories are harder to say than others, and you all thought the worst.
Yeah.
And it was basically a little girl saying, "Dad, I'll only ride on the back if you're riding a Harley." And this is the little girl, if this is going to work.
Yeah, we'll go for it.
Because things are not always what they seem. And in the Adventist church, things are not always what they seem. And we've talked this week about that book, Country Living, that came out in 1946, a compilation of Ellen White stuff about moving to the cities. And that had such an amazing impact on our church. In actual fact, if you go into New York City and you stand at Times Square and you look back up north, you'll see a tall building, multi-story building that the Seventh-day Adventist Church used to own. And we sold it because we're supposed to move into the cities. And now Tom Cruise's crowd own it. So a cult owns that whole multi-story thing that we sold as a part of what country lived in. It was 66 years later that Ministry to the Cities, this book came out. No fanfare, no nothing, it was just kind of slipped out. And this is the book we're handing to each of you as you leave. But the damage was done. And our emphasis on reaching the cities had been lost. And I'm just glad that we're recapturing it. Amen. The great controversy on earth starts in a garden but ends in a city. Right? Jesus Christ on earth, that is recorded in Scripture, wept twice. One at Lazarus and the other over a city, Jerusalem. We've talked a number of times about a passage in Jeremiah. And I want to give the context of this because we're going to have a look at it for a second. The context is they hated, the most hated city in the history of Scripture is Babylon. Right back then, they'd been fighting Nebuchadnezzar for a number of years. And the prophets are saying, we're going to be victorious, except Jeremiah, who says, give up, give up. In actual fact, when Nebuchadnezzar's troops finally conquered Jerusalem and all the slaves are lined up to go, they find Jeremiah in the line. And Nebuchadnezzar's forces say, hey, Jeremiah, because of what you said, we want to take you to Babylon and treat you with royalty. You'll become part of. And Jeremiah goes, can I stay here? Because there's few people here who are going to be left. But over 1,000 kilometres of them walking through the desert before they get there, and they hate Babylon. Babylon has killed, molested, sterilised, that's a nice euphemism for sliced off, our brothers, our women, our kids, all that, and here we are now in Babylon. How do we relate to it? And Jeremiah writes these words, and this is what have been quoted by a number of people. Seek the peace and prosperity of the city. Now let's change. Seek the peace and prosperity of Babylon, which I've carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for Babylon. My simple question to you is, when was the last time you prayed for Babylon? Why didn't Jeremiah say, come out of her, my people? He doesn't. He says, pray for it. The time is going to come when people are going to leave Babylon, but until that happens, our church has to have a passion for Babylon. Yeah. We need to love it. Seek the peace and prosperity. Now, if you seek the peace of a city that other nations are wanting to conquer, what are you saying? We want this city to be victorious. The prosperity. We want this place to become richer. We are to contribute to the city. Your churches in the city should be contributing to the value of the city. Church, the city should say, the Seventh-day Adventists, because they're here, they add to the peace of the city, they add to the prosperity of the city. So when you graduate from here, when you leave this place, will you leave with a passion for the cities? Ellen White famously wrote, I'm approaching 80 years of age. If you look for me, you'll find me in the cities. Where's God going to find you? Given some of the evangelistic stuff that we've talked about here, mums at the table, what's happening with kids' church and things like that, I want to theologically challenge you, and if I'm wrong, I'm running. Here's a question that I want to ask you. When does someone become a disciple? And if you have your Bibles left with you or your devices, come with me to John chapter 1, because I believe this impacts a lot. I really enjoyed sharing this with the mums at the table moderators, because they were going, okay, we're making friends with people. When do we have to convert them? When do they have to become baptized? Or can we just do this? So if you have a look at verse 35, it says the next day, John, this is the context, Jesus has come back, he's been baptized by John, gone out in the wilderness, he's come back, and John is standing there with two of his disciples. And he looked at Jesus as he walked by and said, "Behold the Lamb of God." The two disciples heard him say this, and they followed Jesus. Okay, so we're told there that the two who followed Jesus was Andrew. It doesn't tell us who the next person is. Day 1. Come down, verse 40. One of the two who heard John speak and followed him was Andrew, Simon Peter's brother. He first found his brother Simon and said to him, "We found the Messiah." Okay, verse 43. The next day, Jesus decided to go to Galilee. He found Philip and Nathanael. So now we have 5. Now that's really interesting. But what's really interesting to me is chapter 2, verse 1 and 2. And on the 3rd day, Jesus was there at a wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. If you ever watched The Chosen, this is a great episode. And it says here, Jesus also was invited to the wedding with who? His disciples. So how long did it take for these people to be called disciples of Jesus Christ? Maximum of 3 days. Some of them, it was 1 day. Question, were they ready to die for Jesus now? They didn't even know who he was. They thought he might be the Messiah. They go back fishing. Remember? Jesus comes along and says, "I'm going to make you fishers of men. Come follow me." That's after this. But at this stage, they're called disciples. Now, later in Scripture, it tells us if you want to be a disciple, you must be willing to do this, draw a cord to yourself, die. No one was willing to die for Jesus till after the crucifixion. We know that because they all ran. Oh, they said great words. But they were still called his disciples. And I put it to you, whether you're doing your ministry or not, if you can see that, you have a continuum. There's the cross there. That's when people have made this decision and joined the church. I've just put that as symbol. We've got the cloud there to the right, which is Jesus coming, and then we're growing as disciples for eternity. May I suggest to you humbly that the mums at the table, when they first made contact with mums, and those mums take one step towards Jesus, even if they don't know they're doing it, they are disciples. And we should be treating them like disciples, even if they don't know it yet. So Kristie, when she sees a mum come to church to watch her little kid and likes it and has taken one step, Kristie needs to know that she is making disciples. Now, who gets written up in the record? Is it the one who can make contact with the person way back here in kids' church at mums at the table, or the one who runs an evangelistic campaign and gets people across the line? Who gets written up in the record? It's the guy who runs the campaign. We baptise this many people. May I suggest they would never have baptised those people if it hadn't been for our mums at the table, the kids' church, that person making friends with people far from God in the first place and having them move along a step. And then someone helps them move along a step. And so in your church, when you go out there, you need your people to know that they make disciples when they make friends with post-Christian people. We are all called to make disciples. Where we work is the arena in which we make disciples. Less and less now do we go to our next door neighbours because we don't know them. We know who we work with. We know who we play with, the clubs we're part of. But if our people got in their minds that right from the start, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, They're called disciples. And so I really challenge you that when you leave this place, you go and make disciples. Just some of you know this. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations. That go is intriguing to me because it can be translated, and I believe should be, as you're going. As you're going about your day-to-day walk. Making disciples is not that special extra thing we do. It's our life. In the arenas of where we work, as we're going, we make disciples. And some of you know this guy. He's in your first year theology course. He's actually working at Foresters Beach Church. I want to tell you something. That church has had so much difficulty with their neighbours. They've fought and scratched just to have a building there. Complaints, the neighbours hate them, all that sort of stuff. It's only in the last month or so, Neil, if I got this right, that they've even been able to put signs up. Neil was the pastor until he abdicated and got demoted, and now is part of Avondale University. Because I think church pastoring is the way to go. Okay, but Neil knows something of the neighbours and how they've treated them. A few weeks ago, one of the neighbours came over with a resume. He's Serbian, mows his lawn on a Saturday morning, all this sort of stuff. But he had a resume that because he has a Cambodian partner and he wants her to have residency. So Grant found out about this and he goes across the street to visit. And the guy my partner here needs residency, she needs a job. And Grant goes, what's she qualified in? And he goes, laundry. Well, if you know Grant has been involved in managing laundry businesses on the Central Coast for years. And he goes, what's she qualified in? And Grant knows that there's a position in the company that fits this woman perfectly. So he goes, when can you start? All of a sudden the lady's got a job. Then it starts talking about Cambodia, and Grant goes, you're from Cambodia. I go to Cambodia on a regular basis, running these trips where we help in orphanages and all this sort of stuff. By now, the lady's crying. And the guy, Serbian, tough guy, he goes, I'm not going to mow my lawn on Saturday mornings anymore. So Grant goes, okay, come to church, would you like to come to our luncheon this weekend? He goes, no, I can't. We're going to Corindai. Corindai, Jessica? Corindai. And Grant goes, Corindai. I've been leading a Storm Code group from my previous church, my wife and I, for the last number of years to Corindai every year. And the guy goes, I've got a shed there that's empty. You guys can use it anytime you like. Is there anything I can do for you, Grant? And he goes, yeah, my little girl loves your ponies. Could she come over and pat one of them one day? No! I'll bring them over to the church. And all the kids can. Okay? This is Grant being himself with the skills. Here he is. Laundry business. Corindai. Cambodia. And God brings that all together to a guy across the road who's been anti the church before it even started.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You work in your own armour. God chose you to be you. Not Billy Graham, not Erika. Some of you may aim to be like me, tough. You've got to be yourself. And if you are yourself, God says, what I want to do is put a passion in you for our cities. I want to put a passion in you for making disciples. And if you allow me to work through you, it will be the same when I left the early disciples. And I said, go, make disciples of all nations, baptizing in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I've taught you. And lo, I'm with you always. You imagine what it's like when he went up to heaven and Gabriel comes to him. And Gabriel goes, that's amazing. The last number of years. What's going to happen now? And Jesus looks down to earth and says, see those men and women down there? With the Holy Spirit, they're going to turn the world upside down. And I can see Gabe turning to Jesus and say, what's your plan B? And Jesus goes, I don't have any other plan. And in 2023, he's saying the same thing to you and me. Let's go and make disciples. Not because we're special, but because he's special. And he believes in us. Would you stand with me as we have prayer? Father in heaven, thank you so much. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your Son, who lived and died and rose again for each of us. But not just for us. He did that for people who don't even know that your Son loves them, that you love them. Thank you that you allow us to join you on mission. So I pray for our cities. I pray for our communities. I pray that you will use each of us to make disciples. In your name, amen. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you had a good time to learn. Please grab this book on your way out.